Yi Tian, who is often referred to as the crown prince of the capital. With the passing of the elder of the Yi family, the once mighty clan has crumbled. Yi Tian, deemed the cause of the elder's demise, has been cast out from the family. A dragon in hiding shall return to ignite the underground world into a frenzy. I am Yi Tian, and they call me the Prince of the Underworld. Chapter 1. Cast out from the Yi family. In the capital, at Hospital Number 1, in the intensive care unit, the corridor was eerily silent, the air thick as if it were made of lead, making it hard to breathe. Countless figures stood in tense formation. The slightest stomp could send tremors throughout Huaxia. Dressed in tailored suits, with hair meticulously groomed, the anxiety and fear etched on their faces was unmistakable. These individuals, usually seen only on the 7 o'clock news, stood before the hospital room door like schoolchildren in detention, not daring to utter a sound. At the forefront of the gathering stood a prominent figure, often featured in the news, now slightly bowed, his hands tightly clasping the frail hand of the elder on the hospital bed. Old chief, I have taken note. You need not worry. His voice was weighted with suppressed anguish. On the hospital bed, enveloped in machines, Yixingwa's parched lips moved, emitting barely audible sounds. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing ensued, causing the heart rate monitor to spike erratically, the respirator's mask instantly stained with dark red blood. Doctor, doctor, Yi Jiangwo, ever at the bedside, shouted in a trembling voice. Jiangwo. It is futile. The elder, with his bony, age-spotted hand, grasped Yi Jiangwo's arm. I am well aware of my own body. Cough, cough. Yi Jiangwo, a general in his 70s, wept like a child. Father, medical technology abroad is so advanced. I implore you, just go once. Not going. A flash of fierce determination sparked in the elder's murky eyes. In my youth, I led my brothers to vanquish those foreign devils. Now, in my old age, I will not go to their territory to beg for mercy. I, Yi Xinghua, cannot afford such humiliation. He took a breath, his voice growing louder. I have lived 106 years. That is sufficient. It is time to reunite with my old comrades. I must personally report to the old chief how powerful our nation has become. He will be pleased. At this moment, a brilliant light ignited in the elder's dimming eyes. Everyone knew this was a fleeting moment of clarity. Has he not yet arrived? The elder scanned the room, his gaze finally settling at the door, his voice hoarse with anticipation. Yi Jiangwo's face turned ashen, and he swiftly turned, his eyes piercing towards the entrance. The entire capital knew that the elder of the Yi family was clinging to life solely for one person, his great-grandson, Yi Tian, the young man once celebrated as the foremost crown prince of the capital, the sole hope for the fourth generation of the Yi family, as proclaimed by Yi Xinghua himself. Yet, this very youth had, just days prior, incited the elder to vomit blood, leading to a diagnosis of late-stage cancer, leaving him on the brink of death. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the corridor as the crowd parted to create a path that a figure emerged against the light, walking heavily into the room. With a buzz cut, bronze skin, and a black t-shirt that accentuated muscular contours, he entered, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. It was Yi Tian. How dare you show your face here? Yi Jiangwo, like an enraged lion, stepped in front of Yi Tian, pointing an accusatory finger at him. This is all your fault. If anything happens to my father, I will be the first to end your life. Yi Tian halted his steps, not sparing a glance for Yi Jiangwo, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the frail figure of the elder. His silence was perceived by Yi Jiangwo as the utmost provocation. Are you deaf, you scoundrel? Finally, Yi Tian moved. He ignored Yi Jiangwo's furious outburst, sidestepping him and advancing step by step towards the bed. Each step felt like a hammer striking the hearts of those present. He reached the bedside, and, amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, knelt down. Bang. A dull thud echoed as the marble floor cracked in a web-like pattern around his knee. The prominent figures present flinched involuntarily. Old chief. Yi Tian's voice was hoarse, as if sandpaper had grinded against it. He extended a trembling hand to grasp the elder's cold, withered hand. Unfilial descendant, Yi Tian, has returned to see you. Foolish child. The elder, who had kept his eyes shut, slowly opened them, exerting all his strength to grip Yi Tian's hand. In the eyes of our Yi family, anyone can be deemed unfilial, but you cannot. To the old chief, you are the most devoted of them all. Your first 20 years were filled with hardship. The old chief knows, he knows everything. As the elder spoke, a tear slipped from the corners of his murky eyes. But I cannot bear to do that. I cannot close my eyes in death. From this day forth, the old chief grants you freedom to live the life you desire. This is what I owe you. Child, do not hate me. Yi Tian knelt on the ground, his body trembling violently. He did not weep, but his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale from the exertion. "Old chief, I do not harbor hatred," he enunciated deliberately, his voice ringing with a steely resolve. "Everything you have done is for my benefit. Good. Good child." Yi Xinghua smiled, a smile filled with pride and satisfaction that he suddenly turned his gaze toward the silent assembly of influential figures in the room, as if he were addressing comrades who had fought alongside him in battle. His voice rose, powerful and commanding. "Brothers, I know you are all waiting for me. Wait just a moment longer. I still have matters to address. I know you envy me, Yi Xinghua, for having such a wonderful great-grandson." An astonishing light erupted in his eyes, fixated on the second-in-command, his voice booming with authority. "Yi Tian is the first Dragon King, forged by my very hands in nearly a century for Huaxia." Boom! The title of Dragon King resonated like thunder within the hospital room. The once composed dignitary stiffened, his grip on the elder's hand unconsciously tightening. The other informed elites displayed expressions of shock, their gazes towards Yi Tian transforming entirely. They no longer regarded him as a wayward descendant, but as an entity of formidable power. Yi Zhangwo stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. He had always known Yi Tian was exceptional, but had never realized that the nephew he had constantly berated had ascended to such heights. "Rest assured," the dignitary from the red walls leaned in, speaking softly. "Good, good, good." The elder repeated the word thrice, laughing heartily, his laughter filled with boundless pride and fulfillment. As he laughed, his voice gradually faded, slipping into the realm of memories. Amidst the tumultuous echoes of cannon fire, the indomitable resistance of the people armed with little more than rifles and the towering figure who led them out of darkness. "Commander, I have come to see you. Guard, Yi Xinghua, requests to return to duty." The old man uttered his last whisper, the hand that had firmly grasped Yi Tian's slipping away feebly on the monitor. The heart rate transformed into a cold, unyielding line, emitting a piercing, continuous alarm. "Old commander, may your journey be smooth." The distinguished figure within the red walls bowed deeply towards the hospital bed, his voice laden with sorrow. Within the ward, a stifling sound of weeping pervaded the air. Kneeling motionless, Yi Tian resembled a statue that a single, scalding droplet struck the back of his hand, jolting him into the realization that he had been shedding tears, oblivious to his own sorrow. "Scoundrel!" A thunderous rebuke shattered the somber atmosphere. Yi Zhangwo, eyes ablaze, pointed once more at Yi Tian. "Are you satisfied now? The elder has departed. You bring nothing but misfortune upon our family. We, the Yi clan, have no descendants like you." He inhaled deeply, seemingly having made a resolute decision, casting a frigid gaze over the room. "When the elder was alive, he sheltered you from storms. Now that he has left, I shall see who will protect you. The troubles you stirred outside, you will bear alone." Yi Tian slowly raised his head, meeting his gaze with calm composure. "Uncle, the elder has just departed. I wish to remain by his side a while longer. Accompany? You are unworthy." Yi Zhangwo scoffed coldly. "Oh, you think this matter ends here?" As his words lingered in the air, a series of measured, heavy footsteps approached from the corridor, each step resonating like a drumbeat against the heart. It was the sound of standard military boots. The gathering in the corridor stirred once more, parting to make way that a squad of law enforcement officers clad in black tactical uniforms, armed and ready, appeared at the entrance, led by a middle-aged man adorned with the insignia of a major. Bearing immense pressure, he entered the room filled with luminaries, locking his gaze onto the kneeling Yi Tian, saluting with respect, though his voice quavered. "Mr. Yi Tian, this is an arrest warrant." He trembled as he extended a document bearing a vivid red seal that in that instant, all eyes converged upon Yi Tian. A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corner of Yi Zhangwo's lips. Yet, Yi Tian merely regarded the arrest warrant with tranquility before slowly rising to his feet. Chapter 2. Do not anger me, or no one can protect you on this fateful day. When the old patriarch passed away, a child seemed to lose all protection. Yi Tian turned away, resembling a solitary wolf. The enforcer stepped forward, brandishing handcuffs to restrain him. "Wait, could you grant me a few minutes?" Yi Tian calmly inquired of the enforcer's leader. "All right," the enforcer replied slowly. Yi Tian maneuvered past the enforcers, and there, behind them, a graceful figure rushed towards him anxiously. Her gaze darted towards the hospital room, and only when she saw Yi Tian emerge did she exhale in relief. "Why does the Yin family strike now, of all times?" "The old patriarch," the figure exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth. "The old patriarch has departed," Yi Tian uttered, expelling a heavy breath. "What?" She clutched her mouth. tears welling in her eyes instantaneously. The tears flowed uncontrollably, cascading down her cheeks as she stepped forward to embrace the man before her. She understood that this man was the one who grieved the most for the Yi family. "All right, my dear, the Yin family is quite adept. I will handle this." Yi Tian gently patted Li Yinran's back and spoke softly. While the old patriarch was alive, the Yin family dared not make a move. He alone could safeguard the Yi family. Now that he has passed, the Yin family can no longer remain idle. "I will endure this imprisonment," Yi Tian reassured Li Yinran. "Rest assured, my Li family is not to be trifled with." Li Yinran bit her lip, gazing at Yi Tian with unwavering resolve. She knew that if this man wished to avoid imprisonment, there were countless methods at his disposal. After all, he was the first to receive the Huaxiao medal in modern times. He had once been the pride of the old patriarch and the nation. Yet, he chose to embrace imprisonment, for he intended to act under a different identity, as Yi Tian, rather than as a member of the Yi family. He was acutely aware that the old patriarch did not wish for the Yi family to decline or be tarnished. Thus, Yi Tian preferred to suffer imprisonment. Even if wrongfully accused, Li Yinran understood that when this man emerged from prison, the one who would send tremors through the underworld would return. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of anticipation regarding the expressions of the Yin family at that time. After Yi Tian was taken away, Li Yinran approached the hospital room. "Old patriarch, Yinran has come to see you. I remember you said you would preside over the wedding between me and Tian Ge. You also promised to help us with your great-grandson. But how could you leave us?" Tears streamed down her face like an unending torrent. "Rest assured, old patriarch. Even though Tian Ge is no longer of the Yi family, he will forever be my man, Li Yinran's husband. Anyone who dares to bully Tian Ge must first seek my Li family's consent," Li Yinran declared resolutely. Yi Jiangwo's expression darkened. Li Yinran's words were akin to a slap delivered directly to his face, silent yet deafening. It was indeed ironic that he, Yi Jiangwo, had personally expelled Yi Tian from the Yi family. Yet a mere girl dared to assert that the Li family would always stand as Yi Tian's support. Everyone understood that her words carried the weight of the Li family, not merely because she was the most beautiful woman in the capital, but also due to her remarkable prowess in building a commercial empire. She was a legendary figure in the business world. Having spoken, Li Yinran turned and departed. In the coming years, she intended to undertake certain endeavors to ensure that there would be resources available for Yi Tian upon his release. Jingnan Prison, situated in a remote area to the south of the capital, was encircled by mountains and high-voltage electric fences, rendering it nearly impenetrable. It was rumored that the underground was also fortified with high-voltage wires. The truth of these claims, however, remained unknown, as no one had ever successfully escaped from Jingnan Prison since its establishment. The inmates held within were predominantly the most vicious criminals from around the globe. With only a handful serving fixed sentences, Yi Tian was among them. The forces that had ensured his transfer to this prison were formidable. Number 9527, from this day forth, you have no name, no identity, only a number, the warden coldly informed Yi Tian. He was merely an ordinary warden, insignificant in the outside world, yet within the prison, he wielded a certain authority that commanded respect even from the most hardened criminals. He relished the unprecedented sense of fulfillment this position afforded him, particularly since he had been instructed to take special care of this new arrival. Yi Tian remained silent. "Am I speaking to a deaf person?" Warden Wang Hung barked at Yi Tian, who offered no response, his expression unreadable. "Do not provoke me. Let us coexist peacefully. Otherwise, not even the Yin family can protect you." These were Yi Tian's first words, delivered with a calmness that belied an underlying menace. In an instant, Wang Hung felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps rising all over his body. He felt as if he were being scrutinized by a terrifying beast. The sensation left him trembling. "Take him to cell 4, Wang Hung ordered, unable to meet Yi Tian's gaze, overwhelmed by the man's formidable presence. Cell 4? One of the subordinate guards questioned incredulously. "What? Are you not moving? Do you not understand my words?" Wang Hung shouted in anger. Yes. The guard nodded hastily, though internally he was engulfed by a storm of anxiety. Logically, given that Yi Tian was merely sentenced to 3 years, he should have been assigned to a standard cell. The designated area for cell 4 was reserved for the most dangerous criminals. He felt a pang of sympathy for the newcomer, yet dared not defy the warden. Following the orders without question, cell 4, a cramped space with bunk beds, opened its doors, and all eyes within turned to the new arrival. The warden shivered involuntarily as he sensed the malicious, playful glances directed at the entrance. "Your bed is the bottom bunk of bed 4, he instructed before locking the door and departing. Chapter 3. Cell for the iron door of the cell clanged shut behind him. the sound of the lock turning resonating with a dull finality, severing all ties to the outside world. The air was thick with a miasma of sweat, mildew, and a faint metallic tang. Within the cramped confines, 7 pairs of eyes fixated on him, filled with scrutiny, amusement, and unabashed malice. Yi Tian ignored their stares, striding directly to the bottom bunk of bed 4, the one the guard had indicated. He sought merely a sanctuary of quietude, his mind replaying the old patriarch's final moments. His heart constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, aching with a profound sense of loss. A towering bald man, nearly 2 meters in height, leapt from the upper bunk, his substantial mass striking the floor with a thud that reverberated through the confines of the cell. His body was adorned with menacing tattoos, one of which depicted a green dragon coiling up his neck, nearly covering half of his face, rendering him a figure of formidable ferocity. He obstructed Yi Tian's path like a wall, his imposing presence blocking any escape. Newcomer? He grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his voice rasping like a broken gong. Unfamiliar with the rules here? Yi Tian halted, lifted his gaze, and regarded him with unflinching calm. Step aside. The 2 words, devoid of any emotional inflection, froze the smiles of the onlookers in the cell. The bald man momentarily stood still, then erupted in fury, the dragon tattoo on his face seeming to come alive. What the hell did you just say to me? His massive hand shot out, grasping for Yi Tian's collar. In this cell number 4, if I tell you to stand, you damn well better not sit. If I say kneel, you will kneel. His tirade was abruptly cut short. Just as his hand was about to connect with Yi Tian's collar, Yi Tian moved. He was swift, so much so that none present could discern his motion. A sharp crack pierced the silence of the cell, chillingly distinct in the stillness. The bald man emitted a sound more beast than human. His outstretched arm twisting at an unnatural angle, the stark whiteness of bone breaking through skin, exposed to the air. Agony contorted his features, sweat breaking out on his bald head. Yet, this was merely the prelude. With an expressionless visage, Yi Tian delivered a precise chop to the man's throat. The man's scream was abruptly silenced, his eyes rolling back as his massive form crumpled to the ground with a heavy thud, succumbing to stillness. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 seconds. Silence enveloped the cell. The remaining 6 inmates, their expressions shifting from amusement to astonishment, then to profound fear, were left in shock. They were all desperate men, stained with blood, yet had never witnessed such a decisive and efficient display of violence. This was not a mere brawl. It was a cold, unadorned act of lethal skill. Yi Tian did not even glance at the unconscious giant beneath him, as if he had merely swatted a fly. He walked around the fallen body, approached the 4th bed, and sat down. Supporting his forehead with his hand, he closed his eyes. A veil of exhaustion and sorrow etched upon his brow. The atmosphere in the cell grew oppressively tense, the remaining inmates deliberately softening their breaths, fearful of disturbing this harbinger of death. Just then, a slow and deliberate applause echoed from the far end of the cell. Everyone jumped, turning towards the sound. A man clad in gray prison garb had somehow propped himself up, of average build and unremarkable appearance, the kind you could lose in a crowd. Yet, when he spoke, the temperature in the cell seemed to drop further. Indeed, quite impressive. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an unusual clarity. It has been ages since such an interesting newcomer graced cell number 4. He gracefully descended from the upper bunk, landing soundlessly, his movements reminiscent of a cat. He ambled over to the unconscious bald man, giving his face a contemptuous kick. Pathetic. The disdain dripped from his words as he raised his gaze toward Yi Tian, who remained seated by the bed. The other inmates instinctively recoiled, their expressions transforming into an even deeper dread. This man was the true sovereign of cell number 4. A lunatic condemned to life imprisonment for a series of brutal murders, known as Yin Wang. Yin Wang approached Yi Tian, halting a meter away, gazing down at the newcomer with a morbid excitement written across his sickly visage. You're quite the fighter. Yi Tian did not react, as though he had not heard. Yin Wang's smile widened, tinged with a hint of cruelty. I appreciate those who can fight. His tone shifted abruptly, turning icy. However, you have harmed my man and disrupted my rules. He pointed a finger at Yi Tian's bed. I have taken a liking to this bed. Now get off it. The final words dripped with a chilling authority, leaving the air in the cell tense, as all held their breath, bracing for an impending storm. One was a newcomer who had incapacitated a man upon arrival, the other, a long-established ruler of the cell. Finally, Yi Tian stirred, slowly opening his eyes. What lay within those eyes was profound, a bloodshot gaze, deep-set pupils swirling with boundless weariness and sorrow, yet beneath that sorrow simmered a fury potent enough to incinerate all. Do you wish to try? His voice was soft, hoarse, yet it caused Yin Wang's smile to freeze in place. From those eyes, Yin Wang perceived an unprecedented danger. It was not the ferocity of a desperate man or the brutality of a murderer. It was an indifference to life that towered above all else. In a mere glance, Yin Wang understood that this youth had blood on his hands. Much blood. After a brief moment of shock, Yin Wang erupted into manic laughter. How intriguing. Absolutely fascinating. He laughed until he doubled over, his body trembling. In this Jingnan prison, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. The laughter abruptly ceased. Yin Wang's expression twisted into a mask of rage as he lunged forward, one hand transforming into a claw, striking with lightning speed toward Yi Tian's throat. This maneuver had been honed through countless repetitions, swift, precise, and lethal. Countless souls had succumbed to his grasp, their throats crushed, lives extinguished. The other inmates in the cell shut their eyes in terror, unable to bear the anticipated bloodshed. Yet, instead of a scream, the sound of cracking bones echoed, accompanied by Yin Wang's stifled grunt of anguish. They opened their eyes to witness an indelible scene. Yi Tian remained seated at the edge of the bed, his posture unaltered. He had merely raised his right hand, intercepting Yin Wang's wrist with an uncanny precision. Yin Wang's hand, capable of crushing a throat, was now contorted at an unnatural angle, his face twisted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but found Yi Tian's grip akin to an iron vice, unyielding. You. Yin Wang could only muster a single word before he was rendered speechless. Yi Tian stood slowly, and with his rise, a terrifying aura surged forth, filling the cramped cell with an overwhelming presence. The remaining inmates felt their breath quicken, their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. This was a primal fear that emanated from the depths of their beings. I am not in a good mood today. Yi Tian looked down upon Yin Wang, who stood half a head shorter, his voice devoid of any emotion. Do not disturb me. As the last words fell, he yanked Yin Wang's wrist downwards with a forceful motion. The impact echoed through the cell. The King of Hell's knee struck heavily against the unyielding cement floor, producing a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The intense pain caused him to tremble. Yet what filled him with greater dread was the realization that he was utterly powerless against this force. His once prized speed, strength, and lethal skills were rendered as trivial as a child's play in the presence of this man. This was not a contest of equals, it was sheer domination. Yi Tian released his grip and returned to sit at the bedside, closing his eyes once more as if nothing had transpired. Throughout the ordeal, his expression remained unchanged. In the cell, silence reigned. The King of Hell knelt on the ground, head bowed, his twisted wrist hanging limply at his side, his body trembling slightly from pain and fear. He had been defeated, thoroughly and without question. His once cherished dignity and fearsome reputation lay shattered at this moment. The other prisoners looked at Yi Tian with nothing but awe. They finally understood that this newcomer was not merely a fierce dragon crossing the river, but a true deity, a god of death. After a long pause, the King of Hell struggled to rise, supporting himself with his uninjured hand as he slowly stood. He uttered no further threats and did not cast another glance at Yi Tian. Instead, he silently returned to his original upper bunk, curling up in the corner like a wounded wild dog, licking his own wounds. In that instant, the Tianzi No. 4 cell witnessed a transition of power, silent yet profoundly impactful. Clang. Just then, the iron door of the cell was violently thrown open from the outside. Warden Wang Hong, accompanied by several guards wielding batons, strode in, immediately taking in the scene within the cell. One man lay unconscious on the ground, while the marks of another's kneeling were still evident. Especially striking was the sight of even the King of Hell cowering in the corner, trembling, his pupils constricted in shock. But he quickly masked his astonishment with a sinister grin. The Yin family had instructed him to take good care of this fellow named Yi Tian. Initially concerned about a lack of justification, he now saw an opportunity arise. On his very first day, he dares to brawl in prison and injure someone to this extent. Wang Hung pointed his baton at Yi Tian, barking sharply. Do you think Jingnan prison is your backyard? Yi Tian opened his eyes and gazed at him calmly. What do you wish to do? What do I wish to do? Wang Hung was incensed by Yi Tian's demeanor. It seemed he wouldn't understand the gravity of his situation without a lesson. He gestured to the guards behind him. Take him to solitary confinement. Let him have a proper wake-up call. Yes. Several guards lunged at Yi Tian like wolves. He made no attempt to resist, merely standing up. As he passed by Wang Hong, he paused, leaned closer, and whispered softly enough for only the two of them to hear. What benefits has the Yin family afforded you? I, Yi Tian, shall offer you double. Consider it a purchase of your own life. The sinister grin on Wang Heng's face froze instantly. He whipped around to stare at Yi Tian's retreating figure, his heart racing uncontrollably. That statement, though whispered, struck like a frostbitten dagger, piercing deep into the most secretive recesses of his heart. How dare he utter such words? A chill surged from the soles of Wang Heng's feet to the crown of his head. He had believed this was merely a hapless fool who had offended the powerful, a plaything for him to manipulate. Yet now, he felt as though he had kicked an invisible iron plate with no bottom. Head, why are you still dazed? The urging voice of a guard snapped. Wang hung back to reality. He watched as Yi Tian was escorted away, his gaze fluctuating, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Double? By my life. Was this boy bluffing, or did he truly possess such audacity? Wang Heng's mind wrestled with conflicting thoughts. On one side lay the promises of benefits and a bright future from the Yin family. On the other was Yi Tian's warning, heavy with lethal intent. Ultimately, greed triumphed over fear. He gritted his teeth, a fierce expression resurfacing on his face. Damn it, a mere convict dares to threaten me. Wang Heng cursed inwardly. Upon entering Jingnan prison, one must either coil like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. I refuse to believe I cannot handle a mere fledgling. Having already accepted the Yin family's money, there was no turning back. If he withdrew now, he would not only forfeit the benefits, but also offend the Yin family, leading to a far worse fate. With this thought, Wang Heng's gaze turned even colder. Lock him up. No food or water shall be delivered without my command. I shall see just how resilient his spirit truly is. He bellowed at the guards escorting Yi Tian, issuing orders and bolstering his own courage. The solitary confinement in Jingnan prison was privately referred to by inmates as the Little Black Room. It was an enclosed space of less than 3 square meters, devoid of windows or light, with only a heavy iron door. Once the door closed, the world outside was consumed by endless darkness and silence. Bang! Yi Tian was roughly thrust inside, the iron door slamming shut behind him, the sound of the lock echoing harshly in the confined space. Darkness enveloped him, rendering him blind. The air was thick with a damp, moldy odor, cold and oppressive. For an ordinary person, such an environment could drive one to insanity within hours. Sensory deprivation rendered time meaningless, while solitude and fear gnawed at one's sanity like ants. Yet, Yi Tian simply stood in silence. He gradually leaned against the cold wall and sat down, burying his head between his knees. The clamor and chaos of the outside world became completely isolated. Here, at last, he found a space that was entirely his own, free from pretense and vigilance. The visage of the old master resurfaced vividly in his mind. From the moment he could remember, this elder had been his strongest pillar of support and sternest mentor. He taught him to read and write, yet also compelled him to endure the harshest training in winter and summer alike. Tian-er, remember, the men of the Yi family may bleed and sacrifice, but we shall never bend our spines. You are the greatest pride of this old man's life. Child, do not resent me. Those words and images surged forth like a tide, battering against his taut nerves. The sorrow he had forcibly suppressed within him found an outlet at this moment. His shoulders began to shake slightly, his body quivering violently. He did not cry out. He simply gritted his teeth, allowing hot tears to silently cascade down, soaking his clothes. The tear that fell upon his hand was not the only one. He merely left all his grief within this uncharted darkness. Time lost all meaning in the dark. He did not know how long it had passed, perhaps a day, perhaps 2. Yi Tian remained in that position, motionless, like a petrified statue. His sorrow, his guilt, his reluctance, all gradually settled within this profound silence, ultimately transforming into a deeper strength within his gaze. With a creak, the heavy iron door swung open, allowing a blinding beam of light to pierce through, causing Yi Tian, long accustomed to darkness, to squint slightly. The chief prison guard, Wang Heng, stood at the entrance, flanked by 2 guards. He leaned in to peer inside, but the scene he anticipated, one of mental collapse and desperate cries, did not materialize. In the shadows, that figure remained quietly seated, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet exuding a tranquil aura that sent a shiver through Wang Heng's heart. Oh, still quite resilient, I see, Wang Heng remarked, his tone laced with surprise and irritation. He waved his hand. Drag him out. 2 guards rushed in, each taking hold of Yi Tian's arms. Yi Tian did not resist, allowing them to pull him from the confinement cell. After hours without sustenance, his lips were parched and his complexion pale, yet his steps remained steady. Wang Heng, observing this, felt increasingly dissatisfied. It was akin to expending all one's strength for a punch, only to strike a mound of cotton, a frustration beyond words. How does it feel, kid? Wang Heng leaned closer to Yi Tian, lowering his voice to a tone of smugness. This is merely an appetizer. I have countless ways to make you beg for mercy. Yi Tian lifted his head, his cracked lips moving as a hoarse voice emerged. I offered you a chance. A chance? Wang Heng laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. You, a prisoner, dare speak of chances to me? Let me tell you, here, I am the law. If I allow you to live, you shall live. If I decree your death, then, his words were abruptly interrupted. Yi Tian suddenly raised his hand, moving faster than anyone could react. He did not strike Wang Heng, but merely patted his shoulder lightly, as if brushing off dust. Your left shoulder is half a centimeter lower than your right. You tend to drag your left foot while walking. Have you been experiencing palpitations and chest tightness, especially at midnight? The smile on Wang Heng's face froze, his pupils wide with horror. These symptoms he had never disclosed to anyone. Even he had merely attributed them to fatigue from work. How did he know? Why you how? Wang Heng's voice trembled. Yi Tian withdrew his hand, gazing at him calmly. This is a precursor to cardiac distress. If not addressed promptly, within half a month, you will die silently in your sleep. Nonsense. You're cursing me. Wang Heng screamed, as if a cat had its tail stepped on, but his reaction unveiled his inner fear. Yi Tian disregarded him and walked forward. I offer you one last chance. At this time tomorrow, bring what you need and come find me. Otherwise, prepare for a coffin. And please convey my message to the Yin family. Reaching the end of the corridor, Yi Tian halted without looking back, his voice clearly resonating in Wang Heng's ears. Their game had grown tiresome. Wang Heng stood frozen, chilled to the bone. Yi Tian's final words echoed in his mind like a haunting melody. Cardiac distress, silent death within half a month. Each word struck him like a heavy hammer, relentlessly pounding at his heart. He wanted to dismiss it as mere dramatization, as Yi Tian's intimidation tactics. Yet, the precision with which his hidden ailments were revealed left him with no choice but to believe. It felt as though he were stripped bare. All his secrets laid bare before the other, without a shred of concealment. Chief. A guard beside him tentatively nudged him. Huh. Wang Heng snapped back to reality, his body jolting. Are we sending that kid back to cell number 4? The guard inquired. Wang Heng's expression fluctuated, shifting between dark and light for quite some time. He recalled the promises made by a prominent figure from the Yin family, as well as Yi Tian's piercing gaze that seemed to see through everything. On one hand, there was an elusive future, on the other, a looming threat of death. This dilemma was not difficult to resolve. Send him back. Wang Heng gritted his teeth, almost forcing the words through clenched jaws. He decided to observe for another day. If his body indeed exhibited more severe issues tomorrow, he dared not contemplate further. In cell number 4, when the iron door of the cell swung open once again, Yi Tian's figure appeared at the threshold, leaving all inside momentarily stunned. Particularly, Yin Wang, curled up in the upper bunk, gazed at Yi Tian's unscathed return with shock and dread. He understood better than anyone what it meant to be taken away by the chief guard, especially to the Black Room. Since the establishment of the Jingnan prison, no one had ever emerged from that place so swiftly and intact. Who exactly was this newcomer? Yi Tian ignored the gazes upon him, walking directly to his bed and sitting down. He needed to replenish his strength. Hours without sustenance were not particularly daunting for him, yet the physical toll was undeniable. He closed his eyes, beginning to regulate his breathing. A peculiar rhythm emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to subtly shift. The others in the cell held their breath in awe, watching him with reverence. This man was redefining their understanding of power in a manner they could not comprehend. A night of silence passed. The following day, as the first rays of morning light filtered through the high corridor windows, casting mottled shadows in the prison, Wang Heng sat in his office, his eyes bloodshot, the ashtray before him overflowing with cigarette butts. He had not slept a wink. Chapter 6. Can I leave? Last night, the sensations of palpitations and chest tightness returned with a vengeance, more intense than ever before. Several times, he felt as though he could hardly breathe. Yi Tian's words hung over him like a death knell. He was afraid, truly afraid. He did not wish to die. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Come in, Wang Heng called weakly. A guard entered, his expression fraught with alarm. Chief, several vehicles with special plates are at the prison entrance, claiming they are here for a visit. Special plates? Wang Heng furrowed his brow. Who are they? The leading woman claims her name is Li Yanran. Li Yanran. Wang Heng sprang from his chair, his complexion draining of color in an instant. This name was known throughout the capital, Li's treasured jewel, the legendary goddess who had crafted a vast commercial empire. More importantly, everyone knew she was the fiancée of Yi Tian, the very harbinger of misfortune. Why would she come here? Could it be? Wang Heng dared not entertain the thought further. He snatched his hat from the table and rushed out in a flurry. Quick! Follow me to the entrance. As Wang Heng rushed breathlessly to the entrance of the prison, he was met with several black Hongqi sedans and their dazzling special license plates, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. The car door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a black trench coat, exuding an extraordinary aura. She wore sunglasses that obscured much of her face, yet her innate nobility and commanding presence rendered the surrounding air almost stagnant. It was Li Yanran. "Are you the person in charge here?" Li Yanran inquired, removing her sunglasses to reveal her cold, piercing eyes that swept over Wang Heng. "Why yes, Miss Li," Wang Heng stammered, bowing so low that he could hardly straighten his back. "I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I have come to visit my fiancée," Li Yanran stated bluntly, her tone devoid of any emotion. "According to regulations, new inmates cannot receive visitors within the first month," Wang Heng replied, bracing himself. Li Yanran remained silent, merely retrieving a document from her bag and handing it to him. "This is a visitation document specially approved by the Supreme People's Procuratorate." Wang Heng trembled as he accepted the document, and upon seeing the bright red seal and the intricate signature, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly losing consciousness. "This is extraordinary. Am I allowed to enter?" Li Yanran's tone grew colder. "Yes, of course. Miss Li, please." Wang Heng dared not utter another word, promptly leading the way with utmost respect. He finally comprehended what Yi Tian had meant by the game of the Yin family being utterly tedious. This was no mere dragon crossing the river. It was the emergence of a divine dragon. His petty tricks paled in comparison, likely not even qualifying as a game in her eyes. The Yin family had undoubtedly encountered a formidable opponent this time. Without the protection of the Yi family, Yi Tian had previously seemed like a mere insect. Little did he know that the Li family would stand unwaveringly behind Yi Tian during his most challenging times. Under Wang Heng's guidance, Li Yanran passed through several iron gates and arrived at the visitation room. Soon, Yi Tian was brought in. Upon seeing his slightly pale face and cracked lips, Li Yanran's eyes instantly reddened. "Tian Gu," she hastened forward, grasping Yi Tian's hand tightly, her voice filled with concern and grievance. Yi Tian responded by holding her icy hand in return and gently patting it. "I'm fine." He turned his gaze towards Wang Heng, who stood bewildered at the door. "Did you bring the items I instructed you to prepare?" Wang Heng jolted and quickly retrieved a cloth-wrapped object from his pocket, presenting it with both hands. I brought it. Mr. Yi, the silver needles you requested." Yi Tian accepted the cloth and unwrapped it, revealing dozens of silver needles of varying lengths. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Li Yanran and Wang Heng, he offered Li Yanran a gentle smile. "Give me 10 minutes. With that, he turned to face the wall, took a deep breath, and suddenly tore open the prison uniform covering his torso. The sight of intersecting scars across his muscular back was shocking, as if narrating the brutality he had endured. Li Yanran covered her mouth, unable to hold back her tears any longer, which cascaded down her cheeks. However, the next moment brought an even greater shock to both her and Wang Heng. Yi Tian grasped a silver needle, not even glancing at it, and accurately plunged it into an acupoint on his back. 1 needle, 2 needles, 3 needles. His movements were fluid and rapid, dazzling to behold. As the needles pierced his skin, the frail aura surrounding him visibly dissipated, replaced by an increasingly formidable and terrifying presence. The muscles on his back began to ripple, as if countless little dragons were stirring beneath his skin. A wave of scorching energy radiated from him, expanding outward. Wang Heng was struck by this force and staggered back several steps, collapsing onto the ground in sheer astonishment. He finally understood that Yi Tian was not seeking treatment for himself. The silver needles were meant to unlock a certain seal upon him. Boom. When the final needle was inserted, Yi Tian threw back his head and released a long-repressed roar. He slowly turned around, his eyes shining with brilliance. His previously pale complexion restored to a vibrant hue, and his aura reached a pinnacle. He was no longer the downcast inmate. He was the Dragon King, the terrifying existence that made even the upper echelons of Huaxia tremble. Yi Tian pulled the silver needles from his body and casually tossed them onto the table, producing a sharp clattering sound. He approached the petrified Wang Heng, looking down at him from a great height. "Can I leave now?" Yi Tian turned to Li Yanran and asked softly. "You know, this place cannot confine you. You can leave whenever you wish." Li Yanran replied in a similarly soft tone. She understood that as long as Yi Tian desired it, many would eagerly facilitate his release. Yet Yi Tian chose to remain imprisoned, seeking to sever ties with his past self and the Yi family. By the time he emerged, he would no longer be the prince of the capital. He would once again be the underground king who made the entire underworld quake. Chapter 7. The new king rises powerfully. The old king stands in his path. Yi Tian tenderly grasped Li Yanran's cool hand, using his fingertip to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. His voice gentle. "Silly girl, I am fine." He then spoke rapidly, as if issuing a series of undeniable commands. 3 tasks. First, at all costs, acquire a shell company named Lufthansa. Second, go to the antique market in the south of the city and find a limping watchmaker known as Lao Gui, and deliver this to him. Yi Tian produced an ancient-looking copper coin from his pocket and placed it in Li Yinran's palm. Third, inform the Li family that the storm has only just begun, and they should remain steady and observe the changes. Although Li Yinran did not fully grasp the profound implications of these arrangements, she hesitated not for a moment and nodded earnestly. She could sense that her man was orchestrating a grand scheme capable of overturning the entire capital. She tightened her grip on Yi Tian's hand, her tone resolute. "Tian-gu, you focus on your plans inside. I will be your sharpest blade on the outside." This exchange laid the first piece of the chess game for their future collaboration. The interplay of black and white would lead to a seismic upheaval. Li Yinran cast a deep gaze at Yi Tian before turning to leave, her steps resolute and purposeful. She knew that lingering even a moment longer would waste Yi Tian's precious time. As the visitation room door closed, Yi Tian's icy gaze finally fell upon Wang Hong. He kicked over an iron chair, which scraped loudly against the floor, coming to a halt before Wang Hong. "Sit." The single command sent a violent tremor through Wang Hong's body. He thought his demise was imminent, but Yi Tian's subsequent words struck him like a bolt from the blue. "Your palpitations and chest tightness are not due to exhaustion." Yi Tian's tone was flat yet piercing. "They are the result of a slow-acting poison called 7-day soul severance, administered to you by the Yin family." A thunderclap. Wang Hong's mind went blank in an instant. He suddenly recalled the exquisite packages of special cigarettes that the steward of the Yin family presented to him each time, along with the profound words, "Warden Wang, your hard work is appreciated. This is a small token from the Yin family to invigorate your mind." Invigorate the mind? It was, in fact, a death warrant. He realized that he had merely been a pawn, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. The sheer terror of death and the overwhelming fury of being betrayed like a dog shattered all his psychological defenses in an instant. Thud. Wang Hong fell to his knees before Yi Tian, rolling and crawling, his forehead repeatedly striking the concrete ground with a dull thud. Tears streamed down his face as he rasped, "Mr. Yi, spare me. Master Yi, please grant me mercy. I, Wang Hong, have been blind to your greatness. I am not a human, but a beast. I am willing to be your servant, just pleading for you to save my life. I beg you." Yi Tian looked down at him, his expression inscrutable. He withdrew the thinnest silver needle from a cloth pouch and flicked it gently with his fingertip. Whoosh. The silver needle transformed into an almost imperceptible flash of light, piercing Wang Hong's chest at a specific acupoint, the tail of the needle vibrating incessantly. Wang Hong felt a warm current radiating from his chest, alleviating much of the suffocating sensation that had been constricting him, allowing him to breathe more easily. Yi Tian spoke with indifference. "This will only sustain you for a month. If you wish to live, become my most loyal dog. From this moment on, your life belongs to the Yi family." Wang Hong, no longer daring to hesitate, repeatedly bowed his head to Yi Tian, causing blood to ooze from his forehead. "Thank you, Master Yi, for granting me life." "Thank you, Master Yi." He rose from the ground, and when he looked at Yi Tian again, his demeanor had entirely transformed. No longer did he regard him as a mere prisoner, but rather as a master akin to a steward. He personally opened the door, bowing and scraping as he escorted Yi Tian back to the prison block. Along the way, every guard and inmate who witnessed this scene was left aghast, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment, their hearts roiling with tumult. The once tyrannical Wang Yama was now showing deference to a newly arrived inmate, as if he were a grandson. Had the world gone mad? However, as Yi Tian stepped into the long corridor of the Tianhao block, the atmosphere abruptly shifted. An invisible pressure surged from either side. The heavy iron doors of the Dizzy and Xuanji blocks had been opened from within without anyone's notice. To the left stood a slender, middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of cultured elegance, leaning against the doorframe with a hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth. To the right, an old man, bent and shrouded in shadows, seemed on the verge of sleep, yet his occasionally open murky eyes revealed a serpent-like coldness. The ruler of the Dizzy block, Gui Xuanzi. The ruler of the Xuanji block, Lao Shi. The true triad of kings within Jingnan prison now fixed their scrutinizing gazes upon Yi Tian from across the corridor. The equilibrium of power among the three was about to be irrevocably disrupted by his arrival. The lengthy corridor transformed into a silent battlefield. The air grew stifling, almost solidifying into substance. All inmates within the Tian, D, and Xian blocks held their breath, sensing the fierce clash of the three formidable auras. A new king rose with force, while the old king stood in his path. This was the most violent storm before a power transition within Jingnan prison. Following closely behind Yi Tian, Wang Heng was already drenched in sweat, feeling his legs tremble under the weight of this pressure, afraid to even take a breath. Gui Swanzi broke the silence first. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, their lenses glinting ominously, a smile concealing a blade. To have Warden Wang willingly serve as your subordinate. You possess quite the skill, my friend. His voice was soft yet reverberated throughout the corridor. But tell me, do you intend to carve out a piece of the pie in this prison, or do you wish to smash everyone's pots? In his words lay a subtle trap. Carving a piece of the pie implied that Yi Tian would vie for power and profit, making him an enemy of all inmates. To smash pots meant opposing the entire prison's order. Regardless of Yi Tian's response, he would find himself in an exceedingly disadvantageous position. Yet, before Yi Tian could speak, the old snake in the shadows suddenly twitched his nose and mumbled in a voice barely audible, "This scent, is that from Longmen?" As the words fell, a glimmer of extreme suspicion flashed in his murky eyes. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he turned and staggered back into the depths of the dark cell, seemingly losing interest in the impending confrontation. The old snake's unexpected behavior momentarily stalled the smile on Gui Swanzi's face. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yi Tian smirked, his deep-set eyes piercing through Gui Swanzi's very soul. Chapter 8. A life at stake. Carve a piece of the pie? Smash pots. Your vision is too narrow. This casually spoken remark was the first to alter Gui Swanzi's expression. Yi Tian surveyed the oppressive prison, his voice not loud, yet imbued with an unparalleled penetrating power that resonated in every ear. I have come here not to scrap with you domesticated cattle over the remnants in the trough. I am here. He paused, each word resonating with authority. To dismantle this breeding ground. Boom. The declaration sent shockwaves throughout the room. Even the cunning Gui Swanzi found his mind reeling from the unprecedented impact. To dismantle the breeding ground. Such audacity, such tyranny, such an unfathomable proclamation. These individuals had spent their lives battling for supremacy within the prison, vying for who would be king, who would eat better, and who would live with more dignity. Yet this man before them sought to overturn the entire prison, to shatter the very cage that had imprisoned them all. This was a thought process from an entirely different dimension. It was a dimensional strike. The smile on Gui Swanzi's face vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He finally understood that this man was not merely a madman seeking territory, but rather a dragon with terrifying ambitions, impossible to fathom. In his presence, the so-called cunning and schemes he had once relied on seemed laughably trivial. Shifting from viewing Yi Tian as a rival to now needing to look up to him, Yi Tian paid no mind to the varied expressions of those around him as he strode directly back to cell 4 of the Tian block. The moment he entered the cell, every inmate, including Yin Wang, instinctively lowered their heads, their bodies slightly bowing in the most humble manner to welcome their new king. Yi Tian sat upon his bed, casting a casual glance around, and discovered, resting silently on his pillow, an ice-cold black go piece. He reached out, pinching the piece between his fingers. It felt icy to the touch, yet smooth and warm. He understood this was an invitation from Gui Swanzi. That self-conceited fellow, though intimidated by his aura, remained unconvinced at heart. He sought to utilize his expertise in intelligence and strategy to regain his standing. Gripping the go piece, Yi Tian's lips curled into a chilling smile. A game has commenced, wagering the ownership of the entire Jingnan prison. The following day, during the exercise period, the atmosphere in the yard was electric, as inmates from various blocks gathered, an extraordinary sight. Amidst the chaos, an unremarkable-looking prisoner stealthily approached Yi Tian, slipping a crumpled note into his hand before vanishing into the throng. Yi Tian unfolded the note, revealing the flamboyant script of the Gui Swanzi, a challenge. The message was simple. 3 events would unfold in the prison cafeteria today, and if Yi Tian could predict the outcome of 2 of them, he would win the allegiance of the entire DZ block. The first question posed, who would receive the last scoop of the braised pork served at lunch? A seemingly trivial query, yet fraught with hidden implications. The braised pork was the singular delight all prisoners looked forward to each week, and the fate of the last serving often ignited minor skirmishes. This was a test of observation, judgment, and familiarity with the internal power dynamics of the prison. Upon reading the note, a disdainful smile graced Yi Tian's face. In front of the distant observer, he ignited the note, watching it turn to ash. Then, speaking in a manner only the observer could comprehend, he mouthed a few words. Your loyalty is worthless. If I win, your life is mine. If I lose, My life is yours. Are you willing to play? The message swiftly traversed through several inmates, reaching the ears of the Gue Swansea. Upon hearing the report, he was momentarily stunned, then trembled with excessive excitement, his eyes glimmering with a sickly fervor behind his glasses. A madman. Truly an unhinged lunatic. Ha! Excellent. I shall play along. During lunchtime, the atmosphere in the cafeteria grew increasingly peculiar. All eyes, whether intentional or not, were drawn to the large pot of gleaming, aromatic braised pork at the serving window. The Gue Swansea's men had already narrowed down the potential recipients of the last scoop, awaiting Yi Tian's choice. Yet, Yi Tian did not cast a glance at the pot. Instead, he strode directly to a secluded corner of the cafeteria, where a scrawny inmate named Housie, ostracized for theft, was hunched over, ravenously consuming a dry bun. Yi Tian approached him and, under Housie's terrified gaze, poured all the braised pork from his plate into Housie's bowl. He uttered a single sentence: "Lift your head and reclaim the dignity that is rightfully yours." Housie trembled violently, raising his head to meet Yi Tian's profound gaze. For the first time, a spark ignited in his previously numb eyes. Dignity. How distant, how extravagant a word it seemed. As the cook hesitated over which gang leader to serve the final scoop of pork, Housie seized the moment. Summoning every ounce of courage he possessed, he charged at a bully several times his size, thrusting his battered plate forward and bellowing with all his might. "Give it to me." His roar was filled with long-suppressed anger and defiance. The cafeteria fell silent for a heartbeat. The cook, momentarily startled by the outburst, inexplicably poured the last scoop of meat into Housie's plate. In the first round, the Gue Swansea lost. Yi Tian did not merely predict the outcome, he created it. Within the DZ block, the Gue Swansea listened to his subordinate's report, his countenance paling for the first time. He immediately initiated the second question, using bribed guards. He instigated a brawl between two rival gangs with a long-standing grudge. Dozens of inmates clashed in a chaotic melee. A new note soon arrived: "My men will tilt the scales, only taking one gang leader." Guess who? This was an open scheme, compelling Yi Tian to utilize Wang Heng as a card. Regardless of which leader he chose to protect, he would offend the other. This was a test to gauge his control over the prison's factions. In the yard, the bribed guard, as predicted by the Gue Swansea, blew the whistle and charged in, targeting one of the gang leaders. Just then, a thunderous shout erupted like a clap of thunder. Chapter 9. You are the king of hell. The foremost among the 10 Yama kings, Qin Guang Wang. All of you, cease at once. Wang Heng stormed in with a squad of guards, fierce as wolves. However, he did not follow anyone's script. Instead, he brandished his baton at everyone present, delivering a thunderous proclamation. "Mr. Yi has issued a decree. Anyone causing trouble in the yard today will have their legs broken and be thrown into solitary confinement." The mere utterance of Mr. Yi's name seemed to possess an irresistible power. All the inmates engaged in the brawl, including the two bloodthirsty leaders, froze as if under a spell, halting their actions instantly. Wang Heng's unilateral decision rendered the Gue Swansea's scheme useless. In his own way, he proclaimed Yi Tian's supreme authority over the entire Jingnan prison. In the second round, Yi Tian triumphed with a more domineering and unreasonable approach. Within the DZ block, the Gue Swansea slumped despondently onto his bunk. His once proud intellect rendered fragile as paper in the face of Yi Tian's absolute strength and insight. He had lost, completely and utterly. Just as Yi Tian prepared to welcome the Gue Swansea's submission, Wang Heng burst in, his face ashen and voice trembling. "Mr. Yi, a grave situation has arisen. News from outside indicates that the Yin family has taken action against Miss Li." Wang Heng nervously handed over a crumpled newspaper, dampened by his perspiration. The front page bore shocking black headlines that pierced Yi Tian's gaze. Business goddess Li Yinran suspected of major financial fraud, Li Group under investigation, on the brink of collapse. Just as victory was secured in the chess game, a cataclysmic tidings shattered the reality of the battlefield. Li Yinran was ensnared in a dire predicament. A chilling, bone-deep murderous intent erupted from Yi Tian, instantly enveloping the entire block. The temperature of the air plummeted, as if winter had abruptly arrived. The Gue Swansea, on the brink of the Tianzi block, prepared to honor their wager and fully submit, was halted in his tracks by this terrifying aura. His body frozen as if plunged into an icy abyss. He beheld Yi Tian slowly rise, his previously impassive face now shrouded in an impenetrable frost. His eyes, no longer merely profound, appeared as two blazing orbs of black flame, capable of incinerating all in their path. The Yin family. Yi Tian spat the words through clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with blood. The newspaper in his hand disintegrated into ash without any external force, cascading down like snow. This display sent the Gui Swansea and Wang Heng's eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Such was the manifestation of inner strength, the ability to transform qi into matter. This man was not only a master of combat, but also a profound practitioner of ancient martial arts. Mr. Yi, please do not be angry. Wang Heng's voice trembled uncontrollably. Fearing that Yi Tian might, in a fit of rage, demolish the prison, Yi Tian ignored him and walked directly toward Gui Swansea. Before Yi Tian, Gui Swansea's breathing became cautious as he experienced true fear for the first time. In the face of absolute power, all cunning is rendered a mere joke. Your life is temporarily spared. Yi Tian's voice was hoarse yet imbued with an irresistible authority. From this moment on, Jingnan Prison is under my command. You, along with that old snake, are responsible for managing this place well. I want the entire prison to become my subordinate. Yes, Mr. Yi. Gui Swansea knelt without hesitation, bowing his proud head. He understood that from this moment forth, there would be only one king in Jingnan Prison, Wang Heng. Yi Tian turned around. Yes, your orders, Yi Master. Wang Heng quickly responded. Prepare a private room for me. I wish to see someone. Immediately, at once. Understood. Half an hour later. In an interrogation room deep within the prison, Yi Tian sat quietly on a chair, eyes closed in meditation, yet the atmosphere in the room was suffocatingly oppressive. The door swung open. A thin, disheveled inmate in prison garb was pushed inside by the guard. Upon seeing Yi Tian, he collapsed to his knees, trembling. Yi Master, you called for me? This man was the rat whom Yi Tian had earlier rewarded with meat in the cafeteria. Yi Tian opened his eyes. The boiling bloodlust had subsided, yet his gaze grew increasingly profound. Rat, I remember that your crime for which you were incarcerated was corporate espionage, having stolen a confidential document from the Yin family conglomerate. The rat shivered and hastily bowed his head. Master Yi, your insight is remarkable. I was wronged. I am merely a lowly programmer. How could I ever access such secrets? I am aware of your wrongful accusation. Yi Tian spoke lightly. I did not summon you to revisit your case. I require you, right now, to breach the internal network firewalls of the Yin family conglomerate. Can you accomplish this? The rat suddenly raised his head, shock plastered across his face. Master Yi, this is impossible. The Yin family's network security is world-class, and I have no tools available here. Tools I possess. Yi Tian glanced toward the doorway. Wang Heng understood immediately and had someone bring in a box. When the box was opened, it revealed the latest model of a military-grade encrypted laptop and a portable satellite signal receiver. These items were typically utilized by the prison for network monitoring and information reporting, yet Wang Heng had unhesitatingly presented them now. The rat gazed at these devices, his eyes wide with amazement. He was a natural hacker, with an obsession for such equipment ingrained in his very being. With these, perhaps I can give it a try? The rat's breathing became rapid, not a trial run. Yi Tian stood, approaching him, placing a hand on his shoulder. It must be accomplished. Upon success, not only will I exonerate you and secure your release, but I shall also grant you a future beyond your wildest imagination. However, should you fail, Yi Tian did not need to finish his sentence. The chilling tone conveyed everything. The rat shivered, meeting Yi Tian's emotionless gaze, and nodded vigorously. Master Yi, do not worry. Give me 3 hours. I will certainly penetrate their defenses. A silent war within the depths of the prison, targeting a vast commercial empire, had quietly commenced. Meanwhile, in the capital, beneath the Li family group building, reporters and anxious shareholders gathered. Inside the building, tension hung thick in the air. Li Yanran stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor, observing the chaos below, her exquisite features marred by frost. Her phone rang. It was her father, Li Jinhua, the patriarch of the Li family. Yanran, the situation is dire. The Yin family is determined to eliminate you. They have mobilized official forces, freezing our accounts and halting all projects. Their power lies in politics. While our Li family is entrenched in the military, we have no means to counter them, unless the Yi family intervenes. With the elder Yi gone, the Yi family can no longer dominate the political arena against the Yin family. On the other end of the line, Li Jinhua's voice was filled with exhaustion and helplessness. Father, do not worry, I can endure. Even without the Yi family, I, Li Yanran, am not to be trifled with. Li Yanran's voice remained calm. Silly child, how can you endure? The Yin family is employing overt tactics to force you to yield, to completely sever ties with that young man, Yi Tian. Li Jinhua lamented. It is impossible. Li Yanran's response was resolute. The man I choose, even if ensnared in a prison, remains a king, and I am his queen. The Yin family underestimates my resolve. as well as Tianji's. After ending the call, Li Yanran took a deep breath and dialed another number. Uncle Li, it is I, a frail, hoarse voice responded from the other end. Young miss, what is your command? Tiangu has instructed me to acquire a company called Lufting Capital. You must act immediately. Lufting Capital? A trace of confusion laced Uncle Li's voice. Young miss, I have investigated this company. It is merely a shell, and its background seems rather unsavory. Li Yanran approached her desk, picking up the ancient copper coin Yi Tian had given her, caressing it thoughtfully. Follow his instructions. Understood. In the interrogation room of Jingnan prison, the rat sat before the computer, his fingers dancing over the keyboard like a blur, the screen displaying a cascade of rapidly refreshing code. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet his gaze was intensely focused and exhilarated. Wang Heng and several guards stood nearby, too afraid to breathe. Yi Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the direction of the capital. I found it. 3 hours later, the rat leapt from his chair, exclaiming with excitement. Master Yi, I have found it. I bypassed their main firewall and discovered a hidden backdoor to their internal server. Yi Tian slowly turned around. Excellent. Now, assist me in sending a document to all media outlets and the disciplinary inspection department in the capital. Yi Tian handed over a USB drive. This was evidence he had prepared prior to his incarceration, showcasing the Yin family's collusion with officials, their disregard for human life, and their myriad heinous crimes. The rat accepted the USB drive, his hands trembling. He understood that the moment he pressed the return key, a monumental storm would erupt in the capital. Without hesitation, he inserted the USB into the computer and opened the encrypted file. Upon seeing its contents, he gasped in shock. The file has been sent successfully. The rat slumped back into his chair, drenched in sweat. Yi Tian approached him, patting his shoulder. From this day forth, you are no longer the rat. You are the king of hell, Qin Guang Wang, the leader of the 10 Yama kings. The body of the mouse trembled violently, and a fervent light erupted in his eyes. Yi Tian emerged from the interrogation room, and Wang Heng along with Gui Swansea immediately followed suit. Convey my orders. Yi Tian's voice echoed through the vast corridor. All death row inmates and all life-sentenced felons at Jingnan prison assemble in the playground. I intend to grant them a chance for rebirth. The Yinluo Hall is hereby officially established in this place today. For the first time, the alarm of Jingnan prison rang out, not due to a riot. The piercing sound shattered the prolonged silence above the prison. While searchlights on the high walls frantically swept across the area, a battalion of armed prison guards surged forth from all directions, anxiously establishing defensive lines. The playground was densely packed with inmates. Unlike the usual nonchalance during exercise time, the atmosphere was now so tense it seemed palpable. On the left stood all the prisoners from the Tian, Di, and Xin districts, struggling to maintain formation under the oppressive gaze of Gui Swansea and a few trusted subordinates. To the right were the hardened criminals escorted from the deepest recesses of the prison, death row inmates and life-sentenced desperados. Each of these individuals bore a notorious reputation. Stained with blood, their eyes devoid of any longing for life, only reflecting a thirst for annihilation. They were isolated, resembling a pack of feral beasts bound by iron chains. They emitted low growls towards the surrounding guards and inmates, exuding an aura of brutality and madness. Gui Swansea, observing this group, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He prided himself on his intelligence and ability to manipulate the hearts of men. Yet in the face of these unpredictable lunatics, all his schemes seemed utterly impotent. Could Yi Tian truly command these monsters? On the platform, Yi Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the sharply defined factions below. Behind him stood Wang Heng and the newly appointed Qin Guang Wang, the mouse. Silence enveloped the scene. Yi Tian spoke, his voice not loud, yet distinctly overpowering the clamor in the playground. The previously roaring felons fell silent, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, their fierce eyes fixated on the figure atop the platform. I know what you are thinking. You believe your lives are over, hopelessly ruined. You harbor hatred for this world, for everyone, and for yourselves. Yi Tian did not deliver a passionate speech. He merely stated a fact in the calmest tone. I cannot grant you freedom, at least not at this moment. But I can offer you an opportunity, a chance to live anew. He extended a finger. From this day forth, you are no longer prisoners. You are warriors of the Yinluo Hall. Your names, your pasts, are all dead. You shall possess new code names, new identities, and new objectives. Your goal is no longer to languidly await death or to devise ways to escape. Your objective is to follow me and tear apart those lofty adversaries who imprisoned you, to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to you, dignity, wealth, and the power to dictate your own fates. Do you dare? The last 3 words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of every felon. An extended silence followed, until a death row inmate with a scarred face and a single eye suddenly erupted into a hoarse, manic laughter. Ha ha, you speak more beautifully than a song. Why should I believe you? Just because you can move your lips? Indeed, if you want us to risk our lives, you must demonstrate some real capability. Show us, new king, what you are truly capable of. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with fury, and the felons began to stir once more. Yi Tian remained unperturbed, calmly observing the one-eyed man leading the outcry. What is your name? I am Scorpion. I've killed 13 men and faced the death penalty 3 times. The one-eyed man bellowed, pride evident on his face. Very well, Yi Tian nodded. From now on, you are my soldier. Before the words had left his lips, his figure vanished from the platform, reappearing before Scorpion in an instant. It was so swift that no one could react, not even Scorpion himself. Yi Tian extended his hand, gently pressing it against Scorpion's crown. Scorpion froze, feeling a warm stream of energy surge from the top of his head, coursing through his entire being. The hidden injuries he had sustained from years of combat, the ailments that had tormented him for countless nights, were miraculously mended at an astonishing pace by this influx of energy. He could even hear his bones crackling, his vitality surging anew. A sensation of unprecedented strength filled his body. You, Scorpion stared at Yi Tian, rendered speechless. I can make you stronger. And I can also turn you into a corpse in an instant. Yi Tian withdrew his hand, his tone monotonous. Now, do you still wish to see my capabilities? Scorpion stood in stunned silence. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, his leg, once stiff from old injuries, suddenly bent. With a thud, he sank to one knee, lowering the head that had never bowed to anyone, expending all his strength to roar out 2 words. I submit. His submission was akin to the first domino falling. The remaining felons, witnessing the transformation of Scorpion, gradually replaced their madness and ferocity with a burgeoning sense of hope and fervor. We are willing to follow Mr. Yi. We are willing to serve the Yanluo Hall unto death. A tremendous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of Jingnan prison. Just then, a jarring screech of brakes echoed from outside the prison gates. A convoy of luxurious black cars arrogantly halted at the entrance. The doors swung open, revealing a young man clad in a pristine white suit, his demeanor haughty, flanked by a cadre of black-clad bodyguards. It was Yin Fei, a core member of the 3rd generation of the Yin family. He cast a glance at the unusual scene within the prison, a contemptuous smirk curling his lips. It seems this prison is due for a thorough overhaul. He strode directly toward the terrified Wang Heng, tapping his face with a golden-tipped cane. Director Wang, I have heard that a rather disobedient inmate has arrived here. I have come specifically to see what kind of 3-headed, 6-armed individual dares to oppose the Yin family. Yin Fei's gaze swept past everyone until it locked onto the figure on the platform, meeting his eyes. Bring him to me. Wang Heng's cold sweat instantly poured down. On one side was Yi Tian, who had just subdued the most notorious felons, exuding an aura of fearsome power. On the other was the young master of the Yin family, representing the pinnacle of power in the capital, capable of deciding his life or death with a single word. He felt as if he were a mouse caught in a box, squeezed from both ends. What's the matter? Did Director Wang not hear my words? Yin Fei's voice turned icy, the cane he held thudding lightly against Wang Heng's chest. And no, young Master Yin, please wait a moment. Wang Heng wiped his cold sweat, steeling himself to turn toward the platform. But before he could speak, Yi Tian's voice preemptively rang out. Let him come up. The 3 unassuming words bore an irresistible command. Yin Fei arched an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. He pushed aside the bodyguard beside him, adjusted his suit, and genuinely stepped onto the high platform alone. On the playground, the gaze of thousands of prisoners was fixated on these 2 men. One was the newly emerged underground monarch, and the other was the elite young master of the capital. This was a clash between 2 realms, a confrontation of kings. Yi Tian, we meet again. Yin Fei approached Yi Tian, merely 3 steps apart, scrutinizing Yi Tian's prison garb with exaggerated disapproval. TSK. I never expected the once glorious prince of the Yi family to now be reduced to this pitiful state. This attire suits your current status rather well. Chapter 11. Manipulating young Master Yin at will. Yi Tian remained silent, merely observing him, akin to watching a jester. Noticing Yi Tian's indifference, Yin Fei's disdain intensified. What's the matter? Unconvinced. Let me inform you. This is merely the beginning. He leaned closer, lowering his voice to a volume only the 2 could hear. Your woman, Li Yinran, must be having a rough time now, right? The stock of the Li group has plummeted today. Soon, she will be left with nothing due to massive debts. and then she'll scurry back to the Li family with her tail between her legs. At that point, do you think I might show her some mercy and lend her a hand? Provided she obediently kneels before me. Before he could finish, a hand had already seized his throat. It was Yi Tian. His movements were not swift, yet Yin Fei found himself unable to evade. A terrifying force emanated from his neck, rendering him breathless, his face turning crimson. You dare to touch me? A glimmer of fear flashed in Yin Fei's eyes. He never imagined Yi Tian would act here, in front of so many witnesses. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, you annoying. Yi Tian tightened his grip slightly, and Yin Fei's subsequent words morphed into agonized groans. He felt his cervical spine protesting under the strain, the shadow of death looming over him more palpably than ever before. The bodyguards below were alarmed and hastily drew their weapons, ready to rush up. Yet, as they began to ascend the steps, Gui, Swansea, and Scorpion, accompanied by a group of the most ferocious criminals, blocked their path. My master is conducting business. Outsiders should retreat. Gui Swansea's voice was frigid. One more step forward, and you shall meet your end. Scorpion's words were even more direct, his eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. On the high platform, Yi Tian held Yin Fei by the throat, lifting him to the edge. Looking down at the thousands of fervent eyes below, do you think the Yin family's status is your shield? Yi Tian whispered in his ear, his voice akin to a devil from the netherworld. Here, I am the heavens. Do you believe that if I were to throw you off this ledge, within 3 seconds, you would be torn to shreds by this group of underlings I just subdued? Yin Fei gazed into the unabashed greed and madness reflected in the eyes of the prisoners below, a chill coursing through him. He believed it. He had no doubt that these men would act on it. What do you want from me? Fear finally eclipsed Yin Fei's arrogance. Very simple. Yi Tian released his grip. Yin Fei collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Return and inform the Yin family's decision-makers. Li Yinran is my bottom line. If you harm a single hair on her head, I will ensure that the entire Yin family is expelled from the capital. Also, about the money you lost last month in Outao, quite a sizable hole, isn't it? Did you think nobody knew about your attempts to cover it up with company project funds? Boom. This statement struck Yin Fei's mind like a thunderclap. He shot up, incredulous as he stared at Yi Tian. This matter was his greatest secret. He executed it flawlessly. Even his father was unaware. How did Yi Tian know? Within 3 days, I expect to see the Li group restored to normalcy. Otherwise, this bill will find its way to the desk of the Yin family patriarch. Yi Tian concluded, not sparing him another glance as he turned to descend the high platform. Yin Fei stood there, dazed, his face pale, drenched in cold sweat. He had come intending to flaunt his power and utterly dismantle Yi Tian's psychological defenses. Instead, he had been effortlessly ensnared in a trap, thoroughly defeated. He fled the Jingnan prison in disgrace, not daring to look back. This confrontation ended with Yi Tian's resounding victory. The entire prison's inmates bore witness to how their king toyed with an arrogant young master of a prominent family. In an instant, Yi Tian's prestige soared to its zenith. However, at that moment, Qin Guangwang, the rat, approached Yi Tian with a cryptic satellite phone, his expression grave. Yi, there has been a turn of events in the capital. The evidence we disseminated, while it caused a tremendous uproar and led to a plummet in the Yin family stock prices, was swiftly suppressed by a more formidable force. Moreover, the most explosive scandal does not point to the Yin family's core, but rather, who? Yi Tian furrowed his brow. Qin Guangwang inhaled deeply, laboriously uttering a name. It's someone from the Yi family, your third uncle, Yi Jianjun. The mention of this name sent a tremor through Yi Tian. Yi Jianjun, his usually low-key uncle who played the role of the family's peacemaker, was an integral part of the Yin family's corrupt chain. This game was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Just then, Wang Heng rushed over, clutching a document as he stumbled. Yi, there's news from Miss Li. She has successfully acquired Lufting Capital and, per your instructions, opened the company's secret safe. Inside, there were no documents, only an old photograph. Wang Heng handed Yi Tian a well-preserved black and white photograph. In it, 2 young men in vintage military uniforms stood proudly side by side. One was the young Yi family patriarch, Yi Xinghua. The other, Yi Tian's pupils constricted sharply. The other person in the photograph, though he had never seen him, bore a striking resemblance to Yin Fei, at least 7 parts similar. On the back of the photograph, a line of elegant, slightly faded penmanship remained discernible. Xinghua, my brother, Yin Yunlong, my younger brother. Taken in 1949, beneath Jinling City. Yi Tian clutched the yellowed photograph, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Xinghua, my brother, Yin Yunlong, my younger brother. Thus, the enmity between the 2 families had such profound origins. His grandfather had never mentioned this name nor this episode. Thoughts swirled in his mind. And just as he sought someone to clarify, a soft sigh echoed from the depths of the dark Xian character detention center. It was Old Snake. Yi Tian did not hesitate, striding directly towards the Xian character detention center. Gue Swanzi and Wang Heng attempted to follow, but were halted by a gesture from him. Old Snake's cell was darker and more humid than the others, the air thick with a musty scent. He curled up in the corner, resembling a rock on the verge of weathering away. You had known all along, hadn't you? Yi Tian passed over the photograph. In that fleeting moment, the murky eyes of the Old Snake ignited with a complex glimmer, mingling nostalgia, pain, and fear. Long men, Yi family, Yin family. Who would have thought that before my demise? I would witness a sequel to this grand drama? The Old Snake's voice was hoarse and dry. In my youth, I was fortunate enough to be an outer member of Long Men, hearing tales of your. He trembled as he caressed the face of Yin Yunlong in the photograph. Yi Shuai and Yin Shuai were once renowned sworn brothers, comrades on the battlefield who would shield each other from bullets. Yet later, it seemed they fell out over a certain matter. What matter? Yi Tian pressed for answers. Chapter 12. What I seek is not a rabble. I do not know. The Old Snake shook his head. All I know is that this matter pertains to the fate of the nation and the fortunes of both families. Yi Shuai advocated for submission, while Yin Shuai sought to claim it for himself. From that point onward, the brothers turned against each other and became mortal enemies. The Yin family has been searching for that object for years, believing it to be in the possession of the Yi family. After speaking, the Old Snake closed his eyes. Unwilling to say more, Yi Tian withdrew the photograph, his heart in tumult. It turned out that the Yin family's machinations against him, leading to his imprisonment, were not merely for power in the capital, but also to coerce the Yi family into surrendering that so-called object of national fortune. Moreover, his third uncle Yi Jianjun, currently thrust into the eye of the storm, was likely not a coincidence. This game was far larger and more perilous than he had imagined. Meanwhile, at the Yin family estate, in the study, the atmosphere was oppressive. Yin Fei knelt on the ground, his face marked with lingering fingerprints, trembling uncontrollably. Opposite him sat the current head of the Yin family, his father, Yin Shixiao. Useless. Yin Shixiao smashed a blue and white porcelain teacup onto the floor, shards scattering. You went out to flaunt your power, only to return with someone holding your secrets. You have tarnished the Yin family's reputation. Dad. I didn't know how he found out about that. Yin Fei lamented. Silence. Yin Shixiao barked, then fell into contemplation. That little beast Yi Tian has not only retained his sharpness in prison, but has grown even more unfathomable. He even knows about Yin Fei's embezzlement, indicating that he possesses an exceedingly powerful network of intelligence outside. Dad, what about the Li family group? Yin Fei asked cautiously. For now, hold back. Yin Shixiang snorted coldly. We must guard against that little beast's threats. If your scandal comes to light, the Yin family will be left in a precarious position. But is that all? Yin Fei protested. All. A sinister smile appeared on Yin Shixiang's face. How could that be? Does he not care about the Yi family's reputation? Does he not wish to protect that Yi Jianjun? I shall show him what it means to bring calamity upon oneself. Yin Shixiang dialed a number. Proceed as planned. Solidify the evidence of Yi Jianjun's corruption and anonymously send it to the disciplinary department. I want the Yi family to rot from within. He intended to use Yi Jianjun as a pawn to thoroughly disrupt the Yi family, preventing Yi Tian from managing both ends. Within the prison, Yi Tian, through the secured network of Qin Guang Wang and his associates, had already discerned the Yin family's next move. They aim to use my third uncle to provoke me? A cold expression crossed Yi Tian's face. He sought out Gue Swanzi. What do you think we should do now? Gue Swanzi adjusted his glasses, excitement gleaming in his eyes behind the lenses. Mr. Yi, this is overt strategy and also an opportunity. The Yin family wishes to incite chaos within our ranks, and we shall do the opposite. Not only must we refrain from defending Yi Jianjun, but we must also solidify his guilt. What? Wang Heng gasped in shock. Yes, solidify. Gue Swanzi grinned like a sly fox. However, we must discreetly redirect the final evidence chain from Yi Jianjun to the hands of the Yin family themselves. When they believe they have succeeded and are prepared to enjoy the spectacle of the Yi family's downfall, we shall detonate this bomb. At that point, the Yin family will have lifted a stone only to drop it on their own feet. A brilliant ploy of misdirection and scapegoating. Let us proceed as you suggest. Yi Tian nodded. He then dialed the encrypted satellite phone, reaching out to the legless watchmaker known as Lao Gue. Investigate Yi Jianjun for me. I need to know if he willingly walked into this trap. What concerns me is the Yi family, never merely an individual within it. Orders given. The war machine within Jingnan prison, under Yi Tian's control, began to operate silently. 3 days later, Wang Heng rushed in, his face beaming with joy. Yi, great news. Word from outside is that the investigation into the Li family group has been indefinitely suspended. Their stock prices are beginning to recover. Everything is returning to normal. This news sent a wave of jubilation through the inmates of the Tianzi ward. Their king had compelled the capital's foremost aristocracy to bow in submission with just 3 sentences. What a terrifying display of intimidation. Yet Yi Tian's expression remained impassive. All of this had been anticipated. What he truly cared about was another matter. The phone rang again. It was Lao Gui. Lao Gui's voice carried a weight of seriousness. Long Wang, I have uncovered the truth. Third Master Yi Jianjun indeed walked into the trap himself. Before the investigation began, he returned to the Yi family's old residence and left something in the courtyard where you once lived. What did he leave? Yi Tian's voice grew somber. A key. There was a pause in Lao Gui's voice. A very old key, capable of opening a secret bank vault. Yi Tian fell silent. His third uncle was staking his own future and reputation to provide Yi Tian with a potential key to turn the tide of battle. This debt was profound. I understand. Yi Tian hung up the phone, the surging intent to kill within him intensifying. Yin family, your days of prosperity are at an end. He summoned the core members of Yanluo Hall, Qin Guang Wang, Haozi, and the newly transformed Scorpion. The 3 stood respectfully before him. Qin Guang Wang, present. Haozi immediately straightened his back. The Yin family's network should be unguarded to you now, correct? Rest assured, Yi, their firewall is as flimsy as paper in my eyes. I can enter and exit at will. Haozi exuded confidence. Excellent. From now on, I do not require you to attack. I require you to listen. Yi Tian's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. I want you to establish a phantom network, infiltrating all of the Yin family's communication systems. I wish to know every word they say, every email they send, and every decision they make. Understood. In the eyes of the mouse, a spark of excitement ignited. For him, this was not merely a challenge, but a supreme honor. Gui Swanzi, he spoke. Sir, please give your orders. The rumors regarding my third uncle can be disseminated now. Remember, it must be chaotic, with truth and falsehood indistinguishable. I want everyone in the capital to believe that the Yi family harbors a significant traitor, and I also desire mutual suspicion and vigilance between the Yin family and the Yi family. Understood, Gui Swanzi replied with a smile. Psychological warfare is my forte. Scorpion. Yi Tian finally turned his gaze toward the man radiating a fierce aura. Your sole task, along with your brethren, is to train. I shall provide you with the finest resources and the most formidable techniques. By the time we emerge, what I require is not a disorganized rabble. Yi Tian spoke each word with deliberate precision. What I desire is an army of demonic gods that can instill fear throughout the entire underground world. At your command. Scorpion knelt on one knee, eyes filled with fervent admiration. With the orders given, the war machine of Yanluo Hall commenced its terrifyingly efficient expansion, extending its influence toward the capital 1,000 miles away. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the city, at the antique market, within old Gui's watch repair shop, Li Yanran, dressed in elegant simplicity, sat quietly. The hobbled watchmaker placed an ancient copper key gently before her. Miss, this is something the Dragon King asked me to pass on. The usual languor had vanished from old Gui's face, replaced by a soldier's solemnity. Third Master exchanged his own self for this. Li Yanran picked up the key, feeling its coldness. She could imagine the turmoil and anger surging within Yi Tian upon receiving this news. I understand, she said, securing the key. Tell Tian Gu that I will handle matters outside. She, Li Yanran, was not merely an ornamental vase hidden behind a man. She was his queen and could also become his sharpest sword. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside the prison. Wang Heng stumbled in, his face ashen, struggling to articulate his words. Yi, it's bad. Someone's come. He gasped, pointing toward the prison. It's a special investigation team from the capital. Leading them is your uncle, Yi Jiangwo. The atmosphere in Jinan prison was unprecedentedly eerie. On one side, outside the high walls, a dozen black sedans bearing special plates from the capital gathered, accompanied by teams of grim-faced investigation members forming an impenetrable barrier at the prison gate. On the other side, thousands of inmates sat silently on the exercise yard, their demeanor dark and still, as if awaiting a royal decree. This silent standoff sent chills down the spine, more so than any roar or riot could. Standing before the convoy, Yi Jiangwo's face was ashen. As the eldest son of the Yi family, accustomed to issuing commands from a position of high authority, he had never been treated with such disregard. He had brought a special investigation team wielding the highest level of investigative orders. expecting entry into this small Jinan prison to be as easy as a tiger among sheep. Yet the reality was that they could not even pass through the second iron gate of the prison. The warden, Wang Heng, who he remembered as a submissive sycophant, now stood tall, employing official jargon to repeatedly evade his requests. "Minister Yi, please do not make things difficult for me. The prison has its own rules. The inmates are unstable, and if a large-scale riot occurs, I cannot bear the responsibility, nor can you." "Nonsense," Yi Jiangwo's aide retorted angrily. "Wang Heng, do you not understand? This is Minister Yi. He demands to see an inmate. Do you dare obstruct him?" Wang Heng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, mentally cursing the aide's ancestors while maintaining his appearance of difficulty. "Rules are rules. Even the king must comply. I am doing this for everyone's safety." Yi Jiangwo silenced his aide, his eagle-like eyes piercing through the iron gate, fixated on the high platform in the yard. He knew Wang Heng was merely a mouthpiece. The true source of his predicament was his own nephew, Yi Tian, whom he had personally sent in. "Bring him out to see me." Yi Jiangwo's voice, though low, carried an unyielding authority. Wang Heng appeared troubled, about to speak again when a voice echoed from the loudspeaker behind him, reverberating throughout the prison. "Uncle, you wish to see me? Very well. Come here yourself. The ground you stand upon is not worthy of my presence." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The members of the investigation team wore expressions of anger. This was a blatant humiliation. Yi Jiangwo trembled with rage, his chest heaving violently. Once upon a time, Yi Tian had not even possessed the right to speak loudly before him. Now, a prisoner dared to address him in such a manner. Fine. Yi Jiangwo laughed in fury. "I shall see just how much you have learned in these months of imprisonment." He pushed past everyone, stepping forward alone. Toward the iron gate that symbolized the division of power, Wang Heng received the signal and immediately ordered the gate opened. Yi Jiangwo strode in, chest puffed with official authority and fury, into this territory that had now completely changed hands. With each step he took, the gazes of the surrounding inmates weighed heavily upon him. Their expressions were not filled with fear or curiosity, but rather a sense of watching a spectacle, even tinged with a hint of pity. It was as if he were not the envoy of judgment, but rather a hapless beast willingly walking into the slaughterhouse. As he reached the base of the platform and looked up, he saw Yi Tian standing there, hands clasped behind his back, clad in ordinary prison garb, yet exuding an aura akin to that of a dragon robe. Flanking him were Gui, Swansea, and Scorpion, resembling civil and military officials. "Yi Tian, are you aware of your crimes?" Yi Jiangwo barked, attempting to exert his dominance. Yet Yi Tian merely smiled, a smile filled with mockery. "Aware of my crimes? Uncle, have you ascended too high, deprived of oxygen in your brain? Are you questioning me now as the eldest son of the Yi family, or as the leader of the special investigation team?" Yi Jiangwo paused, momentarily taken aback. "I represent the state and the law to investigate your collusion and defiance of authority during your imprisonment." "Oh." Yi Tian elongated his tone. "Warden Wang." Wang Heng immediately perked up and hurried onto the platform. "Mr. Yi, what is your command? I ask you, have I ever colluded with others during my imprisonment?" Wang Heng stood tall and replied, "Report to Mr. Yi. You have united with fellow inmates, actively reformed, and educated the unruly. You are a model for all inmates in Jinan prison. Have I ever defied authority? Report to Mr. Yi. You have shown respect for your teachers. Oh no. Respect for the prison guards, and consideration for the warden. You are the easiest subject for our management to handle." Wang Heng's words were delivered without a hitch, leaving Yi Jiangwo's eyes twitching furiously. Yi Tian spread his hands and turned to his uncle. "You see, harmony prevails among the people. Where then is the crime? You." Yi Jiangwo pointed at Yi Tian, speechless with anger. "Yi Tian, do not presume that by subduing a mere prison warden, you can do as you please. I must inform you that your third uncle, Yi Jianjun, is now under formal investigation. The evidence is irrefutable. He will spend the rest of his life in prison. Your only option now is to cooperate with me fully and clarify everything about the individuals behind you. Otherwise, his fate today will be your fate tomorrow." This was his final trump card, aimed at shattering Yi Tian's psychological defenses. Yet, Yi Tian's expression remained unchanged. Chapter 14. Are you worthy of the old master? He merely gazed quietly at Yi Jiangwo, causing unease to creep into the latter's heart. "Are you finished?" Yi Tian spoke coolly. Having concluded, "It is now my turn to speak." He descended from the platform, approaching Yi Jiangwo until they were within an arm's reach. "Uncle, are you not curious why I know that your illegitimate child on Outao requires a monthly support of 1 million? Are you also puzzled as to how I am fully aware of the source of funds for the 5 properties under your mistress's name? Furthermore, last quarter, Through your brother-in-law's company, you received a 30 million kickback from a project related to the Yin family. Was that transaction executed cleanly? With each statement Yi Tian made, Yi Jiangwo's complexion grew paler. By the time Yi Tian uttered his final point, Yi Jiangwo's body began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat beading on his forehead. These matters were the deepest secrets he harbored, his greatest vulnerabilities. How did Yi Tian come to know? You're spouting nonsense. Yi Jiangwo roared, his bravado faltering. Internally shocked, he questioned how Yi Tian had acquired such information. The existence of such a vast intelligence network instilled fear in Yi Jiangwo. Whether I am speaking nonsense, you know in your heart. Yi Tian's voice was reminiscent of a judgment from hell. Today, I shall not settle these trivial grievances with you. I have but one question. His tone suddenly turned cold, a terrifying aura locking onto Yi Jiangwo. Did you conspire with the Yin family to frame my uncle? Were you involved? Are you worthy of the old master? Under the weight of this murderous intent, Yi Jiangwo's legs weakened, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. He wished to retort, to rage, yet upon meeting Yi Tian's emotionless gaze, all words caught in his throat. With each step Yi Tian advanced, he retreated. Thud! Yi Jiangwo stumbled over a stone, collapsing awkwardly to the ground. He raised his head, only to meet Yi Tian's condescending stare. In that moment, all titles, minister, uncle, head of the investigation team, shattered into nothingness. He resembled a venomous serpent, ensnared and flailing helplessly on the ground. Yi Tian slowly crouched down, locking eyes with him. Uncle, shall we now have a proper discussion? A discussion about my uncle's affairs. A discussion about the Yin family. And further, a discussion about who truly raises you, this dog. Below the platform, amidst the gaze of thousands of prisoners, the once imperious minister Yi sat helplessly on the ground, looking up at the nephew he had personally cast into hell. At this moment, hell had found a new master. Just as the two faced off, Yi Jiangwo's phone vibrated insistently from his pocket, disrupting the tense atmosphere. He instinctively answered. On the other end, Yin Fei's urgent and furious voice erupted. Yi, what are you doing? Why have you not dealt with that brat yet? My father said that if you do not eliminate him today, you will be brought to him with your head. Yin Fei's roar echoed clearly through the phone. Yi Jiangwo's already pale complexion drained of all color. He was not afraid of Yin Fei, nor the Yin family, but rather of Yi Tian discovering all of this. Silence. Who do you think you are? What is the Yin family to command me, Yi Jiangwo? Yi Jiangwo barked darkly. Do you truly believe the Yin family can dominate when the Yi family has not yet fallen? With that, Yi Jiangwo abruptly hung up the phone. Yi Tian chuckled. It appears your partner regards you as a subordinate, unable to wait any longer. He stood up, disregarding the stunned Yi Jiangwo, and turned back to the platform. A minister, commanding military power, threatened by a Yin Fei? If that were the case, the Yi family might as well disband. Ghost calculator. Sir, show the guest out. Inform those outside that Minister Yi has decided to empathize with the situation and will dwell among the prisoners for in-death exchanges. He shall not exit for the time being. When you have reconsidered, you may leave. Ghost calculator understood, adjusting his glasses, a calculating glint flashing behind the lenses. Rest assured, I will ensure Minister Yi and his investigation team are well accommodated. With that, he led several trusted aides directly towards the prison's entrance. Yi Jiangwo watched helplessly as this unfolded, unable to utter a single word of defiance. He had been placed under house arrest, in a manner he could never have imagined. He was confined by his own nephew within this prison. He had become a hostage. Slap. A resounding slap echoed in Yin Shixiang's study. You incompetent fool. Who told you to call Yi Jiangwo? Who instructed you to threaten him? Yin Shixiang glared at Yin Fei, who lay on the floor, filled with fury. Father, I merely wanted him to swiftly eliminate Yi Tian. Yin Fei said, clutching his face in pain. Useless, worthless. How did my Yin family produce such a fool? Yin Shixiang ground his teeth in anger. Even without the old master of the Yi family remains formidable, though it may not match its peak. A dying camel is larger than a horse. Moreover, Yi Jiangwo, the current head of the family, wields significant power. He himself would not dare threaten Yi Jiangwo. How could Yin Fei have the audacity to do so? This was beyond foolishness, it was sheer madness. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Europe, Switzerland, in a private bank with security levels considered the highest in the world, Li Yanran, clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses, sat quietly in the VIP waiting room. Before her lay an ancient brass key. Half an hour prior, she had submitted the key along with a password given to her by Lao Gui. After undergoing iris, fingerprint, voice print, and a total of 18 verification procedures, the bank finally confirmed her access. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed client manager respectfully entered. Miss Li, please follow me. They traversed the heavy alloy door, passing through a corridor filled with infrared and pressure sensors, ultimately arriving at a secure chamber. The client manager used his access card and password to unlock the outer door. Inside the safe, you must use that key along with your own fingerprint to open it. According to the client's highest directive, once opened, everything within will belong to you. Thank you. Li Yinran nodded, entering the secure chamber alone. The chamber was modest in size, with a solitary black metal safe towering over a person, emanating a chilling aura at its center. She inhaled deeply and slowly inserted the key that held the life of Yi Tian's third uncle into the lock. With a soft click, the lock mechanism turned. She pressed her right thumb against the adjacent fingerprint scanner. The verification was successful. Accompanied by a dull mechanical whirring, the immensely heavy door began to open inward. Li Yinran's heart raced, caught in her throat. She was unaware of what her uncle had exchanged his life for. As the door fully opened. Chapter 15. The punishment mercenaries revealed not the anticipated treasures of gold and jewels, nor bundles of cash, but merely two items. One was a meticulously arranged stack of thick black ledgers, numbering over a dozen. The other was a yellowed envelope made of craft paper, its corners worn, indicating it had seen the passage of years. The envelope bore no signature nor recipient's name. Li Yinran first picked up the top ledger. As she opened the first page, elegant yet powerful handwriting greeted her. It was filled with alarming records of transactions, meticulously chronicled from decades past to the present. The parties involved were none other than the Yi family, the Yin family, and several other legendary elite clans of the capital. The contents of these transactions all pointed towards an ambiguous concept of national fortune. There were flows of funds, personnel shifts, transfers of overseas assets, and even a few deliberately erased lives. This was not merely a ledger. It was a death warrant capable of overturning the capital. It was irrefutable evidence that could lead several top families to their doom. Li Yinran's heart pounded fiercely. She realized that Yi Tian, in obtaining this document, had seized the throats of all his enemies. She forced herself to regain her composure and turned her attention to the mysterious craft paper envelope. It felt light in her hands, yet she sensed its weight was beyond measure. After a moment's hesitation, she carefully tore open the seal. Inside was a single sheet of paper, bearing the familiar handwriting of Yi Xinghua, the patriarch of the Yi family. However, the content of the letter struck Li Yinran like a thunderbolt, leaving her frozen in place. It was a will, or rather, a confession. To my great-grandson Yi Tian, by the time you read this letter, I shall likely no longer be among the living. Child, forgive your grandfather's selfishness. All the suffering you have endured, your scars, your identity as the Dragon King, were all orchestrated by me. For you are the sole hope of our Yi family. Many years ago, I fell out with Yin Yunlong, and what we fought over was not some aspect of national fortune, but a list. A list that records all members of a terrifying organization known as the Forbidden Zone of the Gods, hidden within Huaxia. This organization wields immense power, penetrating far deeper than one can imagine. Yin Yunlong sought to claim the list for himself, aspiring to become the king of the underworld, while I wished to eradicate it entirely. Eventually, I obtained the list, while Yin Yunlong, accompanied by a faction of his power, faked his death and lay in wait. I understood that the Yin family was merely a pawn in his game. His true strength lurked in the shadows. After my death, no one in the Yi family can withstand his counterattack, hence I initiated the Dragon King plan. I placed you in the harshest of environments, training you to become the strongest warrior, to exist beyond the confines of rules as the Dragon King. Only you can succeed me in this unfinished endeavor. That list is hidden in a place only you can find. The clues lie within the ledger your third uncle left for you. Remember, trust no one, not even anyone from the Yi family. Your uncle Yi Jiangwo has long been corrupted by Yin Yunlong. His obsession with wealth and power knows no bounds. Your third uncle Yi Jianjun may appear honest, yet he harbors deep cunning. His sacrifice this time may not be without ulterior motives. Child, the path ahead is fraught with danger. Take great care. With love, your grandfather Yi Xinghua. Upon finishing the letter, Li Yinran's hands trembled uncontrollably. The information contained within was too shocking. Behind the Yin family lay an even more terrifying entity, the Forbidden Zone of the Gods. The death of her grandfather, the betrayal of her uncle, the sacrifice of her third uncle. Everything revolved around that list. This was no mere family feud. It was a covert battle concerning the security of the nation. She promptly retrieved her encrypted phone and meticulously documented the contents of the letter, transmitting it via the highest level of encryption available. After completing this task, she securely locked away the ledger and the letter, exiting the chamber. At Jingnan prison, Yi Tian's satellite phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. He opened the encrypted message from Li Yanran, his pupils narrowing in realization. So this was the truth behind it all. The forbidden zone of the gods. He whispered the name, and the long-suppressed murderous intent belonging to the Dragon King surged uncontrollably within him. He lifted his gaze towards Yi Jiangwo, confined in the office, his eyes resembling those of a man gazing upon a corpse. Below the platform, Scorpion sensed the terrifying aura, his blood seemingly igniting. He understood that his king was poised for a bloodbath. Yi Tian did not erupt immediately. Instead, he approached the prison wall and dialed Lao Gui's number. Lao Gui, I am here. Commenced the deployment of the punishment mercenaries. On the other end, Lao Gui's body jolted, his voice shifting in pitch. Dragon King, are you certain? Once the punishment is initiated, there is no turning back. The punishment was the most mysterious and fearsome card in the Dragon King's hand, a ghost unit that did not exist in any national records. Each member was a war machine, forged from the depths of carnage. I am certain. Yi Tian's voice was devoid of warmth. Target, the Yin family. No, the target is everyone connected to the forbidden zone of the gods. I will comply. Lao Gui's voice crackled with suppressed excitement and resolve. After ending the call, Yi Tian turned and walked back to the platform, the oppressive atmosphere palpable throughout the prison. The inmates sensed the suffocating pressure in the air. Their new king appeared to be thoroughly incensed. The aura emanating from him sent shivers down the spines of even the most ruthless death row inmates. Ignoring everyone, Yi Tian strode directly to the door of the office where Yi Jiangwo was confined. With a resounding crash, he kicked the door open. Inside, Yi Jiangwo was pacing anxiously, startled by the sudden noise. When he spotted Yi Tian standing in the doorway, his face flickered with anger, swiftly replaced by fear. What do you want? I warn you. I am. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Tian had appeared before him like a specter, seizing his throat and lifting him off the ground. What are you? Yi Tian's voice was eerily calm. Was it my uncle? Was he the eldest son of the Yi family? Or merely a dog raised by the forbidden zone of the gods? The four words forbidden zone of the gods struck Yi Jiangwo's mind like a thunderbolt from the heavens. His pupils dilated, and the color drained from his face, manifesting an ultimate fear born from the revelation of a long-held secret. How could he possibly know? Chapter 16. The Awakening of the Dog, the Punishment of the King, Forbidden Zone of the Gods. Yi Jiangwo's lips trembled as he felt as if his bones were extracted, collapsing to the ground. The composure he prided himself on, the secrets that sustained him, were shattered by a single statement from this nephew barely in his 20s. It was not a test or a conjecture, but a declaration, a final pronouncement from a judge. No, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. He was still struggling, yet his voice was weak, akin to a deflating bellows. Yi Tian did not press further, but instead took out his satellite phone, opening another document just sent by Li Yanran. It was a scanned copy of an asset transfer agreement. 20 years ago, at a Swiss bank. An anonymous sum of $50 million, funneled through shell companies across 7 nations, ultimately flowed into an overseas fund named New God. Yi Tian brought the phone screen close to Yi Jiangwo's nearly vacant gaze. The beneficiary of this fund is you. The source of this money is from Yin Yunlong selling a batch of national treasures. Uncle, am I correct? Yi Jiangwo fixated on the glaring signature on the screen, a name he had penned himself 2 decades prior. His last psychological bastion crumbled at that moment. He emitted a sound that resembled a scream, his hands wildly tearing at his hair, resembling a madman. It was him. He forced me. It was Yin Yunlong. That devil. He said if I disobeyed, I would have no place to die. What could I do? What could I do? I wanted to be the family head. I wanted to bring glory to the clan. Why should the old man place everything on you? He raged incoherently, releasing decades of pent-up resentment and fear in that instant. Yi Tian listened quietly, his expression one of indifference. He had no need for such drivel. The grip on Yi Jiangwo's neck gradually tightened. The sensation of suffocation returned, freezing Yi Jiangwo's frenzied expression, replaced by a primal fear of death. Speak. Where is Yin Yunlong's lair in the capital? I don't know. Yi Jiangwo struggled to utter a few words. He never let me know. He always contacted me unilaterally. Yi Tian increased his grip. Yi Jiangwo's eyes began to bulge, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple. Cough. Cough. I'll tell you. It's at Zizhu Mountain Villa in the west of the city. It's an important stronghold of the forbidden zone of the gods in the capital. Whenever significant figures come to the capital, they always stay there. Very well. Yi Tian released his grip. Yi Jiangwo collapsed to the ground, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Yi Tian did not spare him another glance as he turned to leave the office. Outside, Gui Xuanzi and Xiezi awaited silently. They sensed the murderous intent emanating from Yi Tian, yet dared not utter a word. Yi Tian dialed Lao Gui's number once more. Zizhu Mountain Villa. Tonight. I want it erased from the map. Leave no one alive. On the other end of the line. Lao Gui paused for a moment before responding in a voice filled with suppressed excitement. Understood, Dragon King. The night was thick as ink. In the western suburbs of the capital, Zizhu Mountain Villa stood as one of the most prestigious private clubs, heavily fortified, where ordinary wealthy individuals lacked the privilege to approach. Tonight, the main building of the villa was ablaze with light. A small, elite banquet was underway. Those seated were all prominent figures capable of shaking the very ground with their influence. Yan Shixiang, the head of the Yin family, beamed with delight as he raised his glass, engaging in jovial conversation with a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. Mr. William, this collaboration is imperative for the Yin family. Mr. Yin, I see your sincerity. But you know the rules of the forbidden zone of the gods. He who offers the highest price prevails. The man named William replied with a smile in fluent Chinese. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yan Shixiang's eyes. Rules are dead, but people are alive. As long as Mr. William gives the nod, after tonight, the Li family will no longer exist in the capital. He had learned from the useless Yi Jiangwo that Yi Tian would not be coming out of prison. Once Li Yanran was dealt with, severing Yi Tian's external support, that little brat would be trapped like a turtle in a jar. William seemed somewhat tempted. About to speak, when bang. The heavy oak door of the banquet hall was kicked open from the outside. The loud crash startled everyone present. A dozen figures clad in black combat gear, their faces obscured by menacing masks, appeared at the entrance. Each of them emanated a thick, unmistakable scent of blood. Who are you? The security captain of the villa barked, surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. The response was a flash of cold light slicing through the air. The leading masked figure brandished a uniquely designed military knife, his figure a blur. The security captain barely registered his movement before feeling a chill at his throat. Instinctively, he reached to touch it, only to find a warm, sticky substance. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his body collapsed with a thud. Blood stained the precious carpet. The banquet hall fell into an instant silence. Then, screams of terror erupted. Kill them! Yan Shixiang was the first to react, screaming hysterically. A few of his personal bodyguards, all expensive retired special forces hired from abroad, immediately drew their weapons, preparing to retaliate. But the speed of the masked figures was faster than theirs. They descended upon the gathering like a pack of hungry wolves among sheep, unleashing a one-sided massacre. There were no gunshots, only the dull sounds of blades slicing through flesh and the snapping of bones. In less than a minute, dozens of well-trained bodyguards lay dead in pools of blood, while the masked figures remained unscathed. Yan Shixiang and William huddled in a corner, paralyzed with fear. The leading masked figure approached them step by step. His pace was slow. Each step felt as though it crushed the hearts of those present. Who are you? Do you want money? I can give you whatever you want. Yan Shixiang's voice trembled. The masked figure ignored him and turned his gaze towards the golden-haired William, the envoy of the forbidden zone of the gods. He inquired in a tone devoid of emotion. William's complexion changed dramatically. How do you know? The Dragon King sends his regards. The moment the words left his mouth, the masked figure sprang into action. His figure moved so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. William barely had time to react before a hand like a vice seized his throat. No, he could only utter a desperate syllable before his neck was crushed in an instant. Chapter 17. The scheme of Yi Jianjun. The figure known as the Ghost Face Masked Man callously discarded the corpse, as if it were mere refuse. He then turned his attention to the now limp Yan Shixiao. As for you, the Dragon King has decreed that you shall be spared, but only as a mere dog. Return and inform Yin Yulong. Leaning down, he whispered into Yan Shixiang's ear, his voice barely audible. Heaven's punishment has arrived. With that, he and his subordinates retreated like a receding tide, vanishing into the night, leaving behind a scene littered with corpses and a thoroughly petrified Yan Shixiao. At Jingnan prison, Yi Tian received a message from the old ghost. Mission accomplished. The envoy has been eliminated, and the villa has been destroyed. Additionally, we have discovered a unique emblem on the envoy. Attached to the message was a photograph of a badge crafted from an unidentified metal. Engraved with the image of a coiled venomous serpent, its eyes represented by blood-red gemstones. Yi Tian forwarded the photograph to Gui Swansea. Investigate this. Gui Swansea took but a glance before his expression shifted dramatically. Mr. Yi, this is one of the 12 Snake King's decrees from the Forbidden Zone. The holder's status within the organization is second only to that of the supreme leader. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. How could an envoy possess such elevated status? The situation appears more intricate than what my grandfather alluded to in his letter. At that moment, Yi Jiangwo, in the office, suddenly rushed to kneel before Yi Tian in a frantic manner. Please, spare me. I will divulge everything I know. Yin Yulong has summoned me tonight. At the abandoned steel mill on the outskirts of the city, he instructed me to bring something. Tears streaming down his face. He produced a box wrapped in oilcloth from his bosom. He claimed this is the other half of the key to the Yi family's treasury. An abandoned steel mill? The other half of the key? Yi Tian regarded the prostrate Yi Jiangwo, who had completely lost his dignity, with an unperturbed heart. He took the heavy oilcloth bundle and opened it. Inside lay an ancient bronze key, tarnished with verdigris, which perfectly matched the one Li Yanran had retrieved from the Swiss bank. He instructed you to bring this to meet him? Yes, yes. Yi Jiangwo nodded vigorously. He said that obtaining this key and forcing out the account book left by my third brother would lead to the true treasure of the Yi family. At that point, he would support me as the new head of the Yi family. Yi Tian smiled, a cold smile. Treasure? The Yi family's greatest treasure is that list capable of obliterating the forbidden zone. This old fox, Yin Yulong, is ultimately after that. Gui Swansea. Sir, I am here. Do you perceive this as a trap or an opportunity? Gui Swansea adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with keen insight. Sir, this is a scheme, a plot laid by Yin Yulong. Yet simultaneously, it is a scheme within a scheme orchestrated by your third uncle for you. Oh, Yi Tian's interest was piqued. Why do you think my third uncle chose to split the account book and the key, entrusting one to you and the other to Miss Li? He could have handed everything to her for greater security. Gui Swansea paused before continuing his analysis. He did this precisely because he anticipated that Yin Yulong would target Yi Jiangwo. By deliberately leaving behind this half of the key, he provided Yin Yulong with a temptation, a bait. His sacrifice not only delivered the account book, a devastating weapon, but also dug a grave, one capable of burying Yin Yulong. The abandoned steel mill tonight is not a trap set by Yin Yulong, but rather a stage prepared by your third uncle, inviting you into the snare. Gui Swansea's analysis was clear and logically sound. Yi Tian nodded with a hint of approval. His third uncle, seemingly honest and simple, was, in fact, a master strategist. He used himself as a pawn to shift the entire board. Such intellect and resolve were indeed commendable. Sir, what is our next move? Gui Swansea inquired. Let us turn the tables upon them. Yi Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. Since the stage is set, we, as the younger generation, must not disappoint my uncle's intentions. He dialed Li Yanran's number. Yanran, have you memorized the contents of the account book? Brother Tian, rest assured, every word. Every number is etched in my mind, came Li Yanran's steady and resolute voice from the other end. Excellent. Now, assist me with a task. Anonymously send all evidence related to the overseas financial flows of the Forbidden Zone from the account book to the International Anti-Money Laundering Organization. I want their overseas financial chain severed completely tonight. Li Yanran did not hesitate. Understood. After hanging up, Yi Tian dialed the Old Ghost number. Old Ghost, what is the situation on your end? Dragon King, the Tianfa team has retreated. The Jingqing police and the Yin family's forces are flailing about like headless chickens. Good. I have a new task for you. Are you familiar with the abandoned steel mill? Yes, it was once a secret stronghold of Longmen. Bring all the members of Tianfa there and set a trap for me. Yi Tian's voice carried a chilling intensity. Tonight, I intend to catch a big fish. I want Yin Yulong to come and not return. Understood. The old ghost's voice exuded a bloodthirsty excitement. Commands were issued one after another, and the entire Jingnan prison, transformed by Yi Tian into an impregnable fortress of war, sprang into action once more. Qin Guangwang, the hacker, danced his fingers across the keyboard like a graceful pianist. Countless streams of data emanated from him, silently infiltrating the networks across Jingqing. The transportation system, surveillance system, and communication system, the entire city's infrastructure lay under his control. Meanwhile, Scorpion led a group of reformed criminals through grueling training in the prison yard. Their roars reverberated through the air. As each individual understood that the time for the decisive battle was fast approaching, they would follow their king, stepping out of this cage to face a blood-soaked storm that would sweep through the entire underground world. Yi Jiangwo, however, was confined like a dead dog within the office. He watched as Yi Tian calmly issued orders, observing his once contemptible nephew stirring the winds and clouds from 1,000 miles away. The last flicker of hope within him was extinguished. He realized his fate was sealed. The Yi family was doomed. No, the Yi family would not perish. As long as Yi Tian remained, the Yi family would only grow stronger, to a degree beyond his imagination, and he would become a jester, nailed to the pillar of shame in the illustrious history of the Yi family. Chapter 18. Open the prison gates. I must go out meanwhile. At the Yin family mansion in Jingcheng, Yin Shixiang sat despondently in his study, trembling uncontrollably. The massacre at Zizhu Mountain Villa had utterly shattered his spirit. Heaven's punishment. The Dragon King. These two words lingered in his mind like an inescapable nightmare. Father, what on earth has happened? Yan Fei rushed in, horrified at the sight of his father. Get out. Yan Shixiang seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it violently. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have provoked that devil. Yan Fei was struck, blood streaming from his head, yet he dared not evade. Just then, the inner door of the study creaked open silently. An elderly man, clad in traditional Tang attire, with hair and beard as white as snow yet exuding vigor, emerged. Leaning on a dragon-headed cane, he appeared no different from an ordinary elder, but the moment he appeared, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet several degrees. Upon seeing him, Yan Shixiang felt as though he had glimpsed salvation, scrambling toward him. Father, you have finally emerged from seclusion. This man was none other than Yin Yunlong, the steadfast pillar of the Yin family, who had long been declared dead to the outside world. Yin Yunlong paid no heed to his son, a flicker of barely perceptible sharpness flashing through his murky eyes. Heaven's punishment has indeed come. His voice was hoarse and deep. Yixinghua, you wretched old fool. Even in death, you do not allow me peace. He raised his head, gazing out into the inky night sky. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. It saves me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. He turned to Yan Shixiao. Convey my orders. Summon all the Shuangwai lurking in the capital. Tonight, we shall go to the abandoned steel mill. I want Yixinghua's little dragon to understand what true despair is. Yan Fei, listening nearby, was bewildered. Grandfather, did not that useless Yi Jiangwo say Yi Tian could not escape from prison? Yin Yunlong scoffed. Prison? For a true dragon, no place in this world can confine him. He will surely come tonight, for I have prepared a gift he cannot refuse. A cruel and confident glint sparkled in Yin Yunlong's eyes as he slowly raised his hand, revealing a miniature remote control resting in his palm. The remote had but a single red button. Though I have not obtained the list left by Yixinghua, I know what he values most, the fate of this nation, the lives of millions in the capital. Tell me, if I were to detonate the small treasures buried beneath the dragon vein of the capital, would he not be enraged enough to die a second time? And would his beloved grandson not walk willingly into my trap to save the lives of this city? Yin Yunlong chuckled, his laughter reminiscent of a night owl. Eerie and terrifying. In the southern prison, Yi Tian was meditating with his eyes closed when suddenly, Qin Guangwang, the rat, rushed in, his countenance drastically altered. Yi, this is bad. I just intercepted a highly encrypted signal from the Yin family. That old fool, Yin Yunlong, has buried high explosives at the Dragon Vein node in the capital. The words high explosives and Dragon Vein node reverberated in Yi Tian's mind like thunder. He opened his eyes abruptly, a chill emanating from him that caused the temperature in the entire office to drop sharply. Is the information verified? Absolutely. The rat's face turned pale, his fingers trembling from anxiety. The signal source is at the Yin family mansion. I cracked their encryption algorithm. This is internal communication from their Shuangwai. Yin Yunlong threatens that if you do not go to the abandoned steel mill tonight or dare to play tricks, he will detonate the explosives, burying half the capital with him. What a ruthless tactic. What malice. This Yin Yunlong is no longer human. He is a complete madman. He intends to leverage the lives of millions to force your hand. Sir, this is an open plot. Gue Swansea, standing nearby, wore a grave expression. He understood that you could not gamble with the lives of the entire populace. He was certain you would comply. The abandoned steel mill is now a den of peril. He has certainly laid a trap, waiting for you to walk into it. Yi Tian remained silent, rising to the window, gazing into the dark night sky. The direction of the capital sparkled with lights, resembling a river of stars. There lay those he wished to protect, all that he cherished. He could not retreat. He would never retreat. Wang Heng. Yi Tian suddenly spoke. Present. Wang Heng, who had been cowering in the corner, sprang forward. Open the prison gates. Yi Tian's voice was calm, but carried an irresistible force. I will be going out. Wang Heng was momentarily stunned, then joy illuminated his face. His king was finally about to reign supreme. Yes, I will handle it at once. He did not even consider the procedures or consequences. At that moment, Yi Tian's command was akin to a royal edict, a decree from heaven. Sir, you mustn't. Gue Swansea hastily urged. If you go out now, it is tantamount to fulfilling Yin Yunlong's wishes. It is too dangerous. Dangerous? Yi Tian turned around, a smile that could only be described as cruel gracing his face. I wish to see what kind of grand gift he has prepared for me. He looked at the scorpion. Gather all warriors of Yanluo Hall. Tonight, we march into battle. Understood. Scorpion knelt on one knee, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. He had long awaited this day. Soon, the heavy prison gates of the southern jail let out a deep rumble in the night as they slowly opened. This was the first time since its construction that the gates were opened under such extraordinary circumstances for a prisoner. Clad in black, Yi Tian strode forth at the forefront. Behind him followed 300 of Yanluo Hall's most notorious convicts, handpicked from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They bore no weapons, for they themselves were the most fearsome arsenal. Each individual radiated a malevolence potent enough to send even ghosts and deities fleeing. The moment this battalion stepped out of the prison gates, the guards of the southern prison felt their very souls tremble. They saw not a group of prisoners, but an army of demons clawing their way out of the depths of hell. On the high walls, Gui Xuanzi and Wang Heng stood side by side, watching Yi Tian's silhouette vanish into the night. Do you think we can win? Wang Heng's voice was somewhat hoarse. Gui Xuanzi adjusted his glasses, an unprecedented fervor gleaming in his eyes. It is not a matter of whether we will win. From the moment the Sir decided to step through this door, the world has already lost. Chapter 19. The King's Woman is never just a vase. A long black Rolls-Royce awaited on the road outside the prison. Beside the car stood a stooped, cane-wielding old man. It was old Gui. Upon seeing Yi Tian, old Gui's wrinkled face lit up with genuine excitement. He discarded his cane, standing at attention in a manner entirely inconsistent with his appearance. Dragon King, you have worked hard. Yi Tian nodded, opening the car door. Brother Tian. Inside the car, a voice filled with tears and joy called out. Li Yanran, clad in a sharp professional suit, sat within, her beautiful eyes misty with emotion. Without a moment's hesitation, she threw herself into Yi Tian's embrace, holding him tightly, as if she wished to merge him into her very being. Silly girl, I am back. Yi Tian gently patted her back, a flicker of tenderness glimmering in his eyes. Li Yanran nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks despite her efforts to contain them. After a moment of intimacy, she wiped her tears away, regaining her calmness and wisdom as the goddess of commerce. Tiangu, everything is arranged. The Tianfa team has already infiltrated the periphery of the abandoned steel mill, cutting off all signals. The rat has locked onto the approximate location of the explosives and is currently conducting precise positioning. All overseas accounts of the Yin family have been frozen. An international anti-money laundering organization has established a special task force. This time, the Yin family will suffer greatly, if not perish. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. His Yanran would always be his most capable aide. Drive. The convoy sped towards the abandoned steel mill in the western suburbs of Jingsheng like a colossal black dragon. The steel mill, long since deserted, loomed in the night like a steel beast ready to devour. In the center of the mill stood Yin Yunlong, hands clasped behind his back, flanked by over 100 black-clad, cold-breathing snake king guards. These individuals represented the most elite combat force of the divine forbidden zone, each a master capable of taking on 100 foes. Opposite them, Yin Shixiang and his son Yin Fei were bound and kneeling on the ground, their mouths stuffed with rags. Father, grandfather, you cannot do this. Yin Fei struggled, fear and confusion filling his eyes. He could not comprehend why his grandfather had tied them up. Yin Yunlong glanced at him coldly, his gaze akin to that of a butcher surveying livestock. In the end, it is the victors who dictate terms. Mercy is a flaw that can ruin great endeavors. You two are my second gift to Yi Tian, the little dragon. I believe that even if Yi Tian is ruthless, seeing his enemies bound here will give him a moment of hesitation. And that moment will be enough for me to strike with thunderous force. Here they come. Yin Yunlong suddenly raised his head, looking toward the entrance of the mill. A series of jarring screeches echoed as black cars approached and stopped at the entrance. The doors opened, and Yi Tian, accompanied by 300 warriors from Yanluo Hall, stepped inside. The moment he laid eyes on Yi Tian, a terrifying glint ignited in Yin Yunlong's murky gaze. So strikingly similar. The young man's features and demeanor resembled those of Yi Xinghua from years past, as if cast from the same mold. You are Yi Tian? Yin Yunlong rasped. And you are Yin Yunlong? Yi Tian countered, his tone flat. Haha, boldness indeed. Yin Yunlong chuckled. To remain so composed in my presence. You are truly the great-grandson of Yi Xinghua. Enough with the pleasantries. Yi Tian's gaze swept over the bound Yin father and son before ultimately fixing on the remote control in Yin Yunlong's hand. What do you intend to do? Quite simple. Yin Yunlong lifted the remote. Kneel, surrender the list, and disable your abilities. I might consider sparing the city. Yi Tian chuckled. Do you truly believe you are in a position to negotiate with me? Just as his words fell, Qin Guangwang, known as the Rat, raised a tablet, displaying several red dots on the screen. Yin Yunlong, the 16 bombs you buried beneath the dragon vein are C4 military-grade explosives, triggered by radio pulse. Just now, I have overridden your remote control commands with a higher frequency signal. The rat beamed, revealing a set of white teeth. In other words, that device in your hand is now nothing more than a hunk of plastic. What? Yan Yunlong's complexion changed drastically as he frantically pressed buttons on the remote, only to find it unresponsive. Impossible. My signal is the highest level of military encryption. How could you possibly break it? My apologies, the rat shrugged. In the world of hackers, I am a god. In an instant, Yan Yunlong's greatest reliance vanished. The confidence and composure that adorned his face were replaced by shock and disbelief. Kill him. Kill them all. He bellowed madly. The 100 Snake King guards surged forward like a tidal wave toward Yi Tian and his companions. Yanluo Hall. Yi Tian uttered 3 words. Kill. Scorpion let out a thunderous roar, leading the 300 outlaws into battle. A fierce and brutal melee erupted instantaneously. On one side stood the well-trained and coordinated elite assassins, while on the other were the fearless, almost frenzied outlaws. The sounds of battle cries, screams, and clashing weapons echoed throughout the steel mill. Yet, Yi Tian's gaze remained locked on Yan Yunlong as he advanced step by step toward the elder. Old man, your era has come to an end. And Yan Yunlong suddenly laughed, a chilling and bizarre expression crossing his face. No, the game has only just begun. He tore open his shirt, revealing a more intricate bomb strapped to his chest, the countdown already initiated. Only 30 seconds remained. This one is triggered by my own heartbeat. Unless I die, no one can stop it. Yi Tian, let us descend into hell together. Yan Yunlong spread his arms wide, appearing mad. In that critical moment, a graceful figure appeared like a ghost behind Yan Yunlong. It was Li Yanran. Unbeknownst to him, she had circled behind Yan Yunlong, clutching a silver needle given to her by Yi Tian. Without hesitation, she plunged the needle forcefully into a vital point at the back of Yan Yunlong's neck. His body stiffened, the madness in his expression froze, and the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. The countdown of the heartbeat bomb halted at the final second. Slowly, he turned his head, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Li Yanran. You. He attempted to speak, but Li Yanran interjected, her voice cold and resolute. I am not here to kill you. I am here to tell you that the Dragon King's woman has never been a mere ornament. With that, she produced an object from her bosom. It was a broken jade pendant inscribed with the character Yi. The moment Yan Yunlong saw the pendant, his pupils constricted, and an expression of terror more profound than death washed over his face. It is you. You are her. His words trailed off as black blood flowed from his orifices, and he breathed his last. In his final moments, his gaze remained fixed on the jade pendant in Li Yanran's hand. Chapter 20. The identity of the Dragon King's woman is not simple. Yan Yunlong's spirit faded entirely, his body falling limply to the ground, unable to close his eyes. The sheer terror on his face stemmed not from death, but from the broken jade pendant in Li Yanran's grasp. At that moment, the entire abandoned steel mill fell into an eerie silence. The sounds of battle ceased abruptly. The warriors of Yanluo Hall, led by Scorpion, and the Tianfa team under Lao Gui had eradicated the remaining Snake King guards. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, and lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground, blood pooling around them. The survivors, whether they were notorious criminals of Yanluo Jian or the elite of Tianfa, cast their mixed gazes of reverence and disbelief upon the woman standing beside the corpse of Yan Yunlong, holding a jade pendant. It was she who, at the most critical moment, had delivered a fatal blow, bringing an end to the bloody conflict. Yi Tian did not glance at Yan Yunlong's body. All his focus was on Li Yanran. He approached her slowly, his feet sinking into the viscous pool of blood, producing a faint sound. Li Yanran lifted her gaze. Her previously frigid and resolute eyes now misted with unshed tears upon seeing Yi Tian. Within them lay a mixture of grievance, relief, and the bewilderment that accompanied the unveiling of deeply buried secrets. Tian Go, her voice trembled slightly. Yi Tian did not inquire about her martial prowess or how she had managed to strike with such lethal precision. Instead, he reached out, gently brushing away a speck of blood from her cheek, his fingers then resting upon the ancient jade pendant. Where did this jade pendant come from? His voice was soft yet bore an undeniable authority. Li Yanran's body stiffened slightly. She understood that this question was unavoidable. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to resolve herself. It was given to me by my grandmother. She said it is the token of our lineage and also a death warrant. She told me that those who fear the sight of this jade pendant are our family's enemies. The phrase grandmother's token and the word enemy intertwined, rendering the stench of blood that lingered in the abandoned steel mill into a complex enigma. Yi Tian did not press further, but took the warm jade pendant from her hand. It felt heavy, neither gold nor jade. and the ancient characters carved upon it were unlike any emblem of the Yi family he had ever known, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. My grandmother said that we are the executioners of the Yi family. Li Yinran looked at Yi Tian, the moisture in her eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented calmness. The main branch of the Yi family stands tall, guarding the nation's fate, but wherever there is light, there are shadows. We exist in the shadows, exclusively hunting down those Yi family members who betray the clan and disrupt the nation, as well as malignant entities like the divine Forbidden Zone. Her voice was soft but clear. What I learned as a child was not piano or painting, but the 365 vital points of the human body. The myriad methods of poisoning and detoxifying. My grandmother said this is our destiny and our honor. That silver needle, named Moment of Glory, is our lineage's unique weapon. Those struck by it have their heart's pulse reversed, beyond divine salvation. Yin Yunlong recognized this jade pendant because his master was the traitor executed by our lineage a century ago. As Yi Tian absorbed all of this, tumultuous waves surged within him. Executioners, living in the shadows of the Yi family branch. He finally comprehended why the elder Yi Xinghua, in his final moments, had expressed such a tone of indebtedness, saying, "Set him free." It turned out that his path as the Dragon King was, in the open, a cultivation of the Yi family's guardian. Meanwhile, Li Yinran was the sharpest knife and the strongest shield discreetly arranged by the elder for himself. Their engagement was not merely a commercial alliance, but rather a meticulous scheme spanning 3 generations aimed at countering a terrifying existence. Tiange, do you find me terrifying? Li Yinran gazed at him uneasily, her hands nervously entwined. Yi Tian did not respond, but instead reached out and enveloped her tightly in his embrace. Silly girl. He buried his head in her silky hair, inhaling the familiar fragrance. I only feel sorrow for the burden you have borne alone these years. Li Yinran trembled, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably, soaking Yi Tian's clothing. All her facades and strength melted into tears of grievance at that moment. She was neither a goddess of the business world nor a cold-blooded executioner. She was merely a girl who was afraid, lost, and yearning for protection. After a long while, they finally parted. Yi Tian wiped her tears dry, then took her hand and turned to face the 2 Yin family members bound on the ground. Now completely paralyzed with fear, his expression held no trace of warmth, only the coldness of a sovereign. Scorpion, my lord. Scorpion knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse yet fervent. Secure the scene, clean up all the bodies. Understood. Yi Tian then turned to Gue Swansea. I want a detailed list of all the Yin family's enterprises, connections, and networks in the capital by dawn. Gue Swansea adjusted his glasses, a calculating glint flashing behind the lenses. Rest assured, sir, I will not only compile the list, but will also include the most exquisite dismemberment plan. Finally, Yi Tian's gaze fell upon Yin Fei. This once mighty young master of the Yin family was now trembling, his pants soaked, fear consuming him entirely. Yi Tian, please don't kill me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Yin Fei pleaded incoherently. Kill you? Yi Tian chuckled, his smile laced with disdain. Killing you would be too lenient. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered, and a steady middle-aged voice came through. Xiao Tian. Uncle Li, it's me. On the other end was Li Yinran's father, the current head of the Li family, Li Jinhua. I am aware of the situation with the Yin family. You have done well. There was an unmistakable hint of suppressed delight in Li Jinhua's voice. Uncle Li, I need your assistance. Speak. From this moment on, mobilize all the Li family's resources. I want the Yin family to completely vanish from the capital. Yi Tian's voice was calm, yet it carried a chilling undertone that sent shivers down the spine. I want their stocks to become worthless, their properties seized, and their allies turned into enemies. I want Yin Shixiang and Yin Fei to fall from grace, reduced to a state worse than that of beggars on the street. Li Jinhua fell silent for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha, good. What a complete disappearance. Xiao Tian, rest assured and proceed. My Li family will be your strongest backing. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be at odds with my Li family. After hanging up, Yi Tian tossed the phone to Gue Swansea. Take the Yin father and son back to prison. I want them to witness how everything they once possessed turns to ashes within their cell. With that, he no longer cast a glance at the 2. Taking Li Yinran's hand as they walked toward the Rolls-Royce waiting outside. As the car door shut, they sped away, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the desperate wails of the Yin father and son. Above the abandoned steel mill, the dawn's light quietly tore through the night. The capital was on the verge of transformation. Just as the convoy was about to enter the city, the satellite phone in Yi Tian's pocket vibrated unexpectedly. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, there was no immediate sound. Only a faint hum of electricity, as if the signal originated from a distant and peculiar place. Yi Tian remained silent, patiently awaiting a response. He understood that anyone daring to contact him using this number was certainly not an ordinary individual. Could it be Long Wang? At last, a voice, old yet commanding, resonated through the receiver. Yi Tian recognized this voice from his time in the old man's hospital room. It belonged to the second-in-command of Huaxia. "It's me," Yi Tian replied calmly. "The recent events in the western suburbs of the capital have stirred quite a commotion," the second-in-command remarked, his tone inscrutable. "I dealt with some trash. I hope I did not disturb your rest." Yi Tian's words caused a bead of cold sweat to form on the brow of Li Yanran, who stood beside him. To speak to the nation's second-highest official with such audacity was a feat that, it seemed, could only be accomplished by Yi Tian. There was a brief silence on the line, followed by a soft chuckle. "You remind me of your grandfather's temperament. We are already aware of the matters concerning the divine forbidden zone. Yin Yunlong is guilty beyond redemption. He deserves his fate. Proceed as you see fit. If you require any support, feel free to contact me directly. However, one thing must be clear. While the commotion can be significant, do not harm the innocent. And do not disrupt the stability of the capital." This statement essentially bestowed an official sanction upon all of Yi Tian's actions. "I understand." "Good." The call was abruptly terminated. Yi Tian set down his phone, a playful smile gracing his face. It seemed that the existence of the divine forbidden zone had indeed instilled a genuine sense of threat among these influential figures. They required a sharp blade to excise this malignant tumor, and he had been chosen as that blade. Simultaneously, an unprecedented financial storm swept through the capital without warning. As the stock market opened that morning, the shares of all publicly listed companies under the Yin Group plummeted like kites severed from their strings, crashing down to the limit. Countless scandals erupted from major media outlets, websites, and social platforms with the ferocity of a blizzard. Tax evasion, collusion between officials and businessmen, the production of substandard goods, and the disregard for human life, one shocking revelation after another. The evidence Yi Tian had previously suppressed through the rat was now resurrected, supplemented with even more detailed corroborative materials. In times of downfall, former allies of the Yin family swiftly turned against them, becoming the sharpest daggers aimed at the family. The disciplinary inspection department's phones in the capital were nearly overwhelmed with calls. Black sedans sped toward various institutions and residences associated with the Yin family. One after another, former high-ranking officials were taken away from their offices or homes. The upper echelons of society in the capital were engulfed in an unprecedented upheaval. At the center of the storm, the Yin estate was completely surrounded by armed law enforcement, with no escape in sight. In a special solitary cell at Jinan prison, Yin Shixiang and his son, Yin Fei, watched in despair as events unfolded on the wall-mounted television. "It's over, completely over," Yin Shixiang slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself. In just a few short hours, the fruits of his lifelong labor and the legacy of generations of the Yin family had crumbled into dust. "No, I refuse to believe this. It cannot be true." Yin Fei, in a fit of madness, lunged toward the iron door, shaking it frantically. "Let me out. Do you know who I am? I am Yin Fei, the crown prince of the capital. My father is Yin Shixiang. My grandfather is Yin Yunlong. One call from me, and you will all lose your jobs." He screamed in desperation. However, the only response he received was the pitying and mocking laughter of the guards in the corridor. "Crown Prince, the Yin family has fallen. Now, you are but a stray dog. I heard their assets have all been frozen. They can't even afford to hire a lawyer." In the capital, the true crown prince was Yi Tian, and there would be no other after this. These words struck Yin Fei like searing needles piercing his heart. At that moment, the prison door swung open. A grinning guard entered. "Young Master Yin, Mr. Yi has given orders. You are free to go." Yin Fei was taken aback. Then elation washed over his face. "I knew it. I knew Yi Tian wouldn't dare to do anything to me." He straightened his disheveled clothing, raised his chin haughtily, and walked past the guard, even letting out a derisive snort. However, as he stepped out of the prison gate and saw the desolate emptiness outside, devoid of any vehicle to receive him, his smile froze. He pulled out his phone and began frantically dialing. "Hello? Is this Wang Xiao? It's Yin Fei. I'm out. Send a car to pick me up. Sorry, you have the wrong number." The line was cruelly disconnected. "Hello? Director Zhang? Arrange something at Tianshang Renjin tonight. I'll treat." "Yin Xiao? I'm having poor reception. I'll hang up now." He dialed over a dozen numbers. But those who once fawned over him, calling him brother, now avoided him as if he were a plague. Yin Fei finally felt fear creeping in. Wandering aimlessly down the street, he noticed people pointing and whispering about him. He saw his own photo on the large screen by the roadside, labeled as a criminal suspect. While news about the downfall of the Yin family scrolled continuously, suddenly, a group of ruffians encircled him. The leader, with a menacing scar running across his face, sneered, "Oh, isn't this Yin Xiao? What a fall from grace." Yin Fei recognized him as a small-time thug he had previously crossed paths with, having once ordered a leg to be broken. "What do you want?" Yin Fei barked, attempting to sound intimidating. "What do we want?" The thug laughed wickedly, landing a heavy punch in Yin Fei's gut. "We want you." A flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon him. Yin Fei curled up on the ground like a beaten dog, howling in agony. The identity he once took pride in had become a curse of impending doom. After what felt like an eternity, the group finally departed, satisfied, leaving him stripped of all valuables. Yin Fei lay on the cold ground, battered and penniless. Gazing up at the overcast sky, tears of regret streamed down his face. He finally understood why Yi Tian had spared him. Keeping him alive was 1,000 times more torturous than granting him death. At Li's manor, Yi Tian and Li Yinran sat on a swing in the garden, relishing the rare tranquility. "Tiangu, what about Yin Fei? That is the fate he deserves," Yi Tian interrupted. "For such a person, the destruction of his dignity is far more devastating than the destruction of his body." Li Yinran nodded, her head resting gently on his shoulder, seemingly grasping the essence of his words. She had been taught to strike decisively rather than to torment slowly. "What shall we do next? Will they let the matter concerning the divine forbidden zone rest?" "No," Yi Tian replied calmly. "Yin Yunlong may merely be a pawn they have thrust forward to gauge my abilities. The true battle has only just commenced." At that moment, Yi Tian's phone rang. It was a call from an unfamiliar local number in Jingqing. Upon answering, a familiar yet frail and weathered voice resonated from the other end. "Xiao Tian, it's me. It's San Shu, Yi Jianjun. I have been released." "San Shu." Yi Tian's voice carried a hint of warmth. "You have done well." Yi Jianjun's tone was filled with satisfaction. "However, the ones you have slain were merely those that the goddess Forbidden Zone wished you to eliminate. They have sent you a gift." Yi Jianjun's words were like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples within Yi Tian's heart. "The ones the goddess Forbidden Zone wanted me to kill? A gift? What do you mean, San Shu? That organization is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Their modus operandi resembles that of a meticulous chess master. Each move laden with calculation." Yi Jianjun's voice was subdued. "The defeat of Yin Yunlong is merely a sacrifice to preserve the king. They utilized your hand to eliminate a pawn that had already been exposed and out of control, while simultaneously gauging your strength and trump cards. As for the gift..." Yi Jianjun paused. "I do not know what it is, but I am certain it is not something pleasant. You must be cautious." "I understand, San Shu. Please take care of yourself." After ending the call, Yi Tian's expression turned grave. His uncle was indeed extraordinary. Despite being imprisoned, he could still perceive the larger picture. Such acumen was unparalleled. His words confirmed Yi Tian's suspicions. The goddess Forbidden Zone, this colossal entity, was finally stepping into the limelight. The call from San Shu. Yi Jianjun felt like a bucket of ice water poured over the raging inferno in Jingqing. The gift from the goddess Forbidden Zone? After hanging up, Yi Tian's face remained impassive, yet the atmosphere in the living room seemed to thicken. Li Yinran sensed the oppressive weight and gently grasped Yi Tian's hand, warmth radiating from her palm. "Tiangu, is San Shu? Is he all right?" Yi Tian held her hand in return, his voice calm. "He merely cautioned me that true players do not hesitate to sacrifice their pieces." The slaughter of Yin Yunlong, the Yin family, and even the entire Zizhu Mountain Villa was merely an overture. The goddess Forbidden Zone had used him to eliminate exposed pieces and ascertain his hidden cards. Now, the true game was set to unfold. Just then, Gui Swanzi entered. His demeanor complex, a blend of exhilaration from victory and an unspoken seriousness. "Sir, the Yin family is finished." Gui Swanzi presented a thick report. Over 30 officials associated with the Yin family in Jingqing have been taken away for investigation. All companies under the Yin family have been sealed, and their stocks have become worthless. Former allies have turned into vengeful specters, eager to tear flesh from the Yin family's remains. This was the anticipated outcome. However, we encountered a dilemma. Gui Swanzi shifted his tone, adjusting his glasses. He opened another section of the report, which was densely packed with asset listings. The estate left behind by the Yin family was a vast gold mine, yet also an insatiable black hole. I discovered that over 70% of the core assets under the Yin family are burdened with massive overseas debts, all owed to some untraceable offshore fund companies. If we take over these assets, we will simultaneously inherit these astronomical debts. This amount could drag down 10 Li families. Gue Swansea inhaled deeply, articulating his conclusion. This is a trap, an exquisitely enticing trap built with mountains of gold. This is the gift they have sent. Li Yinran's expression instantly turned serious. As the leader of a commercial empire, she immediately grasped the peril within. This was not a gift, it was poison. The goddess Forbidden Zone was coercively maneuvering, calculating that after Yi Tian toppled the Yin family, he would inevitably seize this vast commercial empire as the foundation of his power. Yet, once ingested, the endless debts would suffocate him. Should he refuse, the resultant power vacuum would invite countless ravenous wolves, plunging Jingqing into prolonged chaos. A dilemma indeed. However, upon hearing this, Yi Tian suddenly laughed. The sound was soft, yet it startled both Gue Swansea and Li Yinran. Do they think I would pick up this moldy cake and consume it? Yi Tian rose and walked to the grand floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire Li family estate. Gue Swansea, what do you believe is most crucial for a nation? Gue Swansea pondered for a moment before replying, the people's hearts. Precisely, the people's hearts. Yi Tian turned, a subtle smile gracing his lips. They aim to ensnare me with money. Their vision is too narrow. He looked at Li Yinran, his eyes shining with an extraordinary brightness. Yinran, do me a favor. Tiange, what is it? In my name, convene a press conference, inviting all mainstream media from Jingqing, no, from across the nation. Li Yinran's heart stirred, as if she had caught a glimpse of his intentions. What is the theme of the press conference? Yi Tian enunciated each word clearly, his voice resonating in the living room. Chapter 23. The Jingnan prison is under control. Liquidate all assets of the Yin family to establish the Huaxia Longhun Charity Foundation. All funds will be entirely used for compensating the families of fallen soldiers and aiding the children of heroes who sacrificed their lives in duty. Yi Tian will take not a single cent. Upon hearing this declaration, a spark of unprecedented brilliance ignited in Gue Swansea's eyes. Marvelous. This was nothing short of a masterstroke. A decisive blow. This maneuver transcended the chessboard, launching an assault on the goddess Forbidden Zone from a different dimension. They sought to ensnare him with profit. Yet Yi Tian opted for reputation, and it was a noble cause benefiting the nation and its people beyond reproach. Consequently, the hidden debt traps became a laughingstock. Yi Tian would not take on the debts. He was merely a liquidator of assets. Those overseas funds wishing to pursue debts? They could go ahead and demand them from the people of Huaxia and the fallen heroes. Let us see who dares. More importantly, this act would elevate Yi Tian's public esteem to unprecedented heights. He would no longer be the recently released underground king stirring up the storm, but a national hero endowed with great righteousness, serving the nation and its people. The support from that esteemed leader would become even more legitimate and unshakable. The goddess Forbidden Zone intended to drag him into a quagmire with this gift, yet it was he who deftly turned it to his advantage, sculpting a golden image for himself. I understand. Li Yinran's eyes sparkled with excitement. I will arrange this immediately. This press conference shall become the grandest spectacle in Jingqing's history. With that, she swiftly turned to make calls and coordinate arrangements. Gue Swansea, equally enthusiastic, set about preparing detailed information and plans. In the living room, only Yi Tian remained. He picked up the now lukewarm tea on the table and took a gentle sip. The chess game grows increasingly intriguing. Just then, his private phone on the table vibrates once more, displaying an unfamiliar encrypted number. Yi Tian presses the answer button, and a static noise crackles through the line, soon followed by a chilling voice, altered electronically and devoid of discernible gender. Is the game enjoyable, Long Wang? Yi Tian's pupils slightly constrict. However, while you revel in the fruits of victory, have you ever considered? The voice pauses momentarily, laced with a hint of mocking amusement. Why not take a look at your backyard? Those dogs of yours seem to be rather unruly. The backyard? Yi Tian's fingers gripped the phone tightly, his resolve hardening. Jingnan prison. That was the origin of his concealed ambitions, the very fortress he had painstakingly constructed, the foundation of Yanluo Hall. Before he can respond, the line abruptly disconnects, leaving him with an ominous premonition enveloping his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tian immediately dials Warden Wang Heng's number. The phone rings for an extended period before being answered. However, it is not Wang Heng's sycophantic and slightly reverent voice that greets him, but rather a strange, vigilant male voice. Hello, who are you looking for? I am seeking Wang Heng. Yi Tian's voice deepens. Warden Wang? The voice on the other end carries a note of disdain. He is under investigation for serious disciplinary violations and is currently unavailable to take calls. Who are you to him? Investigation? Yi Tian's gaze turns icy. Wang Heng is the agent he personally installed, a crucial pawn in his control over the prison. How could he suddenly be under investigation? I am his father. Yi Tian coldly retorts before abruptly hanging up. Trouble has arisen. The counterattack from the organization known as Shunji Jinshu is swifter and more insidious than he had imagined. They have chosen not to engage him on the battlefield directly, but instead to strike at his weak point, attacking his rear. How's he? Yi Tian calls out through the internal channel. Yes, Yi, I'm here. On the other end, how's he? Monitoring the entire network of Jingxing from a hidden room in Li's manor, responds promptly. Infiltrate the internal network of Jingnan prison and redirect all surveillance footage to me. Understood. Howzy's fingers dance across the keyboard, streams of code cascading across his screen like a waterfall. However, mere seconds later, his expression shifts drastically. Yi, something's amiss. The prison's internal network has been fortified with a physical firewall. My usual methods cannot penetrate. Furthermore, all surveillance signals are looping an hour-old recording. Howzy's voice carries a trace of defeat and urgency. The opposing network technology is formidable enough to thwart him. Shunji Jinshu. Yi Tian murmurs the name. A chilling aura emanating from him. This organization indeed harbors hidden talents. Since the network has proven ineffective, he must resort to more primitive methods. Scorpion. Wang. Scorpion, who is supervising the elite warriors of Yanluo Hall in extreme physical training, receives the command swiftly. What is the situation in the prison? Scorpion's voice crackles through the communicator, heavy with labored breaths. Wang, we have been isolated. 3 days ago, a special commissioner named Situ Hong was parachuted in to take control of the entire prison. Upon his arrival, he used allegations of corruption to subdue Warden Wang and subsequently isolated all the core brothers of Yanluo Hall. They interrogate us day and night, employing various methods to coerce us into confessing and betraying you. Scorpion's voice burns with an overwhelming fury and indomitable will. The brothers are holding strong. None have faltered. Yet, their methods are inhumane. They have injected the brothers with unknown substances, used electric shocks, and deprived them of sleep. If this continues, I fear the brothers may lose their sanity. Yi Tian listens quietly, the knuckles of his hand gripping the phone, turning white from the strain. What a Situ Hong. What a Shunji Jinshu. They intend to dismantle the very foundation he painstakingly built from the ground up, to destroy the bodies of Yanluo Hall's members, to trample their wills, sowing seeds of doubt and hesitation regarding their king. A heartless extermination. Sir, this is a trap. Goe Swansea has appeared silently behind him, his expression grave. They deliberately revealed the situation within the prison to compel you to return. The moment you step foot in Jingnan prison, you will be walking into a snare. At that point, they will have countless legitimate methods to confine you there indefinitely. Yi Tian understands this principle all too well. Returning now would play directly into their hands. Yet, if he does not return and allows his brothers to suffer torment within, what credibility would remain for him as their king? The hearts of men would scatter. If they wish to play by the rules, he will engage them to the end. Yi Tian slowly closes his eyes, envisioning the distribution of forces across Jingxing, which becomes vividly clear in his mind. Moments later, he opens his eyes with renewed resolve, his gaze cold and calculating. Chapter 24. The claws of the Dragon King are everywhere. He picks up the phone and simultaneously connects 3 lines. Yanran. Utilize all of Li's connections within the supervisory system to investigate. Uncover the complete lineage of that Situ Hong. I want every instance of his cheating on exams. Every time he spat on the ground. Lao Goe, are not the experts in the realm of guest etiquette often found amidst the divine punishment? Investigate which department and leader signed off on Situ Hong's appointment. Then, send the most tactful brother to pay a visit to that leader's family, bringing along some local specialties from Jingnan for his wife and children. Howzy, abandon the frontal assault. I recall you mentioning that Jingnan prison has a sewage system with a line dating back decades, not integrated into the new network. Find me a backdoor through there. I do not care what methods you employ. I need real-time footage from inside the prison within 10 minutes. 3 orders were issued in an orderly fashion. 1 approaches through overt strategies, employing official protocols for investigation. 1 employs covert tactics, utilizing underground means to threaten. 1 employs a surprise attack, breaking through technical barriers. With this triad of approaches, it is as if an invisible net is drawn tight, converging from 3 distinct directions towards Jingnan prison, targeting the enigmatic Situ Hong. Li Yanran, Lao Goe, and Howzy respond almost in unison. Understood. At your command, Dragon King. Yi, give me 5 minutes. The entire team functions like a finely tuned war machine, operating at high speed under Yi Tian's command. This is Yi Tian's confidence. He may be alone, but behind him stands a commercial empire, an underground monarchy. and a cadre of brothers willing to risk their lives for him. Time ticks away, each second heavy with tension. The atmosphere in the living room becomes stifling. For minutes and 50 seconds, Halsey's voice suddenly pierces through the channel, trembling with fear. Yi, I found it. I located Warden Wan's position, but the situation is dire. They have set up a live broadcast on the prison's internal dark web. The title of the live broadcast read, "The Rat Swallowed Hard. Public Execution of the Traitor." A chill gripped Yi Tian's heart. The screen transitioned. The rat, without a moment's hesitation, promptly projected the decryption video signal onto the central holographic display in the living room. The image flickered briefly before clarifying. It depicted a dim and damp isolation chamber. Warden Wang Hong, the man who once bowed and scraped, treating Yi Tian like a deity, was now tightly bound to an iron chair. His body bore wounds, the once pristine prison uniform now tattered, his face marred with bruises and blood, his eyes vacant, evidently having endured inhumane torment. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in a black Zhongshan suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of cultured refinement. He must be Sidu Hong. In Sidu Hong's grasp was neither a gun nor a knife, but a heavy iron hammer. Seemingly aware of an audience, he leisurely wiped the blood from the hammer with a white handkerchief, then turned to the camera, revealing a smile that was both gentle and cruel. "Long Wang, Yi Tian, I know you are watching." His voice resonated through the speakers, calm yet imbued with a nauseating chill. "Your dog is quite disobedient. When I inquired about your secrets, he refused to utter a single word. Tell me, what use is such a dog?" Like an elegant stage actor, he paced, gently tapping Wang Heng's knee with the hammer. A sharp crack echoed through the air. "Ah!" The unconscious Wang Heng emitted a piercing scream, jolting awake, only to convulse in agony. Sidu Hong's smile widened. "Do not rush. This is merely an appetizer." He lifted his gaze as though he could pierce through the screen to meet Yi Tian's eyes. "I am assisting you in disciplining your subordinate, while also providing a lesson to all who wish to follow you. Let them witness the fate of those who betray me. It may be death, but to follow you, they are surely destined for a fate worse than death." He raised the hammer high, aiming at Wang Heng's head. "Now, the game begins. I will count to 10. If you appear before me, kneeling in supplication, perhaps I can grant him a quicker end." 10, 9. The countdown commenced. Each digit struck the hearts of the viewers like a heavy hammer. The breaths of Gue Swansea and the rat grew labored. This was no interrogation, no display of authority. It was the most blatant provocation and humiliation. Sidu Hong was using Wang Heng's life to compel Yi Tian to reveal himself, to ensnare him. He intended to break the Dragon King's spine before all eyes. 8, 7. Time raced by. Yi Tian remained motionless, silently observing the screen, his handsome face betraying no emotion. Yet those familiar with him understood that beneath this calm lay a tempestuous fury capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. 6, 5. Sir. Gue Swansea could no longer contain himself. "We cannot wait any longer." 4. Finally, Yi Tian spoke, his voice unnervingly calm. "Rat, can you connect my voice directly to Situ Hong's communicator?" The rat paused, then nodded emphatically. "Yes. His communication system has vulnerabilities." "Old Ghost, are your men in position?" "Long Wang, they are in place and ready to deliver." Old Ghost's voice was laced with a bloodthirsty chill. "Yin Yin, is the call connected?" "Connected," Li Yin Yin replied steadily, clutching a secure phone to the deputy minister of the supervisory department who had signed the appointment documents. 3. A victorious grin spread across Sidu Hong's face. He envisioned Yi Tian kneeling at his feet, begging like a dog. 2. Just as he was about to utter the final number, a chilling voice, akin to a judgment from the depths of hell, erupted in his earpiece without warning. "Sidu Hong." Situ Hong's body stiffened, his smile frozen in disbelief. It was Yi Tian's voice. "How could this be? Look at the tablet in the hands of your subordinate." Instinctively, Situ Hong turned his head. One of his trusted aides held a tablet displaying prisoner information. Yet in the next instant, the screen flickered. The prisoner data vanished. Chapter 25. The man did not die. In its place was a live video feed. The backdrop was a lavishly decorated princess room. A sweet-faced girl, barely in her teens, was bound to a chair, her mouth gagged with white cloth, struggling in terror. Behind her stood a man wearing a ghostly mask, leisurely peeling an apple with a sharp military knife. Upon seeing the girl, Situ Hong's pupils contracted to pinpricks. It was his daughter, his only daughter. "You." The color drained from his face, and he trembled uncontrollably, pointing towards the projection. However, this was merely the beginning. In his other ear, the backup communicator suddenly blared with the panicked roar of his superior, the deputy minister of the supervisory department. "Situ Hong, who the hell have you provoked? The call is from the eldest daughter of the Leaf family herself. She has sent over all the evidence of your corruption and collusion with the Forbidden Zone. She demands that you rescind your appointment within a minute, or she will expose everything to the public. I am finished. We are all finished. A dual blow. On one hand, his beloved daughter was kidnapped, and his life was in jeopardy. On the other, his support crumbled, and his future lay in ruins. The clever schemes and machinations that Sidu Hong took pride in were utterly shattered by Yi Tian's thunderous counterattack. His mind blanked, inundated with boundless fear. The hammer slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. The door to the isolation chamber was kicked open. Several guards, who had once been fiercely loyal, now stormed in with handcuffs, ready to pounce. Sidu Hong, you are under arrest. The crisis was averted. From Yi Tian's directive to Situ Hong's capture, the entire process took no more than 3 minutes. Yi Tian had not even left the living room of the Leaf family manor. With strategic foresight from 1,000 miles away, he proclaimed a truth to the Forbidden Zone and all his enemies. The Dragon King's claws extend throughout the world. Those who dare to act against him must prepare for the obliteration of their families and irredeemable ruin. As the projection ceased, silence returned to the living room. Yi Tian exhaled a deep breath, approaching Li Yanyan and gently enveloping her in his embrace. You have worked hard. Not at all. Li Yanran leaned against his chest, feeling the powerful heartbeat, her heart brimming with an unprecedented tranquility. Her man was an omnipotent king. Tiangu, the gift they sent is a trap. The attack on the prison aims to undermine your foundation. Li Yanran raised her head, her expression still grave. You have thwarted both of their moves. However, I cannot shake the feeling that this is not the end. She paused, turning to her laptop to retrieve a document. While the mouse infiltrated the prison network in search of Situ Hong's whereabouts, it inadvertently discovered a folder that had been encrypted and hidden. We took some time, but have just managed to crack it open. There are no plans, no lists, nothing. Li Yanran turned the laptop screen towards Yi Tian. Only a single photograph remained. Yi Tian's gaze fell upon the screen. It was an old, somewhat yellowed black and white photograph. The background appeared to be a military base. In the photo, there were 2 individuals. One, despite being in his 60s, bore an imposing demeanor, unmistakably the young patriarch, Yi Xinghua. The other person stood beside him, dressed in a sharp military uniform, wearing a gentle smile as he intimately draped his arm around the patriarch's shoulder. Upon seeing that face, Yi Tian's body jolted. He froze as if struck by lightning. Although the face appeared much younger than he remembered, he recognized it immediately. That man bore a striking resemblance to him. He was his father, Yi Changfeng, the man who should have died in a car accident 20 years ago. The man in the photograph was indeed his father. The revelation struck him like a thunderclap, shattering all his rationality and understanding. The atmosphere in the living room, which had just begun to calm, instantly froze, plunging into an icy stillness. A chilling aura, far more terrifying than the one Sidu Hong had exuded while wielding a hammer, emanated from Yi Tian, silently causing every person present to feel a profound tremor emanating from their very souls. The color drained from Li Yanran's face. She felt it most acutely. The aura was not one of murderous intent or fury, but rather an eerie silence that followed the collapse of a world. A presence capable of instilling fear even in deities. She had never seen Yi Tian like this. Tiangu. She tentatively reached out her hand, wishing to touch him, but hesitated midair, afraid to proceed. Gue Swansea and the mouse dared not even breathe, wishing they could transform into 2 statues in the corner. They observed Yi Tian's body tremble ever so slightly. It was not fear, but an overwhelming emotion, too immense to bear, raging within him as if it were about to tear him apart. Father. This word was a hazy memory for Yi Tian, a cold gravestone, the source of all his childhood admiration and sorrow. He had always believed his father to be a hero, the pride of the family, a victim of an unfortunate accident. Yet now, this photograph pierced through all his beliefs like the sharpest of knives. In the image, his father, Yi Changfeng, was intimately draping his arm around his grandfather, Yi Xinghua's shoulder, smiling warmly and radiantly. Yi Xinghua, the man who had molded him into the Dragon King, forcing him to endure endless suffering, also bore a sincere smile. They stood together like the closest of comrades. This was a deception, a monumental ruse that had lasted for 20 years. His sorrow, his reminiscences, all the efforts he had made in pursuit of vengeance for his father, all turned to mockery in that instant. A faint, hollow laugh escaped Yi Tian's throat. The sound was low and hoarse, causing Li Yanran's heart to lurch painfully, almost rendering her unable to breathe. She would have preferred to see him enraged, to see him kill, rather than witness him in this state. Yi Tian slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the young, yet unfamiliar face on the screen. Why? he murmured, as if questioning the person in the photograph. Or perhaps himself. Chapter 26. Yi Tian's father, Yi Changfeng. Why are you still alive? Why deceive me? Why do you stand alongside my great-grandfather? Countless questions surged like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. At that moment, Li Yanran could no longer suppress her fear. She rushed forward and embraced him tightly from behind. Tiangu, look at me. Look at me. She exerted all her strength, attempting to warm his cold body with her warmth. The familiar warmth and softness in her embrace brought a brief pause to Yi Tian's impending emotional collapse. His gaze finally found focus. The forbidden zone of the gods. He slowly articulated, as a spark reignited deep within his lifeless eyes. It was not anger, but a cold flame. This was the gift they had sent. He recalled his third uncle Yi Jianjun's warning. He understood now. The chaos created by Situ Hong in the prison, the debt traps left by the Yin family, were mere illusions. This photograph was the true lethal strike of the forbidden zone of the gods. They had investigated him, knew everything about him, understood that the word father was his only vulnerability. They intended to use this truth to shatter his spirit, to plunge him into self-doubt and chaos, turning him into a madman controlled by his emotions. Such ruthless tactics. Sir, Gue Swansea finally found an opportunity to speak, suppressing his own agitation as he stepped forward. This photograph comes from Situ Hong's encrypted folder, indicating he is merely a messenger. The real source lies within the higher echelons of the forbidden zone of the gods. They want to disrupt your mental state. Yi Tian remained silent, slowly closing his eyes. In his mind, he recalled his grandfather's dying words, "Child, do not hate me," and his uncle's remark about a gift they had sent. Alongside the eerie photograph, all the clues intertwined at that moment. He realized he had been a puppet in their hands. From the beginning, he had been living within a colossal lie. Seconds later, when he opened his eyes again, the suffocating aura that had frozen the world had vanished. In its stead, a profound tranquility settled, one so deep that it instilled a sense of fear in Gue Swansea. Overwhelmed by such a colossal truth, he managed to regain control of his emotions in such a brief span of time. Just how resilient was this man's will? Mouse. Yi Tian's voice returned to its former calm. Yigo, I am here. Analyze this photograph. I want all its information. Time of capture, location, device model. Leave no stone unturned. Understood. Yi Tian turned to Li Yanran, a hint of warmth finally breaking through his icy demeanor. He gently patted her arms that were wrapped around him. I am fine now. Li Yanran did not release her grip. Instead, she embraced him even tighter, burying her face in his back and letting out a muffled sound. She understood that he was not unscathed. He merely concealed all his anguish deep within his heart. Gue Swansea, sir, please give your instructions. Contact Uncle Li and have him exert all his resources to investigate every document related to the car accident involving my father. Yi Changfeng, 20 years ago. I demand to know every individual involved in that incident and every detail surrounding it. Gue Swansea nodded solemnly. Understood. After arranging all of this, Yi Tian took a deep breath. He knew that the goddess Forbidden Zone had released this photograph to see him flustered, to disrupt his composure. Yet, he refused to comply. Not only must he remain composed, but he also had to be more calm and powerful than ever before. He turned to Li Yanran, speaking deliberately. Yanran, the press conference this afternoon will proceed as planned. Li Yanran lifted her head, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. However, your condition must not only proceed. Yi Tian's lips curved into a cold smile. It must be conducted with greater grandeur and pomp than originally intended. I want all of Huaxia, the entire world, to witness that I, Yi Tian, will not only settle accounts with the Yin family, but also erect a monument for the nation and the people. If they wish to see my disgrace, I shall deliver them a performance they will never forget. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with unparalleled clarity. This was a declaration, a proclamation to the goddess Forbidden Zone that their psychological warfare would be ineffective against him. A declaration to all enemies that any attempts to undermine him would only serve to strengthen him further. Li Yanran gazed at him, observing the renewed fervor in his eyes. A fiercer battle spirit than ever before, and her worries gradually transformed into a mixture of pride and concern. This was her man, the Dragon King who could turn the tide regardless of the direst circumstances. Excellent. She nodded firmly, releasing her hold, her gaze regaining the sharpness and decisiveness of a business goddess. This press conference, I shall make it the most resplendent stage in the history of the capital. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Capital International Convention Center, the venue was already teeming with people, with hundreds of media outlets from across the nation and around the world surrounding the press conference, creating an impenetrable crowd. All cameras and focus were directed towards the name that was about to stir the winds of Huaxia, Yi Tian. Backstage, Yi Tian donned a sharply tailored black suit, enhancing his already imposing stature and deepening his aura. He looked into the mirror, his face revealing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Yet, only he knew that deep within his heart, that black and white photograph remained a venomous thorn deeply embedded. He had not informed Li Yanran that just moments ago, the rat had delivered preliminary analysis results. The photograph was tentatively identified to have been taken at a secret military base in the European Alps. The shooting date was 15 years ago, not 20 years ago. At that time, Yi Lao Taiyi appeared quite youthful, hardly resembling an elderly man in his 80s or 90s. 15 years ago meant that while he was being sent into the most brutal training camp of the Dragon King project, struggling daily on the precipice of life and death, his father was far away in Europe, smiling at the changing tides. How ironic. He had been tempered since the age of 4, daily immersed in herbal medicine to hone his body. Sir, the time has come. Gue Swansea approached, whispering a reminder. Understood. Yi Tian adjusted his tie one last time and stepped out. Chapter 27. The assets of the Yin family should be returned to the Yi family. At the press conference, Li Yanran had elegantly stood at the podium as the founder of the Yanran Foundation, commanding the rhythm of the entire event. When she announced that Mr. Yi Tian would liquidate all assets of the Yin family to establish the Huaxia Longhun Charity Foundation, and that he would take not a single cent for himself, the crowd erupted. The flashes of cameras went off like wildfire. Reporters were flushed with excitement, aware that this was a monumental news event worthy of the history books. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a discordant voice suddenly broke through. Miss Li, on what grounds do you represent Mr. Yi? And what gives you the right to manage the assets of the Yi family? The crowd turned toward the voice to see a young man dressed impeccably, exuding an arrogant demeanor. Surrounded by a group of bodyguards clad in black, he strode directly to the front of the stage. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Yanran narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Yi Long, the son of Yi Jiangwo, Yi Tian's uncle, and his most incompetent cousin. Backstage, Yi Tian halted his steps as well. Yi Long's appearance was akin to a drop of cold water splashing into a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting chaos at the press conference. It was a member of the Yi family, the legitimate young master of the capital Yi family, Yi Long. What was his purpose here? He seemed to harbor ill intentions. The reporter's instincts were razor-sharp, immediately sensing the thick scent of gunpowder. Intra-family conflict. This was far more explosive than any charity foundation. All cameras swiftly shifted their focus from Li Yanran to this uninvited guest. Yi Long relished the attention, straightening his expensive handmade suit. A hint of disdain etched on his face as he addressed Li Yanran on stage. Miss Li, I admit your capabilities. But the assets of the Yin family are the spoils earned by my cousin Yi Tian, and fundamentally, they are a matter of the Yi family. You, an outsider, taking charge here, is somewhat overstepping, wouldn't you agree? His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly through the venue's sound system. This statement was exceedingly insidious. He forcibly tied Yi Tian's personal actions to the collective interests of the Yi family, while simultaneously categorizing Li Yanran as an outsider, attempting to legally and morally strip her of the right to manage the assets. Li Yanran maintained her composed smile at the podium, showing no signs of fluster. Mr. Yi Long, I believe you have misunderstood several matters. Her voice was clear and crisp. First, Yi Tian's downfall of the Yin family was achieved through his own capabilities and the assistance of friends, having no relation whatsoever to the Yi family you speak of. In fact, I recall that when he was framed and imprisoned by the Yin family, the core members of the Yi family were the first to publicly distance themselves from him. Now that there are benefits to be gained, you wish to recognize him as your cousin? Her words were laced with subtle barbs, directly unveiling the hypocrisy of the Yi family's facade. A murmur of low discussions arose among the reporters present, and many gazed at Yi Long with a hint of amusement. Yi Long's expression darkened immediately. You second. Li Yanran did not give him the opportunity to retort and continued speaking. The establishment of the Longhun Foundation is Yi Tian's personal wish. I am merely announcing this decision as his fiancé and the executor of the foundation. If you have objections, you should address them to Yi Tian, rather than shouting at me, a woman, here. That would only make you appear rather ungentlemanly. As for the third, Li Yanran's smile took on a hint of coldness. I, Li Yanran, am to be Yi Tian's legally recognized fiancé and the leader of the Li family. From any perspective, I am not the outsider you claim me to be. Mr. Yi Long, here you stand today, but whom do you truly represent? Do you represent the uncle Yi Jiangwo, who has been confined by my fiancé? Or do you represent the Yi family, which has long since disintegrated, leaving behind but an empty shell of its former self? These words struck Yilong's face like a series of resounding slaps, effectively shattering his composure. The sharpness of her remarks left him speechless. His face flushed with indignation as he trembled in anger, pointing at Li Yanran, unable to utter a single word. He had come today under the orders of some elders within the family, intending to seize control of the Yin family's assets, while simultaneously suppressing Yi Tian's arrogance. Little did he anticipate that he would not even lay eyes on Yi Tian before being thoroughly humiliated by his fiancée's words. In the background, Gui Swansea observed with rapt attention, unable to contain his admiration. Madame's combat prowess is indeed commendable, one can easily take on 10. Yi Tian gazed at the radiant woman on stage, feeling a warm surge in his heart. With a wife like this, what more could one desire? He chose not to intervene immediately, wishing to witness what tricks this inept cousin could still conjure. Ah, how eloquently Yanran is. Yilong, cornered and filled with rage, decided to shed all pretense. Since you insist that this is Yi Tian's will, let him come forth and speak for himself. What right does a recently released convict have to manage such a significant asset? Who knows if he intends to pocket it all under the guise of charity? He declared, "Today, I officially represent the Yi clan to announce to society that we do not recognize this so-called Longhun Foundation. All assets of the Yin family must be taken over by our Yi clan for fair accounting." His intent was to escalate the matter, attempting to use public opinion to bind Yi Tian. The reporters on site were utterly thrilled. The unfolding drama was nothing short of spectacular. At that moment, a calm yet magnetic voice resonated from backstage. "You wish for me to emerge, and here I am. Now, you may enlighten me on what qualifies you to represent the Yi clan." With these words, Yi Tian, clad in a sleek black suit, stepped onto the stage, immediately drawing the attention of all present. His pace was measured, yet each step seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the crowd, exuding an invisible aura of authority. His expression bore neither anger nor mockery, only an air of serene composure. Yet it was this very tranquility that made Yilong, who had been so arrogant moments before, instinctively take a step back, his heart racing. What gives me the right? Yilong struggled to maintain his composure, defiantly lifting his chin. I am the legitimate heir of the Yi family. I stand backed by the entire Yi clan. Is that so? Yi Tian ascended the stage, naturally taking Li Yanran's hand as they stood side by side. He did not cast a glance at Yilong, instead directing his gaze towards the throng of reporters below. Esteemed media friends, I had no intention of monopolizing your time today. However, since my cousin has such strong objections to my decisions, I shall elaborate further. He paused, his tone suddenly turning cold. Yilong, you claim to represent the Yi clan, so tell me, did my uncle Yi Jiangwo, as the head of this generation of the family, authorize you to do so? Yilong's expression froze. How could he respond? Should he reveal that his father was imprisoned in Jingnan for treason? Observing his discomposure, Yi Tian smirked inwardly. He gestured to Gui Swansea in the background. In an instant, the massive LED screen at the press conference flickered to life, not with promotional material for the foundation, but with a video. The footage was dimly lit, seemingly from an interrogation room. A middle-aged man, his hair gray and face haggard, appeared on screen, weeping as he confessed. I was wrong, I was misled. I should not have allied with the Yin family to harm my brother Jianjun, nor should I have targeted Xiao Tian. I have wronged the Yi family, and I apologize for betraying my father's legacy. The man in the video was none other than Yi Jiangwo. The room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was aghast at this shocking revelation. The head of the Yi family openly admitting to colluding with outsiders to betray his own brother and nephew? This was a scandal of unprecedented proportions. Yilong felt as if struck by lightning, his expression vacant as he stared at his father's remorseful visage on the screen. His mind utterly blank. He had never imagined that Yi Tian possessed such a devastating trump card. I believe this video sufficiently addresses certain issues. Yi Tian's voice rang out again, reminiscent of a judgment bell. The core of the Yi family has rotted to its very roots. They have colluded with treasonous organizations, betraying both family and nation, and are unworthy of the Yi surname. I, Yi Tian, declare here that from this moment forward, there shall be no so-called Yi family core in the capital. What remains are merely sinners seeking redemption. As his gaze finally fell upon Yilong's pale face, he added, take your people and leave. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to add another Yi family prisoner to Jingnan prison. Yilong trembled, as if doused in icy water. And without a moment's delay, he fled the venue with his entourage, overwhelmed by the barrage of flashing cameras and scornful gazes. The farce concluded with Yi Tian's overwhelming victory, and he chose not to elaborate further, simply bowing deeply to all the cameras present. Then, hand in hand with Li Yanran, He turned and departed under the scrutiny of all. He had resolved the crisis in the most assertive and domineering manner, announcing his return to everyone. Once back in the car, Li Yanran could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Brother Tian, you were absolutely magnificent just now. I've never seen Yi Long look so terrified. Yi Tian gazed at her radiant smile, feeling the shadows in his heart lift slightly. Dealing with such individuals required more than reason. One must strike with force to instill fear. Just then, his phone vibrated gently in his pocket. It was a message, devoid of salutation or signature, simply stating, "Tonight at 11, Nanluo Guxiang, courtyard number 3. Yi Tian's expression sharpened instantly. The anticipated confrontation had finally arrived. The night enveloped the capital like thick ink, shrouding it in tranquility after the day's clamor had faded. Nanluo Guxiang, an ancient alley, appeared especially serene with the red lanterns swaying gently in the breeze, casting dappled light on the cobblestone path. A black Rolls Royce silently parked at the entrance of the alley. Yi Tian stepped out of the car. "Sister, I'll go in alone," he said, noticing Li Yanran's worried gaze. "No need," he reassured her, gently smoothing her wind-tousled hair. "Wait for me here. If I do not emerge within half an hour, instruct Lao Gui and the others to level this alley." His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable resolve. Li Yanran understood his temperament and could only nod in agreement, saying, "All right, take care." Yi Tian turned and walked alone into the profound alleyway. His footsteps were light, almost merging with the darkness of the night. The number 3 courtyard was a quintessential old Beijing Sihiyuan, with a vermilion wooden door. The brass door knocker on it already showing signs of green rust, exuding a sense of time's passage. Yi Tian did not knock. He merely pushed gently, and the heavy wooden door creaked open in response. Inside the courtyard, no lights were on. Only the cold moonlight filtered through the bare grapevine trellis, casting a fragmented silver glow on the ground. A somewhat desolate figure stood with his back to him in the center of the courtyard, gazing up at the waning moon. It was his third uncle, Yi Jianjun. "You have arrived." Yi Jianjun did not turn around. His voice carried a hint of weakness and weariness. "Third uncle." Yi Tian strode over and stood behind him. He refrained from unnecessary words, directly taking out his phone to display the black and white photograph, presenting it before Yi Jianjun. "I wish to know what this is all about." Yi Jianjun's gaze shifted from the night sky to the photograph. There was no trace of surprise on his face, as if he had anticipated Yi Tian's visit. He merely sighed deeply, that sigh laden with complex and unfathomable emotions. "He is indeed your father, Yi Changfeng." Yi Jianjun finally spoke, confirming Yi Tian's suspicions. The car accident was fabricated. His death was, from the very beginning, a meticulously designed ruse to initiate the Longwang plan. He was the first candidate for the Longwang. Despite having anticipated this revelation, Yi Tian's heart still felt a sharp stab upon hearing the truth. Why? His voice was somewhat hoarse. Because of the forbidden zone. Yi Jianjun turned to face him, his once bright eyes now bloodshot and fatigued. "Your grandfather discovered that the organization's power had infiltrated to an extraordinarily terrifying extent. Even within our ranks, there were their agents. Conventional methods could no longer contend with them. Thus, your grandfather initiated that reckless plan. He aimed to create a ruler who would exist beyond all rules, unrecorded by any documents, yet wielding supreme power. To become the sword hanging over all enemies. And your father, Yi Changfeng, was the first sword he chose." Yi Tian fell silent. He seemed to comprehend his grandfather's predicament, yet understanding did not equate to forgiveness. "Where is he now?" "I do not know." Yi Jianjun shook his head, a flicker of anguish crossing his features. "Because he betrayed us." "What?" Yi Tian's pupils constricted, his entire being freezing in place. Betrayal? This term was far more difficult for him to accept than deception. Indeed, betrayal. Yi Jianjun's voice was pressed low, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. At the most critical juncture of the plan, he absconded with the project's core secrets. He not only betrayed your grandfather and the entire plan, but he also— Yi Jianjun's lips moved a few times, seemingly hesitating to reveal the more brutal truth. Ultimately, he spoke it aloud. He also joined the forbidden zone. Boom. Yi Tian's world collapsed entirely. If the notion of his father still being alive only filled him with anger over deception, then the reality of his father being a traitor nailed him to the pillar of shame. The bloodline he took pride in, the truth he had relentlessly pursued, turned out to be so disgraceful and ugly. No wonder the Forbidden Zone had sent him this photograph. They were not taunting him. They were mocking him that the organization he fought so desperately against, his own father, was a part of it. Everything he had done was that of a jester. With a cough, blood erupted from Yi Tian's mouth, splattering onto the cold bluestone slab. a shocking sight. His body shook violently, nearly losing balance. Xiao Tian. Yi Jianjun's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly reached out to steady him. Why? Yi Tian pushed his hand away, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes, now crimson, fixed on him with intensity. Why did he do this? I do not know. Yi Jianjun closed his eyes in pain. All I know is that his betrayal is directly linked to your mother's death. Your mother? Yi Tian's mind was a chaotic jumble. His memories of her were even more vague. He only knew she had passed away shortly after giving birth to him, due to illness. Your mother's death was neither an accident nor an illness. Yi Jianjun's voice trembled slightly. She was murdered. Your father's defection was to pursue the true culprit behind your mother's death, to uncover how your mother truly died. Perhaps you might find the answers to his betrayal. One shocking secret after another engulfed Yi Tian like a tempest, leaving him feeling as if he were a child stripped bare and cast into the icy wilderness, helpless and absurd. Just then, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly surged from all directions surrounding the courtyard. Not good. Yi Jianjun's complexion changed drastically. They have arrived. Before he could finish his sentence, dozens of dark shadows, like phantoms, silently descended from the courtyard walls. Their movements were synchronized and soundless, exuding a bloodthirsty aura honed only through the most brutal of battles. They were neither the Yin family's, Shi Wang Wei, nor ordinary assassins. They were the butchers of the Forbidden Zone. Their objective was clear: to ensure that Yi Tian and Yi Jianjun, who knew too many secrets, would remain here forever. Xiao Tian, run. Yi Jianjun pushed Yi Tian behind him, a flash of determination in his eyes. They are coming for me. You must go and uncover the truth. Leave. Yi Tian slowly straightened, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. In his crimson eyes, all confusion and agony transformed into a tempest of madness and ferocity. I am not going anywhere today. He gazed at the encircling black-clad assassins, a sinister, bloodthirsty smile appearing on his face. I shall see just how resilient the butchers of the Forbidden Zone truly are. All the repression, anger, and humiliation from being deceived surged within him, demanding an outlet at this moment. And these assassins, delivered to him on a silver platter, were the perfect offering. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a tall man wearing a grotesque mask slowly emerged from the throng of assassins. He did not look at Yi Jianjun, but instead fixed his cold gaze. Concealed behind the mask, firmly upon Yi Tian, he spoke with a hoarse voice laced with a hint of mockery, slowly beginning his words. Long Wang, your father sends his regards. Chapter 30. Greetings from the biological father? A single punch could shatter it. That phrase, your father sends his regards, struck Yi Tian's heart like a searing iron, leaving a deep burn. Greetings? He had dedicated 20 years of longing and sorrow to honor a lost soul, only to receive a mere trivial greeting in return. He felt like a fool, shrouded in ignorance, struggling on a chessboard laid out by his grandfather, fighting for survival against the machinations of supposed enemies, while the man he should have relied upon the most stood outside the board, observing coldly, even sending a mocking greeting. Why was this allowed? With a sudden burst, the blood he had just stifled erupted forth again. Yet this time, Yi Tian did not flinch. Nor did he wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He laughed. That smile appeared on a face stained with blood, appearing both bizarre and frenzied. Good. Very good, he murmured, his voice raspy as though two pieces of sandpaper were rubbing together. I shall accept this greeting. In the instant those words left his lips, he moved. Without any warning, he surged upward. The blue stone beneath his feet shattered like a spider's web at the moment of his leap. His target was not the man wearing the devil mask, but rather a black-clad assassin standing closest to him on the left. Swiftly, exceedingly fast, the assassin's pupils dilated sharply, and he barely caught a glimpse of a shadow rushing towards him, the violent gust of air momentarily stealing his breath away. He sought to retreat, to block, but his body's reflexes could not keep pace with Yi Tian's movements. Bang! A dull thud echoed, sending chills down the spine. Yi Tian's fist struck the assassin's chest with no embellishment, in the most direct and savage manner possible. The assassin's chest caved invisibly, and the black scarf on his face was instantly stained red by the spray of blood. He was sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding truck, his feet leaving the ground, crashing violently against the courtyard wall. With a resounding crash, the solid wall collapsed in a section, bricks tumbling down to bury him. One strike, and he was dead. The courtyard plunged into an eerie silence. The remaining dozens of black-clad assassins froze in their tracks. They were the butchers of the divine Forbidden Zone, reapers walking in shadows, killing without mercy, their resolve as unyielding as steel. Yet in this moment, a tempest surged within each of their hearts. They felt not technique, nor speed, but a sheer, unreasoned force capable of obliterating everything. Xiao Tian, Yi Jianjun exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yi Tian, amidst such immense psychological and physical turmoil, could unleash an even more terrifying combat power. This was no longer a battle. It was a catharsis, a destruction. Interesting. The man behind the devil mask finally spoke again, his tone tinged with amusement. It seems you are quite dissatisfied with your father's greeting. Yi Tian ignored him. After annihilating one foe, the madness and ferocity within him did not wane. Rather, it blazed even more fiercely. He slowly turned, his crimson eyes sweeping towards the next target. Kill him. The masked man seemed to have lost his patience, issuing a cold command. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of black-clad assassins hesitated no longer, their figures darting from all directions, simultaneously lunging towards Yi Tian in the center of the courtyard. The glint of blades and shadows of swords intertwined under the cold moonlight, forming a great web of death. Come on. Yi Tian let out a low growl, advancing rather than retreating, actively meeting that web of death. He completely abandoned all defenses and evasions. He charged like a primal beast into a flock of sheep, unleashing a massacre in the most primal, blood-soaked manner. An assassin swung a knife toward his neck. Yi Tian did not flinch, allowing the razor-sharp blade to slice into his shoulder. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The blade, sharp enough to slice through iron, left only a faint white mark on his shoulder, not even breaking the skin. What? The assassin gasped in shock. In response, Yi Tian delivered a vicious elbow strike. Crack! The assassin's head twisted at an unnatural angle, his body collapsing limply to the ground. Another assassin attempted to ambush him from behind, a poison dagger silently piercing towards Yi Tian's back. Yet Yi Tian seemed to have eyes on his back. His body abruptly sank, delivering a powerful backward kick that struck the assassin's abdomen. The assassin's body arched backward and fell silent midair. The battle had entered a fever pitch from the very beginning. Yi Tian transformed into a harbinger of death. His body became the most fearsome weapon. Every part of him, fists, feet, elbows, knees, carried destructive power. Those butchers, once hailed as the pinnacle of assassins, appeared as fragile as paper dolls before him. The sounds of breaking bones, anguished cries, and shattered weapons filled the air. Blood stained the bluestone, the grapevines, and Yi Tian's frenzied eyes. Yi Jianjun stood to the side, his heart racing in terror. He knew Yi Tian was strong, but he had never imagined he could be this formidable. This surpassed the realm of humanity. Was this the true monster the Long Wang Project sought to create? The man behind the devil mask had not moved. He merely stood there, watching as his meticulously trained butchers fell one after another, as if they were inconsequential puppets. His gaze remained fixed on Yi Tian, as though admiring a magnificent work of art. Anger, yes. Destruction, splendid. Using violence to mask your pain, using slaughter to escape your weakness, this trait you share with your father, is strikingly similar. Each word he spoke was like a poisoned arrow, piercing directly into Yi Tian's most vulnerable spots. Shut up. Yi Tian slammed an assassin's head into the ground, suddenly turning back, his blood-red gaze fixed intently on the masked man. You are next. He stomped his foot, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning, surging past the last few assassins obstructing him, charging directly at the masked man. That punch, infused with all his rage, bore down on the masked man's face with a shriek that sliced through the air. The masked man finally moved. Faced with this earth-shattering punch, he did not evade. He simply raised his right hand, palm open, meeting Yi Tian's fist at an incredible angle. At the moment their fists were about to collide, his wrist suddenly twitched in an uncanny manner. Chapter 31, Long Wang Combat Technique. A soft and viscous force emanated from his palm. Yi Tian's punch, strong enough to shatter stone, upon contact with this force, felt as though it had struck a mass of cotton, instantly losing 70 to 80% of its power. Yi Tian was taken aback. This method of discharging force, this technique of exerting strength, he was exceedingly familiar with. It was one of the most essential secret arts within Longwang Gadushu. Before he could react, the masked man's palm coiled around his fist like a venomous serpent, fingers clawing towards his wrist's vital point. The change occurred in the blink of an eye. For the first time, Yi Tian felt a life-threatening danger in battle. A sense of impending doom coursed through his entire being like an electric current. Without a moment's hesitation, his other hand transformed into a blade, slicing towards the masked man's wrist with a fierce gust of wind. To rescue the Zhao by besieging Wei, the masked man seemed to have anticipated this. Maintaining his grip on Yi Tian's wrist while leaning back at an impossible angle, narrowly evading Yi Tian's strike. Simultaneously, His left leg swept towards Yetien's lower body with the stealth of a steel whip from an awkward angle. One attack, one defense. The movements were fluid and seamless. The familiar sensation within Yetien intensified. This was undoubtedly Lonwang Gadushu. Moreover, it was a variant he had never encountered, more insidious and ruthless. He dared not be the slightest bit careless. He forcefully propelled his body upward, avoiding the sweeping leg while using this momentum for a powerful knee strike aimed at the masked man's chest. Bang! The masked man crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest, absorbing the impact of the knee strike. The tremendous force caused him to slide backward several meters, carving deep grooves into the stone tiles beneath him. The two separated, standing at a distance from one another. In the entire courtyard, apart from the corpse lying in a pool of blood, only they remained standing. Surprised? The masked man shook his slightly numb arm, his tone laced with mockery. The martial skills you pride yourself on are merely childish play in my presence. Your father taught me all of this. Oh, no, he taught me the complete version. While you learned only a diluted, merciful one. He wagged a finger. Too slow, too soft, full of flaws. Just like your foolish mother, naive and easily defeated. You seek death. The mention of mother was another scar in Yetien's heart, a wound not to be touched. The masked man's words ignited the last flicker of rationality within him. Roar! Yetien let out a roar that resembled a beast's, his eyes burning crimson like blood. And he lunged at the masked man once more. This time, his aura was even more frenzied and terrifying. If he had been an enraged beast before, now he resembled a demon risen from hell, hell-bent on destruction. The two engaged in a fierce clash. Fists and feet collided, energy surging. The artificial hills, stone tables, and grape trellises in the courtyard shattered into dust amidst the aftermath of their confrontation. Ye Jianjun was forced to retreat repeatedly by this terrifying energy, finally halting in shock at the courtyard's entrance. To his horror, he realized that Yetien was actually being suppressed. The masked man's techniques, originating from the same source as Yetien's, were more seasoned and vicious. Every strike targeted Yetien's vital points, each blow containing multiple follow-up variations, forcing Yetien into a flustered defense, completely caught in the opponent's rhythm. Do you see? This is the gap. As the masked man unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, he relentlessly tormented Yetien's spirit with words. Your grandfather treated you like a sword, honing you for 20 years. Yet he did not realize that your father had already forged a sharper blade. You think you're the Lonwang? No, you are merely a substitute. A pitiful creature living in your father's shadow. Bang! Yetien made a misstep, and a palm struck his chest. He was sent flying, crashing through half a wall before finally stopping, a metallic taste filling his throat as blood surged forth. Xiao Tian! Ye Jianjun's heart leaped into his throat. Ha ha ha! The masked man erupted in a piercing, maniacal laugh. What's wrong? Can't you get up? Useless. Just like your weeping mother. Both of you are worthless. Amidst the ruins, Yetien slowly pushed himself up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raising his head. And the madness and savagery in his crimson eyes faded at an astonishing pace. In its place emerged a near-absolute calmness, an icy cold intent to kill. He had been deceived. From the very beginning, he had been ensnared by the opponent's words and their shared techniques, falling into emotions of rage and self-doubt, rendering him unable to unleash even 70% of his combat power. This was precisely the effect his adversary sought. With the most venomous words, they disrupted his mind, causing him to falter. But he forgot. Yetien was the Lonwang who had clawed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The life and death crises he had faced were far more perilous than this. His will had already been tempered to an indomitable strength. Are you finished? Yetien stood tall, his voice terrifyingly calm. Now it is my turn. The masked man's laughter abruptly ceased. He sensed a radically different aura emanating from Yetien. If the previous Yetien was a volcano on the verge of eruption, he now resembled an unfathomable icy abyss, seemingly serene, yet concealing a terrifying power capable of devouring all. Enough of your tricks. The masked man snorted coldly and charged forward again, delivering a knife-hand strike aimed at Yetien's face. Faced with this fierce attack, Yetien no longer braced himself or defended as he had before. His body swayed like a willow in the wind, tilting slightly with an exquisite precision. The masked man's knife hand narrowly grazed his cheek, the fierce wind even leaving a fine cut on his face. A miscalculation? The masked man was startled and immediately altered his attack, twisting his wrist to slash at Yetien's throat. Yet Yetien's body seemed devoid of bones, leaning back at an impossible angle once more, narrowly evading the strike. How is this possible? The masked man was horrified. He realized that all his attacks, which seemed destined to hit their mark, always fell just short at the last moment. It was as if Etienne could foresee all of his movements. Your techniques are too disorganized. Etienne's voice echoed softly. In your pursuit of insidiousness and ruthlessness, you have infused it with too many extraneous elements. You believe you have grasped the essence, but in reality, you have merely learned a hodgepodge of superficial skills. Now, allow me to demonstrate what true mastery is. Etienne's dodging form suddenly halted. An aura tenfold more violent than before erupted from within him. Long Wang's battle technique. He no longer evaded, delivering a single punch. This punch held no extraneous variations, no complex techniques. It was simply the purest, most distilled form of unyielding dominance. Swift, accurate, ruthless. The pupils of the masked man shrank to the size of pinheads. From this single blow, he felt an overwhelming tremor emanating from the depths of his soul. It was the uncontrollable fear of a lesser being in the presence of a superior one. He wished to evade, yet discovered that his body seemed ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. He could only watch helplessly as that fist grew larger and larger in his field of vision. No, he emitted a terrified, pitch-altering scream. Boom. Etienne's fist landed solidly on his face. The sinister, blue-faced mask shattered instantly, unable to withstand even a moment upon impact. The visage beneath the mask contorted and deformed, the sound of bones cracking distinctly audible. The masked man was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, tracing a tragic arc through the air before crashing heavily in the center of the courtyard. He struggled to rise, but could only cough up blood mixed with fragments of teeth before falling silent. Etienne slowly retracted his fist, his chest heaving violently. He approached the fallen figure, gazing down from his elevated position at the bloodied, mangled face. That was not his father's face, but rather a countenance he once knew intimately. One he had clawed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood alongside. It is you. Etienne uttered 2 words, devoid of any discernible emotion. Ingqi. This code name acted like a rusted key, unlocking a long-sealed door in Etienne's memory. The Long Wang plan was merciless, with countless young geniuses thrown into its depths, enduring harrowing trials. Those who survived were few and far between. In Etienne's cohort, aside from himself, there was another youth known as Ingqi. That boy was extraordinarily gifted, ruthless, and Etienne's most formidable rival. However, in the final ultimate assessment, Ingqi failed. And according to the rules, failure meant certain death. Etienne witnessed his execution with his own eyes. Yet now, this man, who should have perished over a decade ago, stood alive before him, having become a person of the divine forbidden zone, possessing a semblance of the Long Wang combat techniques. What secrets lay hidden behind this? Coughing violently, Ingqi expelled copious amounts of blood with each spasm. His face was utterly ruined by Etienne's punch, his features grotesquely mashed together, appearing terrifyingly disfigured. Yet, his eyes shone with an eerie brightness. He looked at Etienne, attempting to smile, but the motion only contorted his wounded face further, making it more ghastly. Yes, it is me. His voice was ragged and unclear. Long Wang, you remain as formidable as ever, like a monster. Etienne remained silent, merely observing him coldly, awaiting his next words. He understood that since Ingqi had chosen to reveal his identity, he must have something significant to convey. Are you curious as to why I am still alive? Ingqi panted, speaking in broken phrases. It was your father, Yi Changfeng, who saved me. He used a clever trick to save me when your grandfather sought to kill me. Etienne's heart twisted painfully once more. Again, it was his father. What role had this man played in his life? He is the true Long Wang. Ingqi's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor, reminiscent of a devotee gazing up at their deity. Your grandfather, Yi Xinghua, is a deceiver, a thief. The Long Wang plan was never intended to protect Huaxia. What was it then? Etienne finally spoke, his voice hoarse. It is a key. Ingqi's breathing quickened, his vitality swiftly waning. A key to unlock the prison. Your mother, Su Wan, is trapped within that prison. Your father did not betray. He merely sought to rescue his wife. Yet your grandfather, that cold-blooded madman, obstructed him for the so-called greater good. Boom. Each of Ingqi's words struck Etienne's mind like thunder, shattering the nascent understanding he had just formed. Mother is not dead. She is imprisoned in a place called the prison. Father's betrayal was to save mother. And grandfather, the man he had always revered and feared, was the architect behind it all. In an instant, countless questions and clues tangled and collided in his mind, inducing a splitting headache. He felt as if he were ensnared in a vast labyrinth woven from lies and conspiracies, unable to find an exit no matter how he moved. How absurd. All this for a diary? To intentionally sacrifice oneself? Yi Tian found the minds of these individuals utterly nonsensical. Why not reveal it from the start? Why wait until the brink of death to disclose it? Foolish. Yi Tian believed these people were deranged. The performance continues. Each one seemed possessed by the spirit of an actor, complicating matters that could have been clarified with a single sentence, turning it into a tragic melodrama, using their lives as the script. He gazed at the bloodied face on the ground, contorted, yet bearing an expression of strange relief. And the tempest in his heart ultimately coalesced into a curse lodged in his throat. Fool. Xiao Tian. You. Yi Jianjun observed his swaying figure and the blood at the corner of his mouth, filled with worry and guilt. Yi Tian waved his hand, signaling that he was unharmed. He strode directly to Ying Qi's body, squatting down and disregarding the acrid stench of blood, beginning to search. Given that Ying Qi had spoken so much before his demise, it was clear he had information to convey, and it was improbable that he bore nothing on him. Indeed, Yi Tian felt a hard object in his inner pocket. It was a small black hardshell notebook, thoroughly wrapped in oiled paper, no larger than a palm. This must be the object for which Ying Qi had risked everything. Clutching the cold notebook, Yi Tian stood, a surge of indignation igniting within him once more. All this, just for a wretched notebook, cost dozens of lives, and nearly drove him to madness. He turned to face the complex expression of Yi Jianjun. Third uncle. Today's events are far from over. His voice was calm, yet it caused Yi Jianjun's body to tremble involuntarily. He understood the weight of Yi Tian's words. This indicated that he had yet to fully trust him. I understand. Yi Jianjun nodded bitterly. You need time. Yi Tian said no more. Producing a secure phone and dialing a number. Lao Gui, bring people to Nanluo Guxiang number 3 courtyard and clean up. The steady voice of Lao Gui came through the line. Yes, Long Wang. After hanging up, Yi Tian tucked the notebook into his coat and turned to stride out of the courtyard. Each step traversed pools of blood and bodies. Yet he moved as if traversing solid ground, his gaze unwavering. It was as if this place were not a hell on earth, but merely an ordinary alley. Xiao Tian. Yi Jianjun could not help but call out from behind him. Everything that your esteemed ancestor has done, what was it truly for? Yi Tian halted his steps, but did not look back. Was it for Huaxia, or was it for his own deranged scheme? I do not know, nor do I wish to know. All I am aware of is that from this day forth, I trust no one. I place my faith solely in myself and the blade in my hand. Having spoken, he no longer lingered and strode out of the courtyard that had utterly transformed his understanding. Left behind was Yi Jianjun, standing alone beneath the cold moonlight, gazing at his solitary figure, a visage marked by despair. Upon entering the Rolls-Royce, Li Yanran immediately rushed towards him. When she noticed the blood at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth and the lingering aura of hostility that enveloped him, her delicate face turned pale in an instant. Brother Tian, are you injured? It's nothing, just someone else's blood. Yi Tian shook his head, gently embracing her and inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, allowing the tumultuous waves of murderous intent within him to gradually subside. Return to the manor. The car started, smoothly merging into the night. Li Yanran leaned against him, refraining from asking any further questions. She was astute, knowing precisely when to inquire and when to remain silent. All she needed to be was his warmest sanctuary, and that sufficed. Upon arriving at the Li family estate, Gui Swansea and Haozi had long awaited them in the hall, their expressions laden with gravity. Sir. Upon seeing Yi Tian return, they promptly approached. How did the matter unfold? As Yi Tian removed his coat, he inquired. Gui Swansea presented a tablet. Everything has been handled. That fool Yi Long has become the laughingstock of the entire capital after your scathing remarks at the press conference. The elders of the Yi clan have all turned into turtles, too afraid to show their faces. Additionally, we have officially taken over all of the Yin family's assets through the Yanran Foundation, and the liquidation process is proceeding methodically. Yi Tian nodded, accepting the tablet and swiftly navigating its interface. His concern did not lie with these matters. He placed the notebook he had seized from Ying Qi on the table. Haozi, take a look at this. Yes, Master Yi. Haozi hurriedly stepped forward, cautiously picking up the notebook. Instead of attempting to open it immediately, he retrieved various precision instruments from his toolkit, beginning a comprehensive scan of the notebook. Master Yi, this notebook is physically encrypted. The casing is made of military-grade composite material, resistant to water, fire, and explosion. Inside, it is likely not paper, but an independent storage chip. Haozi reported while working. Can it be decrypted? It will require some time. The opponent's techniques are quite sophisticated, with multiple firewalls established. Haozi furrowed his brow. If we force a breach, there is an 80% chance of triggering a self-destruct sequence. I need an absolutely quiet environment and support from several supercomputers. Make it happen, Yi Tian said without hesitation. Yanran utilized the Li family's resources to provide him with the best laboratory. Understood. Li Yanran immediately nodded and began making calls to arrange everything. Once everything was set, Yi Tian rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The events of the day had been overwhelming, the impact too great. Father, mother, esteemed ancestor. The forbidden zone of the gods, the Dragon King plan, the cage, each term weighed upon him like a mountain, suffocating him. He felt as though he were a sailor navigating through thick fog, surrounded by illusions, utterly unable to discern his direction. Sir, are you all right? Gue Swansea observed his demeanor and offered him a cup of hot tea. Yi Tian accepted the cup, but did not drink. Gue Swansea, why do you think a person lies? He suddenly asked, gazing at the rising steam from the cup. Gue Swansea was taken aback, not expecting such a question from Yi Tian. The truth behind a lie is often to conceal a more grotesque reality, or to protect someone more vulnerable. He replied cautiously after a moment of contemplation. But what if everyone is lying to you? Gue Swansea fell silent. He could not answer this question. From Yi Tian's calm tone, he sensed a melancholy profound enough to freeze the world. The hall descended into a prolonged silence until an excited whisper emerged from House's direction. Found it. I bypassed its physical triggering mechanism and discovered a logical flaw. All attention was instantly drawn to him. House, drenched in sweat, typed a flurry of dazzling codes on the keyboard. With the final keystroke, a decryption progress bar appeared on the computer screen connected to the notebook. 10%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Decryption successful. An encrypted document materialized at the center of the screen. Trembling, Housey clicked open the document. Inside, there were no lengthy diaries, nor complex plans. Just a single line, inscribed in blood-red text, seemingly infused with endless resentment and curses. Su Wan must die. These 5 words plunged like 5 searing daggers into Yi Tian's heart. Su Wan was the name of his mother. What this notebook, acquired at the cost of a life, concealed was not the truth, nor an explanation, but a death sentence for his mother. An indescribable, violent aura erupted from Yi Tian, causing the temperature in the entire hall to plummet to freezing point. The grand table before him, crafted from precious mahogany, disintegrated into dust under the force of this wave. Gue Swansea and Housey were struck with terror, retreating in haste, their faces drained of color, feeling as though their souls were trembling. Li Yanran's face also turned pale. Yet she did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward and tightly embraced Yi Tian from behind. Brother Tian. She could sense that the man in her arms was like an utterly enraged beast, his inner power thrashing about as though it would break free at any moment and tear the entire world apart. Who? Yi Tian's throat constricted as he uttered 2 chilling words, his voice horrifyingly hoarse. Who wrote this? Housey, trembling, pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. Master Yi. The document's properties reveal the author as signature. It is your esteemed ancestor, Yi Xinghua. Yi Xinghua. Again, it was him. The man who had single-handedly fashioned him into the Dragon King and then thrust him into the abyss. The man who continuously spoke of debts owed, yet laid one shocking scheme after another behind his back. Now, he had left a death decree for his mother within this so-called diary. Why? What on earth did he intend to achieve? With fury boiling within him, Yi Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the pristine carpet before him. Brother Tian, Li Yanran exclaimed anxiously, tightening her embrace. I am fine. Yi Tian slowly pushed her away, standing upright as the crimson hue in his eyes began to retract, coalescing into a chilling glimmer of unfathomable depth. He recalled the words of Ing Qi before his demise. Your old man is a deceiver, a thief. He obstructed your father from rescuing your mother for the sake of a so-called greater good. It dawned on him that all of it was indeed true. The old man genuinely wished to kill his own mother. Yi Tian suddenly chuckled softly, his laughter filled with endless sorrow and self-mockery. He had always believed himself to be but a pawn, only to discover now that he was unworthy even of that title. He was merely a farcical joke, an utterly grandiose one at that. Gue Swansea. He ceased his laughter, his voice steady to the point of instilling unease. Sir, I am here. Relay my command to the old ghost. Mobilize the heavenly punishment. Gue Swansea's entire body trembled, his pupils constricting sharply. Heavenly punishment. That most enigmatic and terrifying phantom force under the Dragon King. Since its inception, it had never fully revealed its fangs. Now, the Dragon King intended to wield this power? Who was the target? Gue Swansea suppressed the turmoil within and inquired in a hushed tone. The forbidden zone of the gods. Yi Tian uttered these 4 words. I want all their strongholds within Huaxia, every infiltrator, to vanish from this world overnight. Not a single one left. Gue Swansea inhaled deeply. He understood that the Sir was truly furious this time. The capital was on the verge of upheaval. No, the entire underworld of Huaxiao was about to experience an unprecedented seismic event. Yes, Gue Swansea nodded vigorously, promptly turning to convey the orders. Mouse. Yi Tian's gaze fell upon Mouse once more. Yi, you command. Investigate for me. I want to know all overseas assets of the forbidden zone of the gods. Every financial oligarch linked to them. All clandestine black gold transactions. I want their wealth to be rendered into mere scraps of paper. Understood. Mouse acknowledged the command, his eyes shimmering with excitement. To partake in such a high-stakes financial war was the lifelong dream of this top-tier hacker. In the hall, only Yi Tian and Li Yanran remained. Yi Tian approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the heavy night outside, the frigid aura around him unwavering. He knew that the two commands he had issued were laden with emotional impulse. Given that the forbidden zone of the gods could infiltrate to such an extent, their strength was undoubtedly unfathomable. Although the Heavenly Punishment Unit was formidable, uprooting them overnight was nearly an impossible task. Attacking their overseas financial system would also provoke a backlash from countless colossal entities on the international stage. Yet, he was indifferent. All he desired was to kill, to obliterate. To make those who had toyed with him pay the most excruciating price. Tiangu. Li Yanran approached him, gently grasping his icy hand. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Yi Tian turned his head, meeting her eyes filled with concern and trust, and the malice within him softened slightly. He took her small hand in his, pressing a gentle kiss upon it. Yanran, what lies ahead will be perilous. I am not afraid. Li Yanran shook her head. I only fear that you bear it all alone. Yi Tian felt warmth in his heart, embracing her tightly. Just then, his phone in his pocket vibrated again. It was an unfamiliar number. Yi Tian furrowed his brow and answered the call. A processed, gender-neutral electronic voice spoke on the other end. Yi Tian, we know you are very angry right now, but anger will resolve nothing. It will only expedite your demise. Yi Tian's gaze sharpened instantly. Who are you? Who we are is unimportant, the voice continued. What matters is that we can provide you with the answers you seek. About your mother, Su Wan. About your father, Yi Changfeng. And about that so-called cage. Yi Tian's heart skipped a beat. They even knew about the cage. What do you want? Very simple, cooperation. The voice on the line carried a hint of allure. The forbidden zone of the gods is our common enemy. We can help you rescue your mother. What are the conditions? Yi Tian inquired coldly. He did not believe in free lunches. We want that half of the list in your father Yi Changfeng's possession. The list. Again, the list. Yi Tian recalled the old man's will, the document that had turned the Yi family and the Yin family against one another, driving countless people to madness. So his father possessed half of it as well. How do I know you are not part of the forbidden zone of the gods, staging a double act? Yi Tian retorted. Heh. A light chuckle emanated from the other end. You will soon discover the answer to that question. Tonight, there will be an important secret meeting of the forbidden zone of the gods at the Zijin Mountain Villa in the suburbs of the capital. One of their snake kings will be present. You can go and see for yourself. This is the first token of sincerity we offer you. After saying this, the call was abruptly terminated. Yi Tian held his phone, lost in contemplation. Chapter 35, Snake King, Viper. What exactly is this mysterious force that has suddenly emerged? Is their intention truly just for the list? Zijin Mountain Villa, Snake King? Is this an opportunity or another deeper trap? Tiangu, what's wrong? Li Yanran noticed his unusual demeanor. Yi Tian succinctly recounted the contents of the call. This is too suspicious. They seem to know your situation inside out. It's evident they came prepared. This is undoubtedly a trap. Upon hearing this, Li Yanran's brows furrowed tightly. I know it's a trap. Yet, a cold smile curved Yi Tian's lips. But so what? If they want a show, I shall perform for them. If they wish to set a trap, I will tear apart their snare along with its creators. He turned to gaze out the window, the fierce battle spirit igniting once more in his profound eyes. Moreover, I am quite eager to witness what exactly the Snake King of the forbidden zone of the gods is made of. Those who dare to threaten my mother, whether it be a Snake King or a God King, shall find their heads severed. The night deepened. In the suburbs, Zijin Mountain Villa. This was one of the most elite private clubs in the capital, sprawling with extensive grounds and heavily guarded. Rumor had it that its master possessed immense power. At this moment, within the innermost part of the villa, in a Tang-style courtyard not open to the public, the lights blazed brightly. Dozens of imposing black-clad men stood like statues, vigilantly observing their surroundings. In the main hall of the courtyard, 7 or 8 individuals gathered around a massive round table. These individuals, both male and female, young and old, Each possessed the kind of influence that could stir the very ground of the capital with a mere stamp of their feet. Titans of the business world, rising stars of politics, and representatives of esteemed families, they are all mere pawns placed by the realm of the divine in the very heart of Huaxia. Today, they gather here solely to welcome a distinguished figure, the envoy known by the codename Viper, one of the 12 serpent kings from the realm of the divine. At the head of the table sits a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, his demeanor exuding scholarly elegance, reminiscent of a university professor. He lifts his teacup and takes a delicate sip. His name is Zhao Shiji, the ostensible master of this Zijin mountain villa, as well as the regional leader for the realm of the divine in the capital. Please, remain calm. Zhao Shiji addresses the assembly with a smile as he sets down his cup. Lord Viper is en route and shall arrive shortly. Mr. Zhao, what is the purpose of Lord Viper's visit? Inquired a corpulent man, visibly anxious. He is Wang Dahai, one of the capital's largest real estate magnates. The matter concerning the Yin family has already drawn the attention of higher authorities, Zhao Shiji replied nonchalantly. The peace known as Yin Yunlong has been rendered ineffective. Yi Tian, that little dragon, proves to be far more formidable than anticipated. Humph, just a brash young lad. What waves could he possibly stir? Scoffed a glamorous woman with exquisite makeup. Her disdain palpable. She is Chun Feifei, the queen of capital in the entertainment industry. Feifei, do not underestimate him, Zhao Shiji cautioned, his expression growing grave. According to our latest intelligence, Yi Tian has mobilized his enigmatic unit known as Heaven's Punishment, targeting all our strongholds within Huaxia. What? The revelation stunned the room. How dare he? Is he declaring total war against us? Wang Dahai slammed the table, his flesh quivering. Thus, Lord Viper's arrival, Zhao Shiji remarked, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. Our esteemed guest brings with her the highest directive from the organization. Yi Tian, along with his unwitting fiancée Li Yanran and the entire Li family, are to be utterly eradicated. Our role is to assist Lord Viper in executing this grand performance, allowing that little dragon to perish slowly in the depths of despair and agony. Upon hearing this, the faces of all present contorted into expressions of cruel excitement. They envisioned the tragic downfall of Yi Tian and the Li family, crushed beneath their imposing might. At that moment, the grand hall's doors creaked open. A statuesque woman clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, accentuating her voluptuous form, strode in. Adorning her face was a half-masked viper mask. Her crimson lips resembling roses laced with poison, both alluring and perilous. The moment she entered, the air in the hall seemed to freeze, a cold and sanguine aura enveloping the space. Zhao Shiji and the others hastily rose, bowing respectfully. We welcome Lord Viper. Indeed, Viper responded coolly, making her way to the head seat, where she settled with poise. Her eyes, concealed behind the mask, surveyed the assembly, exuding an oppressive authority befitting her rank. A collection of ineptitude, she uttered, her lips barely parting to release 3 chilling words. Zhao Shiji and his companions lowered their heads further, scarcely daring to breathe. One mere Yin family has left you in such disarray, and you have been bested by a lad in his 20s. Her words struck like heavy hammers upon their hearts. The organization nurtures you not to be useless, but to act decisively. Please, do not be angry, my lord. Zhao Shiji interjected hastily. It is that Yi Tian's cunning, coupled with the shadows of the Li family and the military, that has complicated matters. Silence. Viper's sharp reprimand cut through the air, halting him mid-sentence. I do not wish to hear excuses. From this moment forth, I shall take command here. My plan is quite simple. She extended a slender finger, painted with black nail polish, lightly tapping the table. First, sever all financial ties to the Li family, isolating them as a lone island. Second, employ our operatives to detain the Li family's leaders under charges of treason. Third, and most crucially, her lips curled into a cruel smile, I desire Yi Tian alive. I wish to shatter every bone in his body, forcing him to kneel before me, licking my shoes like a dog. Then, before his very eyes, I shall play with his beautiful fiancée's life. The hall resonated with suppressed yet exhilarated breaths, as they absorbed the thrill of hunting their prey. Very well. That is the plan. Is everything understood? Understood. They echoed in unison. Excellent. Viper nodded, satisfied. Now, let us enjoy tonight's appetizer. With a snap of her fingers, the massive screen in the center of the hall illuminated, displaying real-time surveillance footage from the villa's entrance. In the footage, a black Rolls-Royce came to a slow stop. The door opened, and a tall young man stepped out. Yi Tian. He truly dares to come alone? Wang Dahai scoffed. He is certainly tempting fate. Chen Feifei's eyes glinted with mockery. Zhao Shiji's face broke into a confident smile. Our Lord's foresight is unparalleled. His every move is under your control. Viper remained silent. Her interest peaked as she watched the man on the screen, her tongue delicately tracing her crimson lips. She eagerly anticipated the amusing expression on the face of this legendary Dragon King when he kneels before her in supplication. Outside the villa, Yi Tian exited the car. Glancing up at the gilded plaque bearing the name Zijin Mountain Villa, he sensed that within this seemingly tranquil estate lay at least 100 individuals lurking in the shadows, akin to an expansive net awaiting his fall. Intriguing. Instead of fear, a low chuckle escaped his lips. He relished this feeling of venturing into the lair of danger. Boldly stepping into the fray, he advanced steadily towards the imposing vermilion doors. "Stop!" commanded the two security guards clad in black, immediately barring his way. "Private club. No entry for outsiders." Without sparing them a glance, Yi Tian coolly uttered, "Get lost." The two guards, both retired special forces with blood on their hands, emanated an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, they exchanged glances, grins of malice spreading across their faces. "Kid, it seems you are tired of living," one of them declared, as a fist the size of a cauldron swung violently towards Yi Tian's face. In the monitoring room, Wang Dehai and the others erupted into gleeful laughter. They knew that while the guards were not core members of the organization, each was a formidable opponent capable of taking on 10 men single-handedly. This audacious young man, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, appeared as though he would not even make it through the entrance of the manor before suffering a brutal beating, dragged in like a lifeless dog. However, the very next moment, the scene unfolding on the screen silenced their laughter. Yi Tian faced a powerful punch without even flinching. Just as the fist was about to collide with his nose, he swiftly raised his hand, not to block or evade, but simply used 2 fingers to halt the oncoming blow. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The grin on the security guard's face instantly froze, replaced by sheer disbelief. He felt as if his fist was ensnared in an iron grip, immovable despite all his strength. With a slight twist of Yi Tian's fingers, a sharp crack echoed through the night. The guard's arm contorted at an unnatural angle, the stark white bone piercing through the skin, exposed to the air. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. Another guard, witnessing this horror, reacted in terror, drawing a military dagger from his waist and lunging at Yi Tian's heart. Without even glancing at him, Yi Tian casually lifted his foot. The impact was immediate. That kick landed squarely in the guard's abdomen. His body crumpled as if struck by a cannonball, feet leaving the ground. He flew backward for several meters, crashing against the gate before tumbling to the ground. Foaming at the mouth, convulsing a few times before falling silent. One move, just one move. 2 elite soldiers, 1 dead, 1 incapacitated. The entire sequence was fluid and decisive. In the surveillance room, a profound silence enveloped the space. Everyone stared in shock at the screen, their smiles vanished, replaced by deep astonishment and a hint of fear. Even the ever-composed Viper, hidden behind her mask, narrowed her eyes slightly. "Impressive," she murmured under her breath, her tone now imbued with seriousness. Yi Tian kicked open the gate and strolled inside, fully aware that everything had been witnessed. He intended to convey, in the most direct and domineering manner, that he had arrived to kill. As he entered the courtyard, dozens of shadowy figures emerged like a tidal wave from the darkness, surrounding him completely. These individuals exuded a far more formidable aura than the guards at the entrance. Each one radiated a potent scent of blood and an air of menace. They were the elite of the divine forbidden zone, true butchers. Yi Tian surveyed his surroundings, his expression inscrutable. "Summon your Snake King to face his demise." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear and was transmitted through the surveillance to the hall. Arrogance. A flicker of anger flashed in Viper's eyes. She picked up the intercom on the table and issued a cold command. "Eliminate him." "Understood." In the courtyard, upon receiving the order, the group of assassins moved as one. Blades glinted, and the air crackled with murderous intent. Yi Tian stood at the center of the encirclement, facing what seemed to be an inevitable slaughter. Yet a bloodthirsty smile gradually curled at the corner of his lips. He sprang into action. In a blur, he left a phantom behind. In the next instant, he appeared before one of the assassins. With a single punch, seemingly unremarkable, yet swift as lightning, he struck. The assassin's chest caved in upon impact, and he flew backward, crashing into several of his comrades. The massacre had begun. Yi Tian became a harbinger of doom, unleashing an overwhelming slaughter among the crowd. Each punch, each kick, bore destructive power. Those so-called elite assassins crumbled before him, fragile as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. In the surveillance room, everyone was rendered speechless by the bloody and shocking spectacle on the screen. Their once proud elite combat prowess appeared as nothing more than a group of helpless lambs before Yition. This was no battle. It was an outright obliteration. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Viper trembled with rage, slamming her fist on the table as she rose. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. With that, she transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting out of the hall. In the courtyard, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The ground was strewn with bodies, while Yition stood proudly amidst the pool of blood, untouched. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared before him like a wraith. It was Viper. Chapter 37. Instant kill. You are the Dragon King? Viper regarded Yition with a frigid tone. You are the Snake King? Yition retorted. Excellent. Viper nodded, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Today, I shall personally shatter your dragon horns and strip you of your dragon scales. Before her words could fully dissipate, she vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, she appeared behind Yition, her 5 glimmering claws resembling the sharpest daggers aimed at his back. Yition, seemingly possessing eyes in the back of his head, did not turn. Instead, he countered with a swift elbow strike. The collision of their strikes produced a thunderous sound. Both retreated 3 steps. Interesting. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Yition's eyes. This woman's strength far surpassed those previous weaklings and could rival in chi. This is merely the beginning. Viper coldly chuckled and advanced once more. Her movements were fluid and deadly, each strike targeting Yition's vital points. This was the ancient martial art of Yin Claw, each move aimed at the vital organs. The two became entangled in a whirlwind of combat, their figures moving so swiftly they were nearly indistinguishable, punctuated by the sound of heavy blows and the splatter of energy. In the hall, Zhao Shiji and the others watched the monitors, their hearts racing. They had not anticipated Yition's strength to be formidable enough to stand toe-to-toe with Lord Viper. Die. In the midst of the battle, Viper seized on a flaw in Yition's defense, letting out a fierce cry. Her body twisted in midair at an incredible angle, her long legs sweeping toward Yition's head like a steel whip, accompanied by a deafening rush of air. This kick was her ultimate move. She was confident that even steel could be pierced by her strike. Yet, in the face of this lethal attack, a mocking smile appeared on Yition's face. He did not evade. Instead, he simply raised his foot. Then, he stomped down. Viper's powerful whip kick was effortlessly subdued beneath his foot. No matter how she struggled, she could not move an inch. It was as if what pinned her down was not a foot, but an immovable ancient mountain. How is this possible? The confidence and cruelty etched on the face of the Viper were abruptly supplanted by an overwhelming sense of horror. The Snake King? Yition gazed down upon her, the pressure of his foot intensifying beneath her. In my eyes, you are merely a slightly more robust loach. With a sharp crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed through the courtyard. The entirety of the Viper's right leg was brutally crushed beneath his weight. A piercing scream erupted from her lips, stripping away any remnants of her earlier arrogance and coldness. Yition slowly lifted his foot, observing the writhing Viper on the ground, devoid of any compassion in his gaze. He advanced a step closer and brought his foot down with force upon her face, driving her beautiful features, along with her proud facade, deep into the cold earth. Now tell me, who is the prey? Yition's voice was soft, yet resonated like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of everyone in the monitoring room. Zhao Shiji and the others felt a chilling dread, as if plunged into an icy abyss, their breaths momentarily stilled. The deity in their eyes, that powerful, enchanting, and ruthless Viper Lord, now resembled a lifeless dog with a shattered spine, her face pressed firmly into the soil, reduced to mere whimpers of agony. Unable to utter a coherent word. You cannot kill me. The Viper's voice came muffled from the ground, laden with fear and defiance. The sacred realm will not spare you. Is that so? Yition exerted his foot once more. Crack. Another sickening sound of bone splintering resonated as the Viper's cheekbone was completely obliterated. The excruciating pain elicited a scream that was far from human. I ask, you answer. Yition disregarded her threats entirely, his tone unwavering. Where is my mother, Suwan? I do not know. Crack. Without hesitation, Yition crushed her other leg underfoot. The Viper's body convulsed violently, the pain nearly rendering her unconscious. I truly do not know. I am merely one of the 12 Snake Kings, unworthy of any knowledge regarding the cage. The cage. Upon hearing this term, Yition momentarily paused. It seems Ying Qi did not deceive him. What do you know? I know the locations of all the organization's strongholds in Huaxia and the list of all the pieces in the capital. In a desperate bid for survival, the Viper spilled the secrets of the organization like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Excellent. Yition slowly lifted his foot. The Viper, feeling as if she had been pardoned, greedily inhaled the blood-scented air. Yet before she could catch her breath, a hand seized her throat, lifting her from the ground. Take me to your monitoring room. In the monitoring room, Zhao Shiji and the others watched in horror. Quickly, run. Wang Dahai was the first to react, his corpulent form displaying unexpected agility as he turned to flee down a secret passage. The others, roused from their stupor, scattered like frightened birds. However, just as they reached the entrance to the passage, the heavy steel door slammed shut with a resounding crash. Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? Chen Feifei screamed. Zhao Shiji's face turned ashen as he clutched a remote control, trembling as he spoke. There is no escape for us. We cannot flee. Rather than face his torment one by one, it would be better to perish together. A flicker of madness crossed his eyes as he pressed the red button on the remote. The self-destruct sequence of the manor has been activated. In 1 minute, all the high explosives here will detonate. We are all going to die? Ha ha. The sound of desperate laughter echoed within the monitoring room. In the courtyard, Yi Tian, holding the half-conscious Viper, was preparing to head towards the Tang-style courtyard. Suddenly, the entire manor was engulfed by a shrill alarm, red lights flashing chaotically. Warning, self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown 60 seconds. The cold electronic voice heralded the approach of death. A look of despair mixed with twisted glee appeared on the Viper's face. Ha, futile. What does your strength matter? You will still accompany me in death. Yi Tian frowned. He released the Viper, allowing her to collapse to the ground. Then, under the puzzled gaze of the Viper, he slowly raised his right hand, pointing towards the courtyard, fingers splayed. In the next moment, he snapped his fingers. Boom. A shell with a pale blue flame tail descended from afar. An invisible yet terrifying force enveloped the courtyard in an instant. In the monitoring room, Zhao Shiji and the others felt an overwhelming pressure squeezing in from all sides. Cracks began to spiderweb across the walls, ceiling, and floor. Chapter 38. Self-destruction? I shall directly transcend you physically. What is this power? The madness on Zhao Shiji's face was replaced by an abyss of fear. They could not even muster a scream as the entire monitoring room, along with the sturdy courtyard, was ruthlessly crushed into a heap of scrap metal. The explosion did not occur. The blaring alarms ceased abruptly. The world fell into silence. The Viper lay on the ground, dumbfounded, staring at the surreal scene before her. Her mind blank. Perish together? He directly transcended us physically. Yi Tian brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and hoisted her up again, as if merely performing an inconsequential task. Now, no one will disturb us. He turned and walked toward the manor's exit. Just as he was about to step through the door, a faint sound of propellers whirred above him. A completely black drone hovered in front of him. A projection device beneath the drone activated, and a virtual figure materialized before Yi Tian. The figure's features were obscured, and its voice was a processed electronic synthesis. Dragon King. Yi Tian, your performance has exceeded our expectations. Yi Tian halted, still grasping the Viper, calmly observing the virtual figure before him. You are the ones who called me? That is a fair understanding. The figure let out a light chuckle. Are you satisfied with this welcoming gift we provided? A welcoming gift? Yi Tian scoffed. You merely wish to use my hand to test the strength of the sacred realm while assessing my value. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You, the oriole, have hidden quite well. Ha ha. Conversing with an intelligent person is indeed effortless. The figure did not conceal its intentions. Indeed, we are utilizing you. Yet similarly, you may also utilize us. We share a common enemy, do we not? Why should I trust you? Yi Tian retorted. Just based on this. As soon as the figure finished speaking, the drone projected a video. The background of the video revealed a laboratory filled with intricate instruments. A man clad in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of elegance, focused intently on a microscope. Behind him, a woman was bound to a metallic operating table, her body connected to numerous tubes. The woman appeared pallid, her eyes tightly shut. Despite her haggard appearance, the traces of her former beauty were unmistakable. The moment Yi Tian laid eyes on her, his heart lurched violently. That face, he had seen countless times in photographs, and it had haunted his dreams repeatedly. Su Wan, his mother. This place was merely a section of the prison. The silhouette's voice echoed once more. The man was one of the foremost scientists in the forbidden zone of the gods, as well as the warden of the prison. Your mother's life support system is under his supervision. Yi Tian's aura instantly morphed into a tempest of fury. A terrifying intent to kill surged forth. Rendering the Viper, he held in his grasp unconscious with fear. He fixated on the scene in the video. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from exertion. What do you want? He managed to articulate through gritted teeth. Quite simple, the silhouette observed. seemingly pleased with his emotional outburst. We require the half of the list held by your father, Yi Changfeng. If you can procure it and hand it over to us, we can assist you in pinpointing the exact location of the prison and even aid in rescuing your mother. How am I supposed to find him? Yi Tian suppressed the murderous intent roiling within him. That is not your concern, the voice replied with a hint of amusement. Your father will soon come seeking you. What you need to do now is demonstrate your sincerity. What sincerity? Quite simple. Assist us with the task. The drone's projection shifted once more, revealing a photograph. The image depicted an elderly Taoist priest, emanating a benevolent aura and possessing an ethereal quality. Qingfeng, the abbot of the Baiyun Temple in the capital, held in high regard with countless followers, was an honorary president of the Huaxiao Buddhist Association. The silhouette continued. However, he bears another identity. He is one of the 12 serpent kings of the Forbidden Zone, codenamed Green Serpent. What? Yi Tian's pupils constricted. A Buddhist leader, and yet a king of a terrorist organization? It seemed utterly absurd. Surprised, are you? The most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. Our operatives have discovered that he controls the flow of all secret funds within the Huaxia territory related to the Forbidden Zone. We cannot act directly, so this task must fall to you. Eliminate him and obtain the flow chart, then deliver it to us. That will prove your sincerity. Upon completion, we will provide you with further clues regarding the prison. Yi Tian fell silent. The opponent had painted a grand picture for him, yet presented him with a daunting task. The abbot of Baiyun Temple was an extraordinarily sensitive identity. Any action against him would inevitably stir significant upheaval, even attracting the attention of the state. What? Are you afraid? The silhouette seemed to penetrate his anxieties, employing provocation. If you cannot accomplish this minor task, how can you expect to rescue your mother? Remember, you have no room for choice. You have 3 days. With that, the virtual figure vanished, and the drone swiftly ascended, disappearing into the night. Yi Tian stood rooted, gazing at the lifeless viper in his hand, then turned his eyes towards the distant Baiyun Temple, his expression shifting unpredictably. He understood that he had once again been ensnared in a colossal vortex. Yet, he had no alternative. For his mother, he would brave any challenge, be it a temple or a treacherous path. He retrieved his phone and dialed Lao Gui's number. Long Wang. Lao Gui, I need you to investigate a person. The abbot of Baiyun Temple, Qingfeng. I require all his information. The more detailed, the better. Understood. After ending the call, he carelessly discarded the viper's corpse and entered the Rolls-Royce waiting nearby. The vehicle roared to life and swiftly vanished into the night. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, 2 shadowy figures materialized before the ruins of Zijin Mountain Villa. One inspected the viper's corpse and surveyed the courtyard that had been physically obliterated, speaking in a hoarse voice. His strength has increased again. Indeed, the other responded with a nod. The plan can be expedited. Inform the doctor to increase the dosage. I want Su Wan to become entirely ours. Upon returning to the Li family estate, it was already past midnight. The hall was brightly lit, and Li Yanran, Gui Swansea, and Hao Zi awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Yi Tian return safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Tian, Li Yanran was the first to approach. When she noticed the bloodstains on his clothing, her fair face paled. Are you injured? It is not my blood. Yi Tian shook his head, embracing her. Sir, what is the situation? Gui Swansea offered a cup of hot tea. Yi Tian did not hold back, succinctly recounting everything that had transpired at Zijin Mountain Villa, including the transaction with the mysterious force. After listening, the hall fell into a profound silence. This is simply courting disaster. Gui Swansea was the first to voice his opposition. That mysterious force is shrouded in secrecy. Their intentions are dubious. They clearly aim to use you as a pawn. The identity of Qingfeng, the abbot of Baiyun Temple, is highly significant. Any action against him could have catastrophic consequences. I am aware. Yi Tian's response was unexpected for everyone present. Yet, I have compelling reasons to proceed. He gazed at the group, his eyes radiating an unyielding resolve. I do not care what their force is, nor do I concern myself with their schemes. Whoever can provide me with clues to rescue my mother shall be my ally. Anyone who dares obstruct me shall be my enemy. To my enemies, I have but one word: kill. The chilling declaration sent a shiver through the entire hall, as if the temperature had plummeted several degrees. Gui Swansea wished to persuade him further, but was halted by a glance from Li Yanran. She understood Yi Tian better than anyone. Once he had made a decision, no one could sway him. All she could do was support him unconditionally. Brother Tian, whatever you decide to do, I will stand by you. Yi Tian felt warmth in his heart, tightening his embrace around her. Hao Zi. Yes, Yi, you command. From this moment forth, monitor all communications from Baiyun Temple. I want to know every word spoken by the old monk Ching Feng and every person he meets. Understood. Gui Swansea. Sir, draft a list for me. What list? Every family, enterprise, and individual linked to the Forbidden Zone. I want them uprooted from the capital. Gui Swansea trembled slightly. He realized that the Sir intended to flip the table. This was a call to cleanse the entire underground world of the capital with an iron fist. Sir, will this not attract too much attention? Not at all. Yi Tian's lips curled into a cold smirk. I want everyone to witness the fate of those who oppose Yi Tian. I not only aim to strike fear into the hearts of the monkeys, but I also wish to ensure that those disobedient chickens comprehend the consequences of their actions. I intend to let the capital run red with blood. I demand that all the hidden specters lurking in the shadows reveal themselves. Gui Swansea inhaled deeply. Ceasing his attempts at persuasion, he understood that an unprecedented storm of bloodshed was about to unfold in the capital, and he would bear witness to this tempest, as well as implement it. I comprehend now. He nodded gravely. At that moment, a call from Lao Gui came through. Long Wang, we have found it. Lao Gui's efficiency was remarkable. Within half an hour, he had sent the dossier on Ching Feng, the abbot, to Yi Tian's encrypted email. Yi Tian opened the email and swiftly skimmed through the contents. The information was meticulous, chronicling Ching Feng's birth, his entry into the Buddhist order, and his gradual rise to the position of abbot of Baiyun Temple, presiding over the Buddhist Association. On the surface, his life seemed flawless, portraying him as a benevolent sage dedicated to the salvation of all beings. However, Yi Tian detected a hint of suspicion from some inconspicuous details. The abbot, Ching Feng, would spend 3 months each year in seclusion, avoiding all contact with others. Coincidentally, these 3 months coincided with the peak activity period of the Forbidden Zone globally. Quite intriguing. Yi Tian closed the email, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. It appears that this old fox is indeed well concealed. He rose to his feet and issued a command to Gui Swansea and Hao Zi. The cleansing operation commences tonight. I expect results before dawn. Yes. The two complied and departed, leaving only Yi Tian and Li Yanran in the hall. Brother Tian, have you truly made your decision? Worry filled Li Yanran's eyes. Indeed. Yi Tian nodded. Yanran, I need your assistance. What is it? Utilize the Li family's influence to seal off all information. Tonight, the capital is destined for unrest, and I wish for no unwarranted voices to escape. Understood. Li Yanran did not hesitate for a moment. She immediately took out her phone to mobilize the Li family's resources. Observing her decisive demeanor stirred a warm current within Yi Tian's heart. With a wife like this, what more could a man desire? He approached the window, gazing at the enveloping darkness outside, and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. The call was quickly answered. Xiao Tian, a slightly hoarse voice belonging to his uncle, Yi Jianjun, resonated from the other end. Uncle, it's me. You finally decided to contact me. Yi Jianjun's voice was tinged with excitement. I require your assistance. Yi Tian bypassed pleasantries and got straight to the point. Speak. I want all hidden forces of the Yi family to mobilize tonight. A prolonged silence enveloped the call. Yi Jianjun seemed taken aback by Yi Tian's audacious demand. Xiao Tian, what exactly are you planning? I wish to transform the capital. Yi Tian's voice was calm yet frigid. I want everyone to know that the Yi family has returned. A brand new Yi family, exclusively belonging to me, Yi Tian. The breath from Yi Jianjun on the other end abruptly quickened. It seemed he could discern the suppressed fury and boundless ambition that had been festering for 2 decades in Yi Tian's words. After a lengthy pause, he slowly uttered 3 words. I will assist you. After hanging up, Yi Tian gazed out the window, his aura surging to its zenith. Li family, Yi family, divine retribution. Yen Luo Hall. At that moment, he played all his cards. This night, he would make the entire capital tremble. He intended to declare his return through a grand display of slaughter, just as Yi Tian mobilized all his forces to incite chaos in the capital. Within a heavily guarded secret base, a man masked with a demonic visage observed Yi Tian's every move on the screen. Behind him stood a woman equally masked, her figure alluringly voluptuous. If Yi Tian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this woman as the Viper, whom he had personally incapacitated and discarded at Zijin Mountain Villa. At this moment, she was not only unscathed but exuded an aura even more potent and chilling than before. Father, everything is proceeding according to your plan. The Viper's voice brimmed with fervent adoration. Yi Tian has begun to follow the path you laid out for him. The man behind the demonic mask remained silent, intently watching the screen, where the spirited young man prepared for a bloodbath, his expression inscrutable. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice raspy yet magnetic. Relay my orders. Let him create chaos. The larger the uproar, the better. When he has eradicated all his foes, that will be his moment of utmost despair. Chapter 40. The Feast of Slaughter. The call ended. Yi Tian stood before the window, the night scene of the capital sprawling beneath him. This night, the city would tremble for him. The orders had been given, like a drop of ink falling into clear water. Silent ripples began to expand rapidly from the Li family estate to every corner of the capital. The first to act was the divine retribution. In the western suburbs of the capital, within an independent villa boasting security comparable to a military base, lights blazed brightly. One of Huaxia's largest chip magnates, Zhang Jingyao, paced nervously. The swift downfall of the Yin family sent an ominous whiff of death into the air. He was one of the sponsors of the Forbidden Zone, and the Yin family was his connection. Boss, all security systems are operational, 32 elite mercenaries are in position, not even a fly can enter. The report from his confidant did little to assuage his anxiety. Suddenly, all the lights in the villa extinguished simultaneously. The backup power failed to activate. Communication was entirely severed. In the darkness, Zhang Jingyao's confidant barely had time to let out a gasp before a cold hand crushed his throat. A ghostly figure appeared before Zhang Jingyao. It was Lao Gui. He said nothing, merely placing a black Yin Luo order token gently on the table. Zhang Jingyao's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He wished to scream, to plead for mercy, but an invisible pressure rendered him voiceless. Lao Gui turned and melted into the shadows. Moments later, the lights returned. Zhang Jingyao remained frozen in place. His expression caught in a moment of terror, devoid of life. He bore no wounds. He had been scared to death. Outside the villa, the 32 elite mercenaries also silently collapsed at their posts. From the initiation to the conclusion of the operation, it took merely 37 seconds. Meanwhile, at a high-end club in the capital, several high-ranking dignitaries engaged in a sordid transaction of power and wealth. They too were pawns of the Forbidden Zone. The club's doors slowly swung open. A group of cold-faced men clad in black trench coats entered. They bore no weapons, only a few documents in hand. Leading them was a death warrior under the command of Yi Jianjun, the third uncle of the Yi family. Get out. Do you know where this place is? A powerful figure lashed out in anger. The man at the forefront paid him no heed, simply tossing the documents in his hand onto the table. It contained irrefutable evidence of their corruption and collusion with foreign enemies, detailing every transfer and each conversation. Mr. Yi has given his orders. Everyone, you may retire now. From this moment forth, the power you hold will be under the surname Yi. Several dignitaries turned ashen, slumping in their chairs. They knew their political careers had come to a definitive end. In the southern part of the city, a thriving underground boxing arena buzzed with activity. This was the territory of the largest underworld force in the capital, the King Longui. The leader, Longgu, was embracing two beautiful women, reveling in the bloody clashes on the ring. Suddenly, the arena's door was kicked open. Scorpion strode in, flanked by dozens of notorious criminals from Yinluo Hall, radiating an aura steeped in violence. Who dares to cause a ruckus on my turf? Long Gu roared in fury, and hundreds of thugs rushed forward in an instant. Scorpion grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp, white teeth. He relished such moments. Mr. Yi has issued orders. It is time for a reshuffle in the capital. With no further words, he surged into the crowd. A sheer display of brutal force commenced. There were no techniques, no rules, only the most primal, savage strength. The members of Yinluo Hall were already a band of outlaws, and under Yi Tian's transformation, they had become terrifying killing machines. The sounds of wailing and bones cracking echoed throughout the arena. Within 10 minutes, hundreds of thugs from King Longui lay sprawled on the ground. Scorpion stepped over the groans, advancing step by step to the trembling Long Gu. He seized Long Gu by the neck, lifting him up. Will you submit, or will you not? I submit. Long Gu wept, his pants soaked with warmth. Overnight, the underground world of the capital underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Dozens of families, businesses, and gangs were ruthlessly purged. Some were left in ruins, others saw their power usurped, while some vanished entirely. The entire process was so swift it was suffocating, and so ruthless it was appalling. Countless individuals awoke from their slumber, only to find the world had irrevocably changed. And the orchestrator of all this, Yi Tian, sat calmly in the study of Li's estate. Watching as Gue Swansea continuously crossed off names on the list, Li Yanran sat quietly beside him, preparing tea. She understood that her man was reshaping the order of the world in his own way. At that moment, a secure communication from the rat came through. Yigo. The rat's voice carried a hint of excitement. That old mudfish has emerged from its hole. Baiyun Temple, far from being above the clouds, is situated in the bustling heart of the capital. The incense burned brightly, and the faithful flocked in droves. However, tonight, everything felt distinctly different. A black Rolls-Royce disregarded the sign forbidding tourists from entering and parked directly in front of the entrance. Yi Tian and Li Yanran stepped out of the car together. "Brother Tian, I will accompany you." Li Yanran's tone was soft, yet carried an undeniable insistence. She had donned a sleek black outfit, her long hair tied up, and her exquisite face was devoid of the usual gentleness, replaced instead by a cold, lethal demeanor. This was the visage of an executioner. Yi Tian did not refuse. He was well aware that Li Yanran was no mere ornament. The two walked side by side into Baiyun Temple. Inside, an unusual silence pervaded. The courtyard, typically bustling with visitors, was now deserted, save for the drifting incense and dim lanterns. The air was thick with a peculiar fragrance of sandalwood, which, if inhaled too long, could induce drowsiness. "It is poison." Li Yanran frowned slightly. "A mere trick." Yi Tian's internal energy surged, forcing the inhaled toxins out of his body. Together, they traversed the courtyard towards the main hall. The main hall's doors stood wide open, illuminated within. An elderly monk clad in a pale blue robe, exuding an ethereal aura, sat cross-legged on a cushion, facing away from them, gently striking a wooden fish. The soft thuds resonated, echoing a peculiar charm that seemed to strike at the heart, unsettling the mind. "Esteemed guests, what brings you to visit so late at night?" The old monk did not turn, his voice aged yet tranquil, resembling that of a true enlightened being. He was the abbot of Baiyun Temple, Qingfeng. "Old monk, stop pretending." Yi Tian spoke directly, devoid of any emotion. "Have your disciples all perished, necessitating your personal attendance to receive guests?" Thud. The sound of the wooden fish ceased. Qingfeng slowly turned around. His face was gaunt, with kind eyes reflecting compassion. Anyone who looked upon him would feel a sense of reverence. "Esteemed guest, your killing intent is too strong." Qingfeng sighed, shaking his head. "The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Put down the butcher's knife, and you can become a Buddha." "If I were to become a Buddha, there would be no demons in the world." Yi Tian scoffed, stepping closer. "I am not here to attain Buddhahood. I have come to send you to the afterlife." He stood before Qingfeng, looking down at him. "The forbidden zone of the gods, one of the 12 serpent kings, the green serpent. Am I correct?" A fleeting change crossed Qingfeng's compassionate visage, barely noticeable, but captured by Yi Tian's keen eyes. "Amitba." Qingfeng pressed his palms together, uttering a Buddhist chant. "You must have mistaken me. I am merely a monk devoted to Buddha." "Still playing the part, are we?" Yi Tian leaned in closer, whispering 2 words into his ear, audible only to the two of them. "Viper." Upon hearing this name, Qingfeng's body froze suddenly. A flicker of astonishment broke through his previously calm gaze. The capture and execution of the Viper at Zijin Mountain Manor had been tightly sealed. How could this young man know? "It appears you are acquainted with her." Yi Tian straightened, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Just before her demise, she confessed everything. She mentioned that you, old bald donkey, have a penchant for using the skulls of female devotees as drinking vessels in your meditation room." Boom. At this revelation, the facade of the enlightened master shattered, revealing a chilling, violent essence that erupted from within him. He rose slowly, his previously gentle face contorting into a twisted, malevolent grimace. "You seek death." He could no longer maintain the facade, exposing his truest self. Finally, the pretense is gone. Yi Tian regarded him as one would a mere clown. "Now this is interesting. A bit of violence adds spice to life." "Kill." Qingfeng roared, his withered hand transforming into a claw, slicing through the air with a piercing sound aimed directly at Yi Tian's heart. His attack was vicious and ruthless, a stark contrast to the persona he had previously portrayed. This was the true power of the Serpent King, the Green Serpent. Faced with this lethal strike, Yi Tian did not flinch or evade. Just as the claw was about to make contact with his chest, he swiftly raised his hand. In a swift motion, he seized Qingfeng's wrist. Too slow. Yi Tian shook his head, applying a slight pressure. Crack. The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed throughout the grand hall. Qingfeng's wrist was brutally crushed. "Ah!" The excruciating pain elicited a wretched scream from Qingfeng, who attempted to retract his hand, only to find Yi Tian's grip as unyielding as iron, rendering him immobile. "Who are you?" Terror filled Qingfeng's eyes. His once proud martial prowess seemed utterly feeble before his adversary. "I am the one who will kill you." Yi Tian delivered a kick to his abdomen. Qingfeng was sent sprawling, crashing violently against the statue in the hall, shattering the golden figure into countless fragments. Struggling to rise, he felt a foot pressing down on his chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. It is Li Yanran. She had appeared behind Qingfeng without a sound. "Speak of all you know, and I shall grant you a swift end." Li Yanran's voice was colder than the chilling night wind. Never. Qing Feng coughed up blood, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Do you think this is the end? Tonight, none of you will leave this Baiyun temple. As his words fell, a sudden cacophony of footsteps erupted around the hall. Numerous figures surged forth from the shadows, clad in monk robes, wielding weapons. Yet their aura was distinctly different from that of ordinary monks. Each bore pronounced temples and a steady breath, true practitioners of martial arts. These were the martial monks Qing Feng had nurtured for decades, his most loyal assassins. Kill them. Qing Feng, lying on the ground, let out a frantic roar. The group of martial monks charged forward without hesitation, roaring in fury. A rabble of insignificant creatures. Yi Tian barely glanced back, calmly observing the prostrate Qing Feng. Li Yanran sprang into action. Her figure transformed into a shadow, engaging the martial monks with fluid grace. In her hands, a pair of gossamer blades appeared. The glint of her blades flickered like fireflies beneath the moonlight. With each flash, a scream followed, accompanied by a spray of blood. She fought not as a warrior, but as a dancer, a dance of death. Her movements were both elegant and lethal, each strike precisely severing an enemy's throat or heart. Those martial experts, capable of dominating the outside world, crumbled before her like fragile paper. In less than a minute, the battle concluded. Dozens of martial monks lay in pools of their own blood. Li Yanran stood amidst the corpses, her dual blades untouched by blood. She slowly approached Yi Tian, her cold gaze once more fixed upon the now dumbfounded Qing Feng. Qing Feng was utterly immobilized. His final trump card had been effortlessly annihilated by a woman. As he looked at Yi Tian and Li Yanran, despair consumed his eyes. Now can I speak? Yi Tian pressed down harder, causing Qing Feng's ribs to crack ominously. I said everything. The terror of death shattered Qing Feng's will. He divulged all he knew about the flow of clandestine funds within Huaxia's forbidden zones, as well as other strongholds, spilling the secrets like beans from a bamboo tube. With the desired information acquired, Yi Tian gradually lifted his foot. Very well. He regarded Qing Feng as one would a piece of discarded refuse. You may depart now. He raised his hand, prepared to eliminate this vile serpent king. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Qing Feng's body began to convulse violently, his skin darkening at an alarming rate, black blood oozing from his orifices. You. He pointed at Yi Tian and Li Yanran, his face contorted with malice and resentment. The organization will not spare you. With that, his head drooped, his breath extinguished. It was the poison hidden within his teeth. Yi Tian frowned. Despite having obtained the information he sought, the sensation of being outmaneuvered left him unsettled. He turned to leave the bloody scene. Yet, as he glanced back, he froze in place. At the entrance of the hall stood a figure, seemingly materialized from thin air. Clad in a faded Zhongshan suit, the person seemed slightly hunched, a gentle smile gracing their face. They stood quietly, yet appeared utterly out of place in the world around them. Upon seeing this individual, Li Yanran's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively positioning herself in front of Yi Tian. Yi Tian brushed her aside, advancing step by step. His breathing grew rapid, his heart pounding irregularly. He gazed at the figure at the doorway, his lips moving, finally managing to utter two words. The individual was Yi Jinjia, the fourth son of the Yi family, who had vanished for 20 years. Yi Jinjia looked at Yi Tian, his smile widening. Little Tian, at last we meet. His voice was warm, yet it sent an inexplicable chill through Yi Tian. Yi Jinjia. This name was both familiar and foreign to Yi Tian. Familiar, as he knew this was his father Yi Changfeng's younger brother, his fourth uncle. Foreign, because since the dawn of his memories, this fourth uncle had seemingly evaporated from existence, deliberately omitted from all family photographs and accounts. Now, this figure, who should not exist, stood vividly before him. He approached, the blood and corpses beneath his feet appearing merely as a commonplace red carpet. This nonchalance toward slaughter weighed heavily on Yi Tian's heart. This was no ordinary person. Li Yanran tightened her grip on her blades, her body rigid, guarding Yi Tian like a leopard poised to pounce. What are you doing here? Yi Tian's voice was as cold as ice. Why should I not be here? Yi Jinjia countered, walking to the shattered statue, picking up a blood-stained fragment, and leisurely wiping it with his sleeve. The commotion you caused in the capital tonight was too great. So much so that even I, a man who should have long since perished, was stirred from my silence. He turned his gaze toward Yi Tian, his calm demeanor settling upon him. Thus, I came to see, to witness how much my nephew, whom I have not seen in 10 years, has grown. Yi Tian's brow furrowed deeper. These words, though seemingly the concern of an elder for a younger, carried the tone of a master chess player scrutinizing a mere pawn that had just ventured out of the fold. Fourth uncle? Yi Tian ventured, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. I do not recall having a fourth uncle. Of course you do not remember. Yi Jinjia chuckled, casually discarding the statue fragment. Because before you were born, I had already been expelled from the Yi family by your great-grandfather. He told everyone that Yi Jinjia, the fourth son of the Yi family, was incorrigibly unruly, disobedient, and had long since passed away. He spoke as if recounting an event wholly unrelated to himself. Ye Tian, however, discerned the tumultuous undercurrents concealed within. Why? Because I glimpsed what I should not have and unearthed secrets that were meant to remain hidden. Ye Jinxia's gaze deepened with profound intensity. Moreover, the path chosen by your father, Ye Chongfeng, is fraught with peril. He requires a shadow to discreetly eliminate all the unsavory elements for him. And I am that shadow. As soon as the words left his lips, Ye Jinshu's figure moved without warning. In the blink of an eye, a seemingly unremarkable hand had already struck towards Ye Tian's chest. There was no murderous intent. No gust of wind, so swift it transcended the limits of perception. Li Yinran's pupils constricted sharply, her twin blades crossing before Ye Tian in an instant. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the cicada-winged dagger in Li Yinran's hand shattered upon impact. She was struck as if by a thunderbolt, letting out a muffled groan as she flew backward, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. With one move, just a single maneuver defeated Li Yinran. The enforcer, Ye Tian's expression finally shifted. He swiftly supported Li Yinran, the power of the Dragon King surging within him as he met Ye Jinxia's seemingly light hand with a punch. Boom! The collision of fist and palm resonated with a deafening sound. A formidable yet enigmatic force surged through Ye Tian's arm, violently flooding into his being. He felt as though he had crashed into an unfathomable abyss, his strength capable of splitting mountains being effortlessly neutralized and absorbed by the opponent, then rebounding in a most peculiar manner. Spurt! Ye Tian also spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably sliding back several meters, his feet carving deep furrows into the hard bluestone floor. He forced himself to steady his stance and looked up at Ye Jinxia, disbelief etched across his face. The opponent, too, employed the Dragon King combat technique. Furthermore, it was more complete and intricate than what he had learned. Indeed, Ye Jinxia withdrew his hand, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding in approval. To have dissipated 70% of my power in such a fleeting moment. You are truly worthy of being chosen by my elder brother and me. Who exactly are you? Ye Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring intently at him. Did I not mention it? Ye Jinxia replied with a gentle smile. I am your fourth uncle, Ye Jinxia, the first-generation Dragon King. The words first-generation Dragon King struck Ye Tian's mind like a thunderclap. He had always believed he was the sole Dragon King. The Dragon King project does not have only one candidate. Ye Jinxia seemed to peer into his thoughts, speaking slowly. Before you, there was your father, Ye Chongfeng. Before me, there were many eliminated failures. And I am the first successful specimen, yet also the discarded original. He pointed to the location of his heart. Your esteemed ancestor personally rendered my Dragon King obsolete, expelling me from the project because he discovered that this weapon had developed its own consciousness, no longer under his control. A tempest raged within Ye Tian's heart. He felt as though his 20-plus years of life had been a grand deception. Everyone existed within the chessboard laid out by the esteemed ancestor Ye Xinghua. Then what are you here for tonight? Ye Tian forced himself to regain his composure. To kill me? Or to cleanse the house? No. Ye Jinxia shook his head. I have come to ask you a question. He gazed at Ye Tian, his expression turning unusually grave. The core of the Ye family has rotted to the core. The chessboard left behind by your esteemed ancestor has long been infiltrated and riddled with holes by various forces. The path your father sought was to upend this chessboard and eliminate all those playing the game. But he failed. Now, it is your turn. Ye Jinxia's gaze was piercing. Ye Tian, do you dare to continue the path your father could not complete? The hall fell into a profound silence. Ye Tian did not respond immediately. He scrutinized the man claiming to be the first-generation Dragon King, his mind racing. He could not discern whether the words spoken were truth or deceit, benevolence or a test. After a considerable period, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. On what basis should I trust you? Just this. Ye Jinxia produced an item from his bosom. It was a broken jade pendant, nearly identical to the one Li Yinran possessed, the sole distinction being the character Jin engraved upon it. There is more than one enforcer. Ye Jinxia spoke calmly. Every core descendant expelled from the main lineage of the Ye family becomes an enforcer. Our mission is singular: to eradicate traitors and safeguard the true legacy of the Ye family. He tucked the jade pendant away and turned toward the hall's entrance. I will not assist you, nor will I guide you. The path ahead must be forged by your own efforts. However, I can offer you a direction. He paused, not turning back. The capital. Song family. The family your esteemed ancestor trusted most during his lifetime. It is also the deepest dagger plunged into the heart of the Ye family. With that, his figure faded into the night as silently as he had appeared, leaving Ye Tian and Li Yinran amidst the remains in the Buddhist hall, rendered speechless. The capital's Song family? Ye Tian retrieved his phone and dialed his third uncle Ye Jianjun. This time, the call rang for an extended period before being answered. Xiao Tian? Ye Jianjun's voice bore a hint of fatigue. Third uncle, how much do you know about the Song family in the capital? An oppressive silence enveloped the other end of the line. After a prolonged pause, Ye Jianjun finally replied in an extremely dry voice. Xiao Tian, the Song family is not someone you can provoke. Their roots run too deep. So deep that even your esteemed ancestor could not touch them during his lifetime. Everything you have done tonight has already disturbed the interests of too many. Stand down while you still can. Ye Jianjun's tone was laced with profound helplessness and trepidation. It is too late. Ye Tian calmly ended the call. He glanced at Li Yinran, whose pale face reflected the gravity of the situation. Tianji, can we trust what fourth uncle said? Whether trustworthy or not, Ye Tian's eyes reignited with the spirit of battle. Since he has extended the dagger, then I must see just how sharp this blade truly is. The two lingered no longer and turned to depart from the now transformed Shura field of Baiyimiao. Upon returning to the Li family estate, the horizon was already tinged with the light of dawn. Gue Xuanzi and Haozi awaited anxiously in the hall. Sir. Upon seeing Ye Tian and Li Yinran return, the two hurriedly approached. The individuals on the list have all been dealt with. Gue Xuanzi presented a report. All names marked with red crosses. Excellent. Ye Tian accepted the report and tossed it onto the table. Haozi, I want all the information on the head of the Song family, Songhua. The Song family? Haozi paused momentarily. Then his expression shifted dramatically. Yi, the Song family is executing orders. Yi Tian interrupted him. Indeed. The mouse dared not ask further questions and immediately sat down at the computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Despite a sleepless night, Yi Tian felt no trace of fatigue. The appearance of the first-generation Long Wang, Yi Jianxi, felt like a key, unlocking a door to deeper secrets. The path his father had not yet completed. The Song family in Jingqing. This all filled him with unprecedented excitement. At that moment, a red encrypted phone in the hall suddenly rang. Every heart in the room leaped in response to the piercing ringtone. This phone was left by the old master of the Li family and could only receive calls. Gue Xuanzi stepped forward, took a deep breath, and pressed the speakerphone button. A calm, authoritative voice devoid of emotion emanated from the phone. Let Yi Tian answer the call. A mere sentence caused the air in the hall to feel as though it had solidified. It was the significant figure who had once appeared at the old master's hospital. Yi Tian stepped forward and picked up the receiver. This is Yi Tian. Half an hour later, in the senior meeting room. The boss wants to see you. The other party offered no further pleasantries and hung up the phone. The hall fell silent. Cold sweat had already formed on Gue Xuanzi's face. This meant that the bloody storm Yi Tian had stirred up last night had thoroughly alarmed Tian Ting. Sir, this is clearly a Hongmen banquet. Gue Xuanzi's voice trembled. Since ancient times, rulers have feared those with great achievements that threaten their authority. Your actions last night have crossed the line. They intend to take action against you. Hongmen banquet? Yi Tian chuckled. That also depends on who the guests are. He turned to Li Yinran. Yinran, prepare a gift for me. What gift? The donation agreement for all the assets of the Huaxia Longhun Charity Foundation. I intend to donate all of the Yin family's enterprises to the state without reservation. Gue Xuanzi and Li Yinran were both taken aback. They instantly understood Yi Tian's intention. This was no longer mere self-preservation. It was a nearly shameless yet irrefutable strategy to turn the tables. You don't think I aim to threaten the ruler and have ulterior motives, do you? Very well. I will give you all the spoils. I desire nothing. Let us see what reason you have to act against me. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Gue Xuanzi slapped his thigh. His eyes filled with admiration. This move not only resolves the immediate crisis, but also allows you to firmly establish your moral high ground. From now on, anyone who wishes to harm you must weigh the consequences, lest they be labeled as obstructing patriotic endeavors. Half an hour later, Yi Tian appeared alone outside the heavily guarded red-walled courtyard. There were no checks, no inquiries. A stern-faced young military officer had been waiting. Mr. Yi, please follow me. Passing through several checkpoints, Yi Tian entered the conference room. Only two individuals were seated around the enormous oval conference table, two figures frequently seen on television. Young man, you possess quite the audacity. An elderly man spoke first, his tone revealing no discernible emotion. In a single night, bloodshed swept through dozens of families in Jingqing. reshaping the entire underground world. Are you not afraid of playing with fire? I never play with fire. Yi Tian calmly met his gaze. I only kill those who deserve to die. He gently pushed a document to the center of the table. Chapter 44, The Song Family of Jingqing. This is a small token of goodwill I bring for both of you. The first individual picked up the document, glanced at it, and then passed it to the elder. Upon seeing the astronomical figures and the handwritten donation agreement from Yi Tian, even these two seasoned veterans displayed a flicker of surprise in their eyes. What do you want? The elder slowly inquired, fully aware that Yi Tian had cast such a large bait for a significant purpose. I want nothing. Yi Tian's response was unexpected. This money was merely scraped from the parasites of the state and rightfully belongs to the nation, to be used where it is needed. I have only one request. Speak. I hope the state can provide a characterization for my actions last night. The first and second individuals exchanged glances, each reading a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. They instantly grasped Yi Tian's true intentions. What he sought was not money or power. What he desired was a legitimate identity, an official permission that would allow him to continue his rampage in Jingqing and even throughout Huaxia. This young man has quite the appetite. The conference room fell into a prolonged silence. After some time, the first individual spoke again. Your old master Yi Xinghua, before his passing, once had a lengthy conversation with me. He said that the Yi family has raised a dragon. This dragon is both the pride and the calamity of the Yi family. He hoped the state could provide this dragon with a sky in which to soar freely. He gazed at Yi Tian, his eyes growing profound. It appears he was not mistaken. You indeed require a broader sky. He stood up and approached a large map of Huaxia. The Yin family has fallen, but the roots of the divine forbidden zone remain in Huaxia. Some malignant tumors have already penetrated to the bone. We wish to act, yet find ourselves constrained. He turned back, pointing at the position of Jingqing on the map. Since you have taken the first step, continue onward. Use your methods to uproot these tumors. One by one, the state will be your most steadfast ally. However, his tone shifted, becoming exceedingly grave. Remember, you only have one chance. If you fail, or if I discover that this dragon of yours has developed inappropriate thoughts, at that point, without the need for the divine forbidden zone to intervene, I will personally break your dragon's horn and cast you into an abyss from which there is no return. Do you understand? Yi Tian stood, slightly bowing to the two elders. Understood. He knew he had won the gamble. From this moment on, he was no longer a lone avenger. Behind him stood the entire nation. As he departed the central courtyard, the sun shone brightly. Yi Tian took out his phone and looked at the detailed information about the Song family just sent by the mouse. At the end of the information was a photograph. In the picture was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an elegant demeanor and a charming smile. The current head of the Song family, Song Gua. Simultaneously, he held another identity as the executive vice president of the Huaxia Cross Society. A cold smirk crept across Yi Tian's lips. He dialed Gui Swanzi's number. Arrange it for me. I wish to visit President Song of the Cross Society as the founder of the Huaxia Longhun Charity Foundation. Just say that I wish to discuss a charitable collaboration with him. At the headquarters of the Huaxia Cross Society, in a gracefully decorated office, adorned with various banners and certificates of honor, Song Guozheng leisurely held a cup of exquisite Longjing tea while admiring the scenery outside the window. He was in his 40s yet appeared to be in his early 30s due to his impeccable maintenance. Dressed in a well-tailored designer suit and donning a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of refined composure befitting a person of power. He was acutely aware of the turmoil that had transpired in the capital the previous night, but it did not concern him. In his eyes, Yi Tian was merely a brash brute relying on sheer force without the intellect to match. Such individuals, no matter how tumultuous their antics, would ultimately remain insignificant, unable to shake the foundations of families like his, deeply rooted in the core of power. The secretary entered, her expression somewhat peculiar. She reported that the founder of the Huaxia Longhun Charity Foundation, Yi Tian, wished to pay him a visit. Yi Tian? Song Guozheng set down his teacup, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that this newly emboldened mad dog, who had just taken down the Yin family, would seek an audience with him so soon. What could he be after? Surrender? Or perhaps a show of force? This piqued his interest. After a moment of contemplation, a playful smile crept upon his lips. Let him come. I am curious to see what kind of man this renowned Mr. Yi truly is. He felt confident that in his territory, even if Yi Tian were a dragon, he would have to comply. An hour later, under the guidance of the secretary, Yi Tian stepped into Song Guozheng's office. Haha, Mr. Yi, I have long admired your reputation, and to meet you today is truly a sight to behold. A hero indeed. Emerges from the youth. Song Guozheng rose to greet him enthusiastically, wearing an exceptionally sincere smile, as if he were reuniting with an old friend after many years. Such acting could easily win him an award. "You are too kind, Chairman Song," Yi Tian replied, donning a professional smile as they shook hands. The two took their respective seats, and after the secretary served them fragrant hot tea, she quietly exited, closing the door behind her. "Mr. Yi, what brings you here today?" Song Guozheng asked directly. "I dare not presume to offer guidance," Yi Tian responded, taking a gentle sip of his tea. "I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with Chairman Song." "Oh, I would be eager to hear more," Song Guozheng replied. "My Longhun Foundation has recently been established and is still in its infancy. The Cross Society serves as a benchmark for our charity sector in Huaxia. Therefore, I intend to inject the first batch of 300 billion into the Cross Society's account, entrusting your esteemed organization to manage and distribute these funds, with the hope that they will genuinely reach those in need." Yi Tian spoke with heartfelt sincerity, resembling a true philanthropist devoted to the welfare of society. Even the cunning Song Guozheng felt his heart race at the mention of 300 billion. What a substantial amount. He scrutinized Yi Tian, unable to fathom his intentions. Why would he bestow such a grand gift upon him? Surely, there must be a catch. "Mr. Yi, your devotion to the nation and its people is commendable," Song Guozheng said, suppressing his astonishment and adopting a formal tone. "However, the magnitude of this sum raises concerns. Are you suggesting that Chairman Song does not trust me?" Yi Tian chuckled, producing a pre-prepared contract and an anonymous Swiss bank draft from his briefcase. "The contract is ready for your signature, Chairman Song, and upon doing so, the 300 billion will be promptly transferred." He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. "I assure you, this matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. As for how much of this money will ultimately be put to good use, that is not my concern." He did not need to elaborate. His implication was unmistakable. This was a blatant attempt at bribery. He was using 300 billion to secure Song Guozheng's loyalty. Song Guozheng's heart began to race uncontrollably. His gaze fixated on the bank draft, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He realized that by signing this contract, at least half of that 300 billion could easily become his private fortune. The temptation was immense, so overwhelming that he momentarily forgot to consider Yi Tian's motives. "Mr. Yi, you speak candidly, which I appreciate." Song Guozheng laughed, all his prior doubts evaporating in the face of such colossal profit. "Since you are so earnest, I shall not stand on ceremony." He grasped a pen from the table and, without hesitation, inscribed his name on the contract. In his view, Yi Tian was merely a stray dog desperately seeking a new master, and he was the chosen one. After signing, he pushed the contract back toward Yi Tian, a victorious smile gracing his face. "Mr. Yi, from this day forth, you are my friend, Song Guozheng. In this domain of the capital, should you ever require assistance, invoking my name will suffice." He had begun to see himself as Yi Tian's protector. "I must thank you, Chairman Song," Yi Tian replied, tucking the contract away, his smile growing ever brighter. Rising, he extended his hand. "May our collaboration be fruitful." "Indeed, may it be so." Song Guozheng rose as well, firmly shaking his hand. Yet, in that fleeting moment of connection, a sudden shift occurred. Yi Tian's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. He gripped Song Guozheng's hand with sudden force. A ghastly cracking sound echoed through the quiet office as Song Guozheng's hand was crushed. A sharp pain elicited a cry from Song Guozheng, his expression transforming from joy to sheer horror and agony. "What are you doing?" He attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find Yi Tian's grip akin to that of a searing iron claw, rendering him immobile. "What am I doing?" Yi Tian slowly raised his other hand, methodically tearing the signed contract into shreds before Song Guozheng's eyes. "I have come to escort you on your final journey." "Madman! You lunatic! Someone help! Security!" Song Guozheng screamed in terror. Yet, the office's soundproofing was impeccable. His cries could not escape. "Do not call for help," Yi Tian declared, kicking at his knee. Song Guozheng cried out, collapsing uncontrollably to the floor. Yi Tian released his grip, towering over him like a predator assessing a pitiful insect. "Chairman Song, did you truly believe that I would spend 300 billion to purchase your worthless life? What do you want?" Song Guozheng trembled, fear flooding his eyes as he realized he had fallen into a trap from the very beginning. "I offer you two choices," Yi Tian stated, his voice devoid of any emotion. "First, enumerate in detail how much charitable money you have embezzled over the years through the Cross Society, the number of foreign collusions you have engaged in, and the numerous vile deeds you have committed. I will grant you a swift resolution. Second, I will personally ensure that you repay every last penny you have taken with interest. I assure you, that process will be quite entertaining. You shall not escape." Songwa thundered with a fierce yet cowardly demeanor. I am a member of the Song family. If you dare to touch me, the Song family will not spare you. The organization of the divine will also not let you off. Is that so? Yi Tian refrained from engaging in further dialogue. From his bosom, he produced a silver needle. Under the horrified gaze of Songwa, the slender needle swiftly pierced a specific acupoint in his chest. Songwa felt an icy chill surge through his body, rapidly spreading from his chest to every extremity. Immediately following, an indescribable itch surged from the depths of his internal organs, overwhelming him. It itches so much. He began to frantically tear at his own clothes, raking his nails across his skin, leaving a trail of blood. Yet, he soon realized that this itch emanated from within. Utterly unrelenting, like a fish out of water, he writhed in agony on the ground, struggling and wailing. Within mere seconds, he had mutilated himself beyond recognition. I will say anything. Please, grant me a swift end. His psychological defenses were completely shattered by this torturous ordeal. Only then did Yi Tian slowly withdraw the silver needle. Wasn't it better to do this earlier? He cast paper and pen before Songwa. An hour later, Yi Tian emerged from the office, satisfied, holding a confession replete with incriminating evidence. As he reached the door, he glanced back. Inside the office, Songwa had hanged himself with his own tie from the chandelier, ending his nefarious life. A suicide out of fear of guilt. This conclusion was quite perfect. Yi Tian exited the Cross Society building and entered the car that had been waiting for him outside. He snapped a photograph of the confession with his phone and sent it directly to the encrypted email of the second. He was confident that with this evidence, the state apparatus would be more than willing to assist in eliminating the remaining troubles posed by the Song family. After completing all this, he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. The figure of his uncle, Yi Jianxi, resurfaced in his mind. The first knife against the Song family had been used, but what would come next? At that moment, his phone vibrated again. It was an encrypted message. The sender was a mysterious third-party force that claimed it could help him rescue his mother. The message contained only a brief sentence. Well done. The next target, Huaxia Wudao Association President, Chun Beixian. He possesses an item belonging to your mother. Chapter 46. The Wudao President, New Grudges and Old Hatreds. Inside the car, the lighting was dim. Yi Tian's fingertips brushed over the phone screen, the message radiating a searing intensity. Chun Beixian, president of the Huaxia Wudao Association. This name stood in stark contrast to the likes of Songwa, who thrived amid corruption and power. He was a living legend, a figure revered in the hearts of martial artists across Huaxia, almost divine in stature. And this man possessed an item belonging to his mother. Yi Tian's chest rose and fell slightly, as memories long buried flickered in his mind. There was a gentle woman, always humming an unknown tune under the afternoon sun, her hands delicately playing with a small jade ornament. He could not recall the specifics, but the warmth of that memory was etched deeply in his heart. Sir, the voice of Gue Swanzi pulled him from his reverie. Chen Beishuan's information is somewhat troublesome. The glow of the computer screen illuminated Gue Swanzi's serious expression. This individual's record was frighteningly pristine. He hailed from humble beginnings, rising to prominence through extraordinary martial talent, embodying righteousness and integrity, wielding immense influence in the Huaxia martial arts community. I attempted to breach his personal network, but found no dirt. His bank accounts and financial interactions are all impeccably clear. This man is akin to a saint. The rat added. An adversary without weaknesses is the most formidable. Yi Tian remained silent, gazing intently at the photograph of Chun Beixian on the screen. It depicted a gaunt man with piercing eyes, exuding an air of a master even in a still image. Let us rewind the timeline to 20 years ago. Yi Tian suddenly spoke. Focus on all his martial records prior to becoming the president of the Wudao Association. Gue Swanzi was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Yi Tian's intention. Even the most perfect of saints must leave traces at some point. His fingers flew across the keyboard, a torrent of data cascading across the screen. Shortly thereafter, he paused, pointing to an inconspicuous record. Found it. 20 years ago, in the National Martial Arts Tournament Finals, Chun Beixian faced off against the then-renowned Shadow Fist King, Wang Zong. In that battle, Chun Beixian narrowly triumphed, establishing his status as a martial arts luminary. Wang Zong, on the other hand, suffered a shattered meridian, rendering him powerless and causing him to vanish from public view. As Gue Swanzi recited this information, a hint of confusion tinged his tone. This appears to be just a standard match. Not standard. Yi Tian slowly shook his head, his gaze fixed on the words shattered meridian. A typical match would only cause physical injuries. The only possibility of a shattered meridian stems from one source. He extended a finger, lightly tapping the air. An invisible force shot forth, obliterating a fly resting on the car window into dust. The window remained unscathed. Gue Swansea and the rat's pupils dilated in shock. They could not comprehend this martial technique, but they could sense the terror it harbored. This is dark energy. Yition's voice was soft, a method that is exceedingly insidious and has long been prohibited by the righteous martial arts community. Chen Beixian used this technique to ruin the martial artist known as Wang Zhong. Gue Swansea's eyes widened in realization, followed by a chill running down his spine. A martial arts master who professes justice and light, yet employs such despicable methods behind the scenes to eliminate rivals. This individual is 100 times more terrifying than the likes of Song Gua. It seems we have found a breakthrough. Yi Tian reclined in his seat and closed his eyes. Gue Swansea, on behalf of the Longhun Foundation, send an invitation to the Huaxiao Wudao Association. State that we wish to collaborate with them to organize a nationwide charity martial arts event to raise funds for children in remote areas. The venue will be at the Wudao Association. Gue Swansea immediately understood. This was a strategy to draw the conflict directly into the enemy's stronghold. Using an offer they could not refuse to force them to reveal themselves. The invitation was swiftly sent out. The response came back quicker than anticipated. In less than half an hour, the official reply from the Wudao Association arrived. It contained but a single sentence. Yes. However, the discussion location must be at the Yinglai Hall. Yinglai Hall. Gue Swansea checked, and his expression shifted. Sir, this Yinglai Tang is the most sacred place of the Wudao Association, enshrining the tablets of martial arts masters throughout history. It is said that the rules there are exceedingly strict, and ordinary individuals do not even qualify to approach. Chen Beixian has chosen this location deliberately to assert his dominance over us. Dominance? Yi Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing momentarily. Let him witness who truly wields the power of dominance. He turned to gaze out the window, where the night in the capital was deepening. Tomorrow, he would meet this martial arts master. The Huaxiao Wudao Association is situated at the foot of the western mountain in the capital. Here, there are no towering skyscrapers, only a series of quaint and elegant ancient-style buildings, with blue bricks and dark tiles, and flying eaves, exuding a solemn and dignified aura. A black Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop in front of the association's entrance. Yi Tian and Li Yinran alighted from the vehicle side by side. Today, Li Yinran donned a crisp white professional suit, her long hair elegantly pinned up, embodying both the decisiveness of a business queen and the gentleness of a woman. She was not present as an enforcer, but as the chairwoman of the Longhun Foundation, accompanying Yi Tian. With her presence, this visit bore an added layer of official and commercial collaboration, rendering it difficult for the other party to provoke trouble. Mr. Yi, Chairwoman Li. The president has been waiting for a long time. At the entrance stood a young man dressed in a training outfit, exuding a sharp demeanor. Though his words were polite, the hint of arrogance in his expression was unmistakable. Please. The young man led the way, guiding them through the expansive training ground. On the field, hundreds of disciples were practicing, their shouts synchronized and imposing. Many cast curious and unfriendly glances at Yi Tian and Li Yinran, evidently aware of the identities of their visitors. Passing through the training ground, they arrived at an ancient hall. Above the entrance hung a plaque with golden characters on a black background, inscribed with 3 majestic words, Yinglai Tang. An invisible pressure surged forth. Please wait a moment. The young man halted before the hall's entrance, turning to block their path. According to the rules, those wishing to enter Yinglai Tang must first verify their qualifications. He pointed to a large bronze cauldron before the hall. The cauldron stood half a person high, its body engraved with intricate patterns, appearing to weigh no less than 1,000 pounds. This is the dragon pattern cauldron, weighing 1,300 pounds. Only those who can lift it with one hand are qualified to enter Yinglai Tang and meet the president. Upon finishing, the young man crossed his arms, watching Yi Tian with a playful expression. Chapter 47. Lifting 1,300 pounds with one hand. This was not merely a rule. It was a blatant attempt to create obstacles. Li Yinran's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Yet Yi Tian merely smiled. Ignoring the young man, he strode directly toward the bronze cauldron. Sir, please don't. Li Yinran urged softly. She understood Yi Tian's formidable strength, yet lifting such a heavy object with one hand exceeded the comprehension of ordinary individuals. If he were to fail, would he not fall into their trap? No worries. Yi Tian gave her an assuring glance. Under the watchful eyes of all present, including that of the guiding youth, he extended his right hand and lightly pressed it against the edge of the cauldron. He exerted no force, merely resting his hand casually. All held their breath, anticipating his embarrassment. Yet the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Yi Tian did not even bend down. He merely stretched his arm, and with 5 fingers, he effortlessly lifted the colossal cauldron. A deep hum emanated from the 1,300-pound bronze cauldron as he raised it from the ground with sheer ease, as if he were lifting a delicate teacup instead of an object of immense weight. How is this possible? The young man's arrogance and amusement instantly froze into disbelief and shock. The hundreds of disciples practicing in the training ground ceased their movements, mouths agape, rendered speechless. Yi Tian, cradling the massive cauldron in one hand, walked slowly to the young man, a faint smile gracing his face. Now, do I have the qualifications to enter? The young man felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. He stared at Yi Tian as if gazing upon a monster, his throat dry. Unable to utter a single word, Yi Tian simply shook his head and casually tossed the cauldron aside. With a thunderous crash, the 1,300-pound bronze cauldron was hurled to the ground, creating a massive dent in the hard bluestone slab. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. Yi Tian paid no heed to the stunned onlookers, took Li Yinran's hand, and strode directly into Ying Litang. Inside the hall, the lighting was dim. In the center, dozens of black spirit tablets were enshrined, each inscribed with a name. These were the illustrious masters who had left their mark on the history of Huaxiao martial arts. A tall, elderly man clad in a gray robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, stood with his back to them, seemingly polishing something. He possessed a commanding presence, his stature imposing, even from behind, emanating an aura akin to a mountain. He was Chun Beixian. Hearing their footsteps, he slowly turned. His expression was devoid of emotion, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Yi Tian as if seeking to penetrate his very essence. You did not come here to discuss cooperation. Chun Beixian stated directly, his voice hoarse yet resonant. Speak, what is it that you truly desire? Behind him stood several other elderly figures, each exuding a calm, yet formidable presence. They were elders of the Wu Dao Association, each capable of shaking the martial world with a mere stamp of their foot. At this moment, they regarded Yi Tian with scrutinizing, even hostile gazes. The atmosphere here was 100-fold more oppressive than that of the training ground outside. Yi Tian did not answer his question. His gaze traversed past Chun Beixian to a spirit tablet in the far corner behind him. That tablet appeared relatively new, its name starkly contrasting with the others. I have come today to pay my respects on behalf of a deceased friend. Yi Tian spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant in the vast hall. His name is Wang Zhong. The name resonated like a boulder hurled into a tranquil lake, stirring tremendous waves. A crack finally appeared in Chun Beixian's otherwise impassive face. The elders behind him paled, gasping in disbelief. Ingquan Wang Zhong, how do you know this name? It was clear that this name was a taboo they wished to avoid. I not only know him, but I also know how he was crippled. Yi Tian disregarded the elder's shock, stepping closer to Chun Beixian with each stride, the atmosphere in the hall growing heavier with each step. 20 years ago, during the finals of the National Martial Arts Tournament, Senior Wang Zhong was on the verge of victory, yet at the last moment, you shattered his meridians with your insidious hidden strength. Chun Beixian, am I correct? Yi Tian stood firmly before Chun Beixian, gazing intently into his eyes. Utter nonsense. Chun Beixian barked with a sharp tone, an overwhelming aura erupting from his being, bearing down upon Yi Tian. In that duel years ago, the outcome was unmistakable, witnessed by all. How dare you, a mere child, speak such slander against me? That formidable presence was enough to make ordinary martial arts masters tremble and kneel in fear. Yet Yi Tian remained unfazed, as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. Whether it is slander or not, you are most aware in your heart. Yi Tian extended a finger towards a nearby mahogany tea table and pointed imperiously. A soft sound echoed. Instantly, a hole the size of a fingertip appeared on the hard wooden surface, its edges smooth as if pierced by a laser. On the reverse side, wood shavings scattered, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl. This was indeed the method of hidden strength. Witnessing this, Chun Beixian's pupils constricted sharply. The elders behind him gasped in astonishment. This young man had mastered such profound techniques of hidden strength. Merely destroying your martial prowess was not enough. Yi Tian's voice turned increasingly frigid. You also stole something from him, an item that does not rightfully belong to you. Chun Beixian's countenance darkened ominously. That item was a gift from my mother, Su Wan, to a dear friend whom she admired, a phoenix-shaped jade pendant. Boom. Upon hearing Su Wan's name from Yi Tian's lips, Chun Beixian could no longer maintain his composure. His grand demeanor crumbled, replaced by boundless rage and madness. Silence. He roared like an enraged lion, striking towards Yi Tian with a palm. This blow was as swift as lightning, as forceful as thunder, imbued with the ferocity to obliterate all in its path. The very air within the grand hall seemed to be siphoned away by this strike. Come at me. Yi Tian advanced instead of retreating, meeting the attack with a punch of his own. He refrained from employing any arcane techniques, opting instead for the most direct and forceful confrontation. The power of the Dragon King erupted without reservation. Bang! The clash of fists and palms resounded like a deafening thunderclap. A visible shockwave erupted from their collision, sending the tables, chairs, and altars in the hall flying. The elders, caught in the wake of this force, coughed and staggered back several steps, struggling to regain their footing, their faces etched with shock. Chapter 48. A finger to the president of the Martial Arts Association. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Chun Beishuan's towering figure was pushed back 3 steps by a single punch, each step leaving a deep imprint on the solid ground. His palm, which had clashed with Yi Tian, trembled slightly, the tiger's mouth splitting open and blood flowing profusely. In contrast, Yi Tian merely swayed slightly, effortlessly dissipating all the force. The disparity was glaring. Chun Beishuan looked at Yi Tian, disbelief flooding his eyes. He could not fathom how someone so young could possess such terrifying martial prowess. The realm of martial arts master was a coveted dream for countless individuals. How could this youth be so accomplished? You have been defeated. Yi Tian denied him respite, his figure flickering as he appeared before Chun Beishuan like a specter. With his fingers poised like a sword, he pointed at Chun Beishuan's chest from an unfathomable angle. This gesture bore no overwhelming momentum, yet it instilled an unparalleled sense of impending doom within Chun Beishuan. He tried to evade, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. PFF. Yi Tian's finger precisely struck his Xianzhong point. Chun Beishuan's body convulsed violently, as if struck by lightning, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, instantly collapsing in vitality. The internal energy within him was irrevocably sealed by this strike. He had once again become a cripple. Yi Tian delivered a kick to the back of his knees. Chun Beishuan's legs buckled, uncontrollably kneeling before the numerous altars of masters. Now, can you relinquish the item? Yi Tian looked down upon him, his voice devoid of emotion. Chun Beishuan lifted his head, his aged face marred by despair and regret. He had lost, utterly and completely, the item. His voice was hoarse, trembling fingers pointing towards the largest spirit tablet in the center. Yi Tian stepped forward, following his indication to activate the mechanism. The wall behind the spirit tablet slowly opened, revealing a dark door barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Yi Tian entered. Moments later, he emerged holding an ancient sandalwood box. Opening it, he discovered a warm phoenix-shaped jade pendant resting quietly inside. It was indeed the cherished item his mother loved most. As he grasped the pendant, warmth surged through his palm and coursed into his being. Yi Tian infused it with a measure of Dragon King power. Buzz. The pendant emitted a faint tremor, a soft sheen illuminating its surface. Under the glow, a line of tiny characters, as fine as a hair, emerged within the jade. To trace my path, follow the serpent into its lair. Serpent? The 12 serpent kings of the divine forbidden zone? Yi Tian's heart raced. This jade pendant was, in fact, a clue left by his mother. Just then, Chun Beishuan, still kneeling on the ground, suddenly erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha! He raised his head, regarding Yi Tian with a gaze filled with venom and pity. Did you think it was merely a token? Fool! It is not a token. It is the key to unlock the cage. With that, he bit down hard, black blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He had crushed the poison sac hidden within his tooth, committing suicide. Yi Tian gazed at his fallen body, then looked down at the jade pendant in his hand, his brows furrowing tightly. The mysterious third-party force had gone to great lengths to guide him to Chun Beishuan, and it was evident that their intentions extended beyond merely reclaiming an item. Their true aim was to compel him to use this jade pendant to unlock the forbidden place known as the cage. He remained a mere pawn in their game. Silence enveloped the grand hall. Chun Beishuan's body still bore warmth, his expression a blend of malice and liberation, embedding a thorn deep in Yi Tian's heart. A pawn. From the very beginning, he had been nothing more than a piece manipulated by others. Anger, resentment, and a profound sense of being deceived surged within him, nearly consuming his rationality. Kill him. Avenge the president. After a brief, stunned silence, the elders of the Martial Arts Association finally reacted, their eyes bloodshot, resembling frenzied tigers as they charged toward Yi Tian from various directions. Each of these individuals was a master of internal energy, and their united assault exuded a terrifying momentum, causing the air within the Yinglai Hall to thicken. Li Yanran felt a tightening in her heart, instinctively wanting to step forward. Yet Yi Tian merely raised a hand, signaling her to remain still. He did not even glance back. At the moment when the fists of the elders were about to strike his back, an invisible aura suddenly erupted from Yi Tian's body. It was neither inner strength nor skill, but rather a pure, transcendent pressure that emanated from a being beyond the master level, the might of the Dragon King. Thud, thud. The imposing elders seemed to collide with an invisible wall, their offensive momentum collapsing instantaneously. They felt as though their hearts were gripped by an unseen hand, struggling to breathe as all their energy dissipated in an instant. Their legs weakened, and they uncontrollably knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, unable to rise again. Instant annihilation. No, this could hardly be termed a battle. It was an absolute suppression in the realm of martial arts. Yi Tian slowly turned around, looking down upon the group of purported masters who lay helpless on the ground. From this day forth, the Huaxiao Martial Arts Association will be under my command. His voice was not loud, but carried an unassailable will. All elders and council members shall be reviewed on the spot. Anyone associated with Chun Beixian or possessing a tainted reputation shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the association. Who among you has objections? No one dared to speak. In the face of absolute power, all anger and resentment seemed utterly ridiculous. Yi Tian disregarded these individuals, taking Li Yinran's hand and walking straight out of the Yinglai Hall. Outside in the training ground, hundreds of disciples remained in a daze, gazing at this man as if he were a deity walking among mortals. Once inside the car, Yi Tian closed his eyes tightly, his chest heaving violently. The suppressed rage still burned within him. Li Yinran remained silent, simply extending her hand to gently grasp his fingers, which had turned white from the strain. After a long while, Yi Tian opened his eyes, the fury within him having dissipated, replaced by an unfathomable coldness. He picked up his phone and dialed Gue Swansea. I care not what methods you employ. Utilize all of the Li family's intelligence network and mobilize all resources at our disposal. Within 24 hours. I demand to know who the third-party force is that contacted me via drone. Understood. On the other end, Gue Swansea felt the icy, murderous intent in Yi Tian's tone, a chill running down his spine. After ending the call, Yi Tian dialed Housey. Cease all financial assaults on the divine forbidden zone. You now have but one task. Find that phantom. Chapter 49, Utter Madness. Track all signal data from that drone. I want its source, its operator, and every trace it has left in the digital realm. Understood. Housey's voice carried a hint of excitement. This challenge was far more intriguing to him than breaching hundreds of bank servers. Finally, Yi Tian called Lao Gue. The Heavenly Punishment Unit is to enter a state of Level 1 combat readiness. Centered around the capital, extend outward 300 kilometers, inspecting all potential locations for high-tech bases. Abandoned military factories, private estates, underground air defense facilities, none shall be overlooked. I intend to root out every last one of these rats hiding in the shadows. 3 commands issued in swift, decisive, and ruthless succession. The entire capital is about to be engulfed in an unprecedented storm due to his mere words. Having completed these tasks, Yi Tian exhaled a long, deep breath. He opened his palm, revealing the phoenix-shaped jade pendant lying quietly within, its smooth texture seemingly concealing an endless vortex. A key? A cage? He no longer wished to passively unravel the mystery. He intended to shatter this game. Suddenly, he turned to Li Yinran, his voice regaining its calm. This key is a trap, but I am prepared to step into it. Before that, we must meet someone. Li Yinran was momentarily taken aback. Who? My third uncle. Yi Jianjun. On the outskirts of the capital lies a high-level sanatorium not open to the public. Officially a health retreat, in truth. It is a heavily fortified special prison housing sensitive individuals who cannot be publicly tried. Yi Jianjun is currently here. When Yi Tian and Li Yinran entered the unadorned room, Yi Jianjun sat by the window, engrossed in an ancient bound text, his demeanor serene as if he were on vacation. Upon seeing Yi Tian, he appeared unsurprised, merely setting down the book and gesturing towards the sofa opposite him. You arrived sooner than I anticipated. His tone was flat, akin to that of an old friend catching up after a long time. I have obtained the item. Yi Tian got straight to the point, placing the sandalwood box containing the phoenix-shaped jade pendant on the coffee table. Yi Jianjun glanced at it, but did not open it. So, you are quite angry now. Feeling deceived by everyone, like a fool led by the nose. He astutely perceived Yi Tian's inner turmoil. Yi Tian did not deny it. Who are they? A faction that wishes to transform from mere pawns into players. Yi Jianjun lifted a teacup, gently blowing away the steam. The divine forbidden zone is not a monolith. Some remain loyal to that ethereal deity, while others place greater faith in the power they wield in their own hands. This third-party force is an internal faction within the divine forbidden zone. They are dissatisfied with the current structure and wish to leverage your sharpest blade to eliminate dissenters and potentially take your place. Yi Tian's heart sank. Indeed, the situation was more complex than he had imagined. Observing Yi Tian's furrowed brow, Yi Jianjun refrained from pursuing the topic further. He rose, walked before Yi Tian, and patted his shoulder. You now resemble a headless fly, flailing about in search of that hidden phantom. Such a pursuit will yield nothing. Do not seek him out. A glint of madness and cunning flickered in Yi Jianjun's eyes, starkly contrasting with his refined exterior. What you must do is entice him to seek you out. On the chessboard, present him with a tantalizing bait he cannot refuse, something for which he would risk everything. At that moment, the positions of hunter and prey will instantly reverse. Yi Tian trembled, enlightenment dawning upon him. Yes, he had been passively receiving blows, unraveling their schemes. But why could he not set a trap of his own? A trap that none could refuse. He gazed at Yi Jianjun. The uncle he once viewed as a family traitor, now infused with a genuine admiration for the first time. Just as he prepared to take his leave, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was an encrypted message from Gue Swansea. Yi Tian opened it, his pupils narrowing in shock. Sir, we have traced it. The drone's signal originated from a point that underwent 3 layers of disguise and redirection. Yet its source lies within the internal network of the Huaxia Martial Arts Association. The timing coincides precisely with the moments surrounding Chun Beishuan's death. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The message from Gue Swansea struck like a boulder, sinking into the hearts of all present. The yellow weasel lurked right beneath their noses. The mysterious figure who had guided him to kill Chun Beishian and reclaim the key had been, at that very moment, within the Martial Arts Association. He might be an elder, or perhaps an inconspicuous disciple. He could even be standing among the crowd, coldly observing himself, orchestrating a grand performance. A chilling sensation of being toyed with coursed through Yi Tian's spine, surging to the crown of his head. Sir, shall we immediately seal off the Martial Arts Association and control everyone, interrogating them one by one? The voice of Gue Swansea resonated through the phone, laced with uncontainable fury. There is no need, Yi Tian replied, surprisingly calm. He had regained his composure after the initial shock. Since the adversary dared to act in such a manner, they must have a backup plan. Returning now would only serve to alert the snake without yielding any results. The words of his third uncle echoed in his mind. He presented a piece of bait he could not refuse. A wild scheme rapidly took shape in his mind. Gue Swansea, notify Li Yinran. In the name of the Longhun Foundation and the Li Group, we shall jointly announce a charity auction. 3 days hence, at the International Exhibition Center in the capital, we will hold a grand event. Yi Tian paused, articulating each word with precision. There will be but one item for auction, the feng-shaped jade pendant I retrieved from Chun Beishin today. What? Gue Swansea and Li Yinran exclaimed simultaneously on the other end of the line. You plan to auction off the key? This is utterly insane. Sir, this is far too risky. Gue Swansea urged desperately. This would reveal our greatest trump card. The people from the divine forbidden zone will stop at nothing to seize it. I want them to come and snatch it, Yi Tian replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. Moreover, I intend to add fuel to the fire. Gue Swansea. Disseminate a top-secret message through underground channels. State that this feng-shaped jade pendant is not merely the key to the cage. It conceals clues to another matter, specifically the precise coordinates of the half-list in the possession of my father, Yi Changfeng. This information was false, yet it was sufficient to drive all aware factions into a frenzy. Chapter 50. Luring the snake out of its hole. A fisherman afraid of sharks will never catch a whale. Leaning back in his chair, Yi Tian's voice radiated a commanding arrogance. I am not merely luring the snake out of its hole. I am casting a bloody piece of meat into the shark-infested waters. I shall see who bites first, who bites hardest, and who will be torn to shreds by the other sharks. They believed I was a mere pawn, a bait. I shall show them who wields the harpoon. This declaration plunged Gue Swansea and Li Yinran into silence, as they sensed Yi Tian's resolute madness, a gamble of everything. It was an overt conspiracy, a trap everyone recognized yet felt compelled to leap into. I understand, Li Yinran finally spoke, her eyes sparkling with realization. I will make arrangements immediately. This auction will undoubtedly become the grandest ever seen in the capital. Mouse, Yi Tian switched communications. Create a perfect digital storm, making that false information appear as a genuine leak from the highest echelons. Leave it to me, Old Ghost, the Divine Punishment Division. Yi Tian's voice took on a chilling tone. Transform the International Exhibition Center into the most extravagant slaughterhouse. Orders were issued one by one. A vast net targeting all dark forces across the globe was cast. Meanwhile, in a shadowy room infused with futuristic technology, a man wearing a demon mask observed the screen displaying the auction announcement recently released by the Lee Group, letting out a low, mocking chuckle. Hee, what an ignorant fool. He has truly swallowed the bait. At that moment, a figure silently emerged from the shadows behind him. It was a tall, distinguished middle-aged man whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Yi Tian. This was Yi Changfeng, who should have perished 2 decades ago. He gazed at Yi Tian's photo on the screen, his eternally stoic expression betraying no emotion. He simply uttered 2 words, "Let it begin." The news spread like radioactive dust after a nuclear explosion, silent yet encompassing every dark corner of the globe within 24 hours. In the capital, the joint auction announcement by the Lee Group and the Longhun Foundation detonated like a bomb submerged in the depths of the sea, creating tidal waves. The foam-shaped jade pendant, the key to the cage, the coordinates of the half-list. Each word was enough to ignite the greed of the world's most elite predators. In Italy, on the island of Sicily, an elderly man known as the Godfather set down his cigar. A glint of avarice flickered in his murky eyes. The thing that the lunatics of the divine forbidden zone have guarded for a century is actually being auctioned by a mere boy from Huaxia. Relay my orders. The Bloody Mary cruise ship must immediately change course to Huaxia. Inform them to spare no expense in retrieving that pendant. In North America, deep within the desert near Area 51, the founder of the world's largest mercenary organization, Blackwater, known by the codename General, examined the information on a holographic projection. A cruel smile spreading across his face. Yi Changfeng's son? How interesting, truly fascinating. His father defected right under our noses. And now his son brings forth such a significant item. Notify the Phantom Squad to prepare for a vacation in the capital. I am keen to see what tricks this father-son duo is playing. In the land of the rising sun, at the foot of Mount Fuji, an elderly man donned in a kimono sat in meditation. Before him knelt a trembling ninja. The IGA clan's elite shinobi has been annihilated? The elder slowly opened his eyes. His voice dry. Why yes, Lord Miyamoto. Our influence in the capital has been uprooted overnight by a man named Yi Tian. Yi Tian, Miyamoto Musashi repeated the name, reaching for a nearby katana. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed, and the kneeling ninja's head fell to the ground. Useless. Miyamoto Musashi wiped the blade clean. In that case, I shall personally visit the capital. That half-list is crucial to the destiny of our Yamato nation and must not fall into foreign hands. Similar scenes unfolded in various corners of the world. Ancient nobles, mysterious tycoons, ruthless assassin organizations, and lurking martial arts sects. All the sharks drawn by the scent of blood began to converge towards the same direction. The capital, this ancient city of 1,000 years, was poised to transform into a colossal vortex filled with the world's most dangerous individuals. At the heart of the vortex, Yi Tian sat leisurely in a sanatorium, playing chess with his third uncle, Yi Jianjun. Your move has truly stirred the winds and clouds of the world, Yi Jianjun remarked, placing a piece calmly. Senshu, you anticipated this long ago, did you not? Yi Tian chuckled softly. I merely did not foresee that you would be even more deranged than I had imagined. Yi Jianjun regarded him intently. You have drawn all your adversaries into the open, wagering their very lives in a single grand gamble. Should you lose this game, there shall be no turning back. I shall not lose. Yi Tian seized a black piece and forcefully placed it upon the board, severing the great dragon of white. From the moment I decided to upend the table, the rules of the game are determined by me. Simultaneously, in a shadowy room imbued with an air of futuristic technology within the capital city, a man donning a devilish mask gazed at the continuously scrolling global intelligence on the screen, erupting into a cacophony of laughter. Ha ha ha. Splendid, simply splendid. Everyone has been deceived. All believe that the jade pendant truly contains clues to the list. What a masterful bait. From the shadows behind him, Yi Changfeng emerged slowly. His expression inscrutable. He is not casting bait. He is coercing us. Yi Changfeng's voice bore no trace of emotion. He knows we will not allow the key to fall into the hands of outsiders, and that we are eager to obtain the other half of the list. Hence, he deliberately fabricated a false coordinate, compelling us to appear at the auction and to secure that jade pendant with utmost prominence, so that this coordinate appears authentic, convincing other factions that we possess the complete list. The laughter of the masked man abruptly ceased. He remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. What a brilliant psychological stratagem. He employs overt tactics to lead us into the slaughterhouse he has prepared. Then shall we go or not? Yi Changfeng approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the nightscape of the capital. Go. Why not? He wishes to be the hunter. Let us show him who the true apex predator is within this dark forest. The corners of Yi Chongfeng's mouth curled into an arc reminiscent of Yi Tian's. Moreover, it has been quite a while since I last saw my ineffectual son. Let this serve as our first official meeting gift. 3 days later, at the Capital International Convention Center, the premier exhibition venue in all of Huaxia, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. Yet today, an invisible air of oppression enveloped the space. Starting 3 kilometers from the perimeter, all major thoroughfares were sealed off by armed military police. No unrelated vehicles or personnel were permitted to approach. Inside the convention center, security was rigorously enforced. All security personnel donned crisp black suits, sunglasses, and wireless earpieces, their expressions stern and exuding an aura of bloodlust. They were members of the Tianfa Brigade, personally led by Lao Gui. Each was a war machine risen from a sea of corpses. Furthermore, all surveillance equipment and network lines within the convention center had been completely commandeered by Lao Zi. No corner or slightest fluctuation in signal would escape his notice. Today was not a benevolent charity auction. This was a battlefield meticulously prepared by Yi Tian for the wolves and tigers of the world. At 9 in the morning, an array of luxury vehicles bearing the insignias of various embassies, or those whose origins were utterly untraceable, began to arrive in succession. Each individual disembarking was a personage whose mere stamp of a foot might shake the earth. Wealthy European magnates, princes controlling the lifeblood of Middle Eastern oil, notorious South American drug lords, and representatives from various clandestine organizations all arrived. Each was accompanied by elite bodyguards, their presence formidable, eyes brimming with vigilance and scrutiny. However, as they crossed the threshold of the convention center, all expressions shifted slightly. For at the entrance, they were not greeted by charming hostesses, but rather by rows of cold metal detectors and dozens of black-clad bodyguards with eyes as fierce as wolves. Esteemed guests, in accordance with the rules, please surrender all weapons and communication devices before entering, announced a Tianfa member with a scarred face, his expression unyielding. Impudent. A prince from the Middle East erupted in fury. His bodyguard immediately placed a hand on the grip of his firearm. Do you know who I am? Dare to search my person? The prince's countenance was haughty. The scarred man did not respond. He merely raised his hand. In the next instant, the bodyguard behind the prince let out a blood-curdling scream. His hand, which had been resting on the gun, was pierced by a silver needle pinned to the wall. The assailant was Lao Gui. He seemed to have always been present, or perhaps had materialized from thin air. Here, there are no princes. Lao Gui's voice was gravelly and frigid. There are only 2 types of individuals, those who abide by the rules and the dead. Which would you prefer to be? The prince's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably, and he dared not utter another word, obediently surrendering all his possessions. Having witnessed this precedent, the subsequent guests complied without protest. Regardless of their esteemed status or vast influence outside, they were compelled to submit here, for they could distinctly sense the palpable air of death that permeated the convention center, sending tremors through their hearts. Inside, the venue was adorned in opulence. Grand crystal chandeliers, soft Persian carpets, and the strains of classical music created an ambience of elegance. Yet all present felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, as though they were a pack of caged beasts, alert and wary of one another. Yi Tian and Li Yanran sat in a VIP box on the second floor, peering down through the one-way glass at the entire assembly. It seems the fish have all gathered. Yi Tian lifted a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. Have the individuals from the Forbidden Zone arrived? They have. Yi Tian pointed to a seat in the front row. There sat an unassuming middle-aged man in traditional garb, appearing rather ordinary. He had no bodyguards, merely seated there quietly, resembling an antique dealer who had wandered into the wrong venue. He was one of the heads of the Forbidden Zone in the capital, codenamed Smiling Buddha. Do not be fooled by his amiable demeanor. The number of lives lost at his hands is no less than 800. Li Yanran followed his gaze, frowning slightly. Just then, the grand doors of the venue swung open once more, and a procession immediately captured everyone's attention. Leading the group was a man wearing a devil mask, flanked by a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man, Yi Chongfeng. At the sight of Yi Chongfeng, Yi Tian's grip tightened. The wine glass shattered into a myriad of fragments. The crimson liquid mixed with the shards as it dripped through his fingers onto the carpet. After 2 decades, this man had finally appeared before him, not captured in photographs, nor conveyed through the words of others, but rather present, palpable, standing there in the flesh. A tumultuous blend of anger, resentment, unwillingness, and a hint of complex emotions, which even he himself was reluctant to acknowledge, surged violently within his chest. Li Yanran sensed the intensity of his emotional turmoil and reached out, grasping his hand tightly. Do not act impulsively. Yi Tian inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumult within his heart. He understood that the moment was not yet ripe. Yi Changfeng and his entourage proceeded directly to the front row, taking their seats beside the smiling Buddha. The smiling Buddha acknowledged them with a slight nod, refraining from further interaction. Clearly, they belonged to disparate factions. With their arrival, the atmosphere in the venue grew even more peculiar. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the auction commenced. Clad in a pristine white suit, Gui Swansea ascended to the podium. He eschewed superfluous pleasantries and got straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the charity auction hosted by the Long Hun Foundation. This auction features but a single item. No sooner had he finished speaking than a lady in a qipao approached the stage, bearing a tray covered with a crimson cloth. Gui Swansea extended his hand, unveiling the red cloth. A lustrous phoenix-shaped jade pendant lay serenely at the center of the tray, radiating a gentle glow under the lights. In that moment, the breaths of everyone in the venue grew heavy. Countless greedy, fervent gazes fixated on the jade pendant. Chapter 52, 300 billion, the key to the cage. Gui Swansea surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating clearly in each individual's ear. The starting bid is 100 billion US dollars. Each subsequent bid must exceed 10 billion US dollars. Now, let the bidding begin. 100 billion. This figure elicited gasps from the majority present. This was no longer merely an auction. It had transformed into a war fought with wealth. Following a brief silence, a voice shattered the stillness. 110 billion. The bidder was a representative of the Rothschild family from Europe. This ancient financial dynasty harbored an insatiable interest in anything that promised greater profit. 120 billion. A general from North America's Blackwater followed suit without hesitation. 130 billion. The voice of the Sicilian godfather was hoarse. The price began to escalate at a heart-stopping pace. Within mere minutes, it had surpassed $300 billion. The bidders were all titans of the global elite, vying not merely for a jade pendant, but for the secrets it might conceal, secrets potent enough to alter the world order. Meanwhile, the two factions from the realm of the gods remained silent. The smiling Buddha maintained his cheerful demeanor, as if observing an affair unrelated to him. The man donning the demonic mask leaned back in his chair, motionless, like a statue. In the second-floor box, Li Yanran's face betrayed a hint of anxiety. Why were they still unmoving? They were waiting. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed, perceiving the situation clearly. They were waiting for others to escalate the price to a sufficiently high level before striking with overwhelming force. This way, they could demonstrate their might and enhance the perceived value of the coordinates. Indeed, as the price climbed to $500 billion and hesitation began to surface among some bidders, the previously silent smiling Buddha finally raised his bidding paddle. 1,000 billion. He casually announced a figure that rendered the entire room silent. $1,000 billion. This price was sufficient to purchase the entire GDP of some smaller nations. The previously fervent bidders fell silent. They understood that this game had escalated beyond their means. All eyes turned to the man in the demonic mask. Now, only the two factions from the realm of the gods remained in contention. The man in the demonic mask finally stirred. He did not raise a paddle, but slowly lifted a finger. 2,000 billion. His voice, altered by a voice changer, sounded particularly chilling. Additionally, I offer a personal gift, a precise intelligence regarding the core of the Huaxia dragon vein. Boom. This statement was more explosive than the $2,000 billion. The dragon vein. This was no longer a mere secular dispute. It involved the very fate of a nation. The smile faded from the face of the smiling Buddha. He cast a deep glance at the man in the demonic mask and gradually lowered his bidding paddle. He conceded. Gui Swansea stood on stage, awaiting a moment. $2,000 billion, along with a piece of information regarding the dragon vein. Is there any higher bid? The venue fell into a profound silence. In that moment, just as Gui Swansea was about to bring down the gavel, a cool voice suddenly resonated from the back of the hall. I bid 3,000 billion, and additionally, I offer the head of the greed wolf from among the 12 serpent kings of the realm of the gods. This voice caused everyone to turn abruptly. At the entrance of the venue stood a man clad in a moon-white long robe, exuding an air of refined elegance. He appeared to be in his 30s, handsome, with a hint of an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Yet, his presence sent shockwaves through both factions of the realm of the gods. The smiling Buddha sprang to his feet, exclaiming in astonishment, Yi Jianjun. Even Yi Changfeng, with his perpetually icy demeanor, displayed a fissure of surprise. The man in the demonic mask trembled, an aura of terrifying killing intent radiating from him. The newcomer was none other than Yi Tian's inscrutable third uncle, Yi Jianjun. who was supposed to be confined in a special care facility. He had actually appeared here. In the second-floor box, Yi Tian gazed at the screen depicting his uncle, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He understood that his uncle's arrival had utterly disrupted everyone's plans, including his own. Yi Jianjun, how audacious of you to escape. The man in the demonic mask barked. Escape? Yi Jianjun chuckled. I merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air, and to reclaim what rightfully belongs to the Yi family. He advanced slowly toward the auction stage. His steps were deliberate, yet each one seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of all present. None of the members of the Tianfa troops in the venue dared to obstruct him, as if they had received prior orders. The head of the greed wolf is in the trunk of my car. Yi Jianjun approached the stage, fixing his gaze on Gue Swansea. Is this price sufficient? Gue Swansea glanced towards the second-floor box and, upon receiving Yi Tian's nod, affirmed, sufficient. Then, I do not agree to this jade pendant. The man in the demonic mask roared, abruptly rising from his seat. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from him, centered around his form, exploding with ferocity. Beside him, Yi Changfeng slowly rose, emanating a similarly formidable aura that locked onto Yi Jianjun. The impending battle was palpable, and the atmosphere in the venue reached a suffocating intensity. Just at this moment of tension, a series of crisp applause suddenly resonated from a private box on the second floor. Following that, Yi Tian's voice echoed clearly through the venue's sound system, reverberating in every corner. Third uncle, your performance is quite splendid. Unfortunately, I am not in the mood for a show today. As soon as his words fell, a thunderous crash erupted as the one-way glass of the VIP box shattered. Clad in black, Yi Tian descended like a deity, landing heavily on the auction stage. His figure vanished like a wraith, only to reappear moments later, gripping a man in his grasp. The man was covered in blood, his face a mask of terror and disbelief. He was none other than the head of the divine realm known as the Smiling Buddha. At this moment, he was barely clinging to life, taking in more air than he was exhaling. Yi Tian casually tossed him to the ground as one would discard a lifeless dog. His frigid gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on Yi Changfeng and the man in the devil mask. The key is here, Yi Tian declared, raising the phoenix-shaped jade pendant in his hand. The clues to the roster are here as well. You desire them, do you not? A cruel smirk played on his lips. Then come and take them. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly exerted a forceful grip. Crack! The coveted phoenix-shaped jade pendant, which countless individuals yearned for, was crushed into fragments by his sheer strength. The venue fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was rendered speechless. Yi Changfeng's pupils constricted sharply, and the smile on Yi Jianjun's face froze instantaneously. The man in the devil mask emitted a growl that was anything but human. How dare you destroy it? Destroy? Yi Tian spread his hands, allowing the jade dust to slip through his fingers. I merely find this game exceedingly dull. I no longer wish to guess. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with Yi Changfeng below, enunciating each word. Father, did you not wish to see me? Here I am now. Tell me, what truly transpired 20 years ago? How did my mother die? He added, otherwise, everyone present today, one and all, shall meet their end. A fierce murderous intent erupted from Yi Tian, enveloping the entire venue. At that moment, an elderly yet commanding voice resonated unexpectedly from above. It was as if the voice descended from the heavens, carrying an unyielding authority. Enough. My great-grandson is not to be chastised by you. As the voice echoed, the grand doors of the venue slowly swung open. An elderly man, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, stooped yet with eyes that sparkled with vitality, entered with the support of two middle-aged individuals. Upon the sight of this elder, the representatives of all the Huaxiao forces present underwent a dramatic change in countenance, rising from their seats and bowing their heads in reverence. Yi Tian's body shuddered violently. He stared at the elder, his lips trembling, almost unable to believe his own eyes. Grandfather? The individual who had long been presumed to be resting eternally in libation, reduced to mere dust. Yi Xinghua. Grandfather? Yi Tian's body became rigid, the pulverized jade dust slipping through his fingers as he fixated on the figure that should have long since turned to earth. The visage, the dragon-headed cane, and the unyielding dominance that could not be concealed by his stooped form were all identical to his memories. He did not perish. In front of him, under the witness of the highest echelons of Huaxiao leadership, he had drawn his last breath. That state funeral, that gravestone, were they all mere fabrications? A grand deception, one that manipulated the entire world. Silence enveloped the venue. The previously tense atmosphere, rife with hostility, dissipated the moment Yi Xinghua appeared. Representatives from Huaxia, regardless of their high status or formidable backgrounds, stood from their seats, bowing slightly and lowering their heads, not daring to utter a breath. This was a reverence stemming from their very bones. Yi Xinggua's name had been the stabilizing force of Huaxiao for the past half-century. His presence was more intimidating than any army or weapon. For the first time, a violent shift appeared on Yi Changfeng's eternally frozen face. He looked at his grandfather. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Yi Jianjun's previously confident and suave smile also froze entirely, his hand gripping the folding fan tightened. Even the man in the devil mask, who had once exuded an air of invincibility, instinctively took a step back, his previously fierce aura vanishing without a trace. Yi Xinggua ignored everyone around him. His murky yet sharp eyes pierced through the crowd, landing directly on Yi Tian at the auction stage. He approached slowly, supported by the two middle-aged men. Each deliberate step echoed with the sound of his cane striking the ground. Thud, 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 each strike resonating within the hearts of all present. Members of the Tianfa Brigade, those ruthless machines of war, now stood paralyzed, none daring to obstruct his path. You question your father? Yi Xinggua finally reached the stage, lifting his gaze to meet his great-grandson's. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. Are you still provoking the rules of the Yi family? Yi Tian's chest heaved violently, a tumult of emotions roiling within him, nearly tearing apart his reason. Anger, the anger of being deceived, resentment. The resentment of being treated as a mere pawn. He abruptly raised his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto Yi Xinggua. I seek only the truth. His voice was hoarse, yet it roared like an enraged young dragon, shaking the heavens. Who belongs to the Yi family? Who dictates the rules? Today, I shall have the final say. This was madness. An unprecedented madness. To utter such words in front of the Yi family's patriarch, who had returned from the dead, was not merely a provocation. It was a declaration of war. Everyone anticipated Yi Xinggua would erupt in fury. However, he merely chuckled, a dry, chilling laugh. Well, very well. He nodded, appearing satisfied with Yi Tian's reaction. He then turned his sharp gaze to the man in the devil mask. A junior from the divine realm. Still wearing such a thing on my Yi family's territory, do you not find it shameful? Before he finished speaking, Yi Xinggua lightly tapped the dragon-headed cane towards the man in the devil mask. The man dared not move an inch. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The man clad in the devil mask staggered back several steps, as if struck by a heavy blow, the mask on his face cracking audibly, splitting down the center. The entire venue was left in shock. What a terrifying prowess this is. With a single strike from afar, a formidable being of the Shiwang level has been repelled to such an extent. Yi Xinggua no longer gazes at him, as if he has merely swatted a fly. His eyes gradually shift towards Yi Changfeng and Yi Jianjun. You too, the old man's voice turns frigid. One has defected, the other feigned death. The farce performed for 2 decades must come to an end. Upon finishing his words, he looks back at Yi Tian, a complex emotion flashing momentarily in his unfathomable eyes. Do you wish to know the truth? Very well. But you must first prove your worthiness to know it. Yi Xinggua raises his dragon-headed cane, pointing toward the man whose mask has already cracked. Kill him. Then I shall reveal everything to you. Kill him. His words resound like thunder in the hushed venue. All eyes focus on Yi Tian. This is a test, a blatant scheme. To slay the masked man means obtaining the coveted truth. Yet it also signifies yielding to Yi Xinggua, acknowledging his rules. To spare him would mean losing the truth and potentially severing ties with the old man altogether. The man beneath the cracked mask erupts into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha! Yi Xinggua, you remain as arrogant as ever. Do you truly believe he will obey you like a dog? His aura surges once more, evidently prepared to fight to the death. Yi Tian stands still, motionless. His chest heaves violently, his blood-red eyes fixated on Yi Changfeng below. That man has not spared him a glance. His indifferent expression suggesting that Yi Tian is merely an inconsequential stranger. Why? Why should those high and mighty dictate my life and determine my fate? Why must I adhere to your script and kill someone I wish to slay? But not at this moment. A rebellious fury surges wildly within Yi Tian. He laughs. A chilling and cruel laughter. Kill him? Yi Tian slowly shakes his head, his gaze abruptly shifting from the masked man to lock onto Yi Changfeng with the ferocity of 2 unparalleled blades. It is too lenient for him. Rather than eliminate a cowardly wretch, he longs to personally test the resilience of a traitor's bones. Before his words fade, Yi Tian's figure vanishes from the spot. He does not attack the masked man. In an unforeseen turn of events, all his devastating murderous intent is unleashed upon his biological father, Yi Changfeng. In that instant, the crowd is left in utter shock. Yi Jianjun's pupils constrict sharply. Li Yanran, in the private box, cannot suppress a gasp. Even Yi Xinggua's expression, typically as placid as a still pond, reveals a flicker of astonishment. This young man is more unhinged than he had anticipated, more unpredictable, seeking death. Several experts from the divine zone beside Yi Changfeng roar and rush forward to intervene. But they are swift, yet Yi Tian is swifter. His figure, accompanied by a sonic boom, surges to Yi Changfeng's side. That fist, capable of crushing steel, channels 20 years of resentment and hatred. Imbued with the overwhelming might of the Dragon King, aimed directly at Yi Changfeng's heart. At this critical moment, Yi Changfeng, who had remained as motionless as a statue, finally stirs. He neither retreats nor blocks. Faced with his son's earth-shattering blow, he executes a move that leaves all in disbelief. He steps forward, his body shifting at an uncanny angle, brushing past Yi Tian. No, it is not merely a brush past. He harnesses Yi Tian's momentum, moving alongside him. As if they are comrades who have rehearsed countless times, transforming into two intertwining bolts of lightning, charging towards the unprepared masked man with unparalleled synergy. One employs the authentic and domineering Dragon King combat technique, powerful and unstoppable. The other utilizes insidious and lethal variant strikes, with angles that are treacherous and deadly. Father and son unite. This unexpected scene sends the masked man into a state of sheer terror. He could never have imagined that this pair, once at odds, would join forces to execute a lethal strike against him in the next moment. He wishes to retreat, but Yi Tian's ferocious onslaught has sealed all his escape routes. He longs to defend, yet Yi Changfeng's deadly thrust from the flank has shattered all his defenses. With a sickening sound, Yi Changfeng's hand, like an eagle's claw, accurately tears through the masked man's defenses, seizing his throat and violently ripping away the already cracked mask. Beneath the mask is a face marred by grotesque scars. Yi Tian recognizes that face. Ing San, one of the dragon guards who should have perished before him years ago. Ing San's eyes brim with shock and unwillingness. Just as he opens his mouth to speak, Yi Tian's unparalleled fist crashes into his chest without any flourish. Boom. A deafening sound reverberates. Ing San's body crumples like a sandbag struck by a battering ram, bowing into a shrimp-like shape, his chest caving in, blood spewing forth and staining the air. His massive frame is hurled backward, crashing through 3 or 4 tables before landing heavily on the ground, convulsing twice before falling silent. The Divine Zone. One of the 12 Shiwang. Dead. The venue falls into an eerie silence. From Yi Tian's assault to the father-son collaboration, culminating in the demise of the Shiwang. Everything transpires in a flash, too swift for anyone to comprehend. Yi Tian gradually retracts his fist, still stained with warm blood. He does not gaze at the lifeless body on the ground. Instead, he turns to meet Yi Changfeng's eyes, both having sheathed their weapons. This is the first time in 20 years that the father and son share such close proximity in their gaze. No words are exchanged. Yet the complex, heavy, and stifling atmosphere between them possesses a more profound impact than any words could convey. Indeed, after a prolonged silence, the old man, Yixinghua's voice breaks through the stillness. A hint of approval gracing his countenance. Now, both of you have proven yourselves worthy. Follow me. With that, he leans on his cane and turns towards a secret side door at the back of the venue. Yi Tian and Yi Changfeng stand still for a moment before silently following him. The venue remains in disarray, with a group of guests still reeling from the shock. In a corner, Yi Jianjun observes the departing figures of the three, a flicker of unnoticed brilliance flashing in his profound eyes. He quietly retrieves his phone, swiftly tapping the screen to send a message. The content of the message is a single word: move. In the underground third level of the Beijing International Exhibition Center, within a chamber constructed from special alloys, capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion, the atmosphere is thick with tension, as if it has solidified. In the dimly lit chamber, 4 individuals were present: Yixinghua, Yi Changfeng, Yi Jianjun, and Yi Tian. The Yi family, spanning 3 generations, gathered for a momentous meeting, each a Dragon King in their own right. Yixinghua sat in a grand chair, eyes closed, appearing as though he were in slumber. To his left and right stood Yi Changfeng and Yi Jianjun, their expressions solemn, akin to 2 formidable guardians. In the center, Yi Tian felt as though he were encircled by 3 imposing mountains, burdened by an unimaginable weight. His muscles were taut, blood coursing through his veins with a sound reminiscent of a thundering tsunami. Countless questions clamored for his attention, accompanied by an overwhelming fury yearning for release. Yet, he compelled himself to maintain composure, aware that every word he would hear could irrevocably alter his existence. After what seemed an eternity, Yixinghua finally opened his eyes. Tianer, he began, his voice lacking its former authority, now laced with fatigue. I know you harbor resentment towards us, towards this old man who deceived you for 20 years, and towards your father who abandoned you for 2 decades. Yi Tian remained silent, casting a cold glare in response. But do you understand why we acted as we did? Yi Xingwa sighed. The so-called Dragon King plan has been a fabrication from the outset. Yi Tian's pupils dilated in shock. What we strive to seize from the divine forbidden zone is not a mere list or treasure. Yi Xingwa's tone grew grave, but a force, a vital essence that concerns the fate of our nation and the very survival of this world. This energy is formless and cannot be detected by instruments. Yet it exists in undeniable reality. To possess it is to wield the power to reshape the world. To lose it would mean the depletion of our nation's spirit, leading to its demise within a century. The divine forbidden zone exists solely to plunder this energy, which birthed the Dragon King plan. What we require is not the mightiest warrior, but the most perfect vessel. The term vessel struck Yi Tian like a heavy hammer, sending him into a dizzying spiral, nearly causing him to falter. Each Dragon King candidate was trained to become that vessel. However, this energy is overwhelmingly potent, causing the vast majority of candidates to be consumed and perish during the fusion process. Yi Jianjun, standing by, added impassively, I am one such failure. Yi Tian's mind was a blank slate until Yi Xingwa continued, until we discovered your mother, Su Wan. He cast a glance at Yi Tian, his eyes betraying a hint of remorse. Your mother possesses a unique lineage. She is the only one capable of containing and stabilizing that energy. Thus, she was neither abducted by the divine forbidden zone nor harmed by us. She volunteered. Volunteered? Yi Tian staggered back. Disbelief etched on his face as he regarded his father and uncle. Yi Changfeng's body quivered imperceptibly. The note. Yi Tian recalled the notebook that Ing Qi had produced before his demise. Su Wan must die. That was not merely a death warrant. Yi Xingwa's voice resonated with chilling intensity. That was the activation command for the final plan. When the most perfect vessel, namely you, grows sufficiently to contain that energy, the command must be initiated, merging your mother's life with that energy, and then you will absorb the resultant power. Therefore, your mother did not perish. She became a part of that energy for you, for this plan. She transformed into the ultimate weapon. With that revelation, Yi Tian's world shattered completely. Everything he had known, every ounce of hatred, and every motivation that had sustained him for 2 decades turned into a farcical joke in an instant. He was neither the vengeful prince nor the returning Dragon King. He was merely a sacrificial pawn, designed from birth to bear the power his mother had sacrificed her life for, a tool to fulfill a so-called grand plan. In a moment of utter despair, he unleashed a primal roar that resonated with unfathomable agony, an unprecedented aura of terror erupting from within him. The metallic chamber trembled violently beneath the weight of his wrathful essence. His eyes burned like crimson embers, sanity teetering on the brink. All he desired was annihilation, to obliterate everything before him. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared throughout the chamber, an unanticipated disruption. A screen on the wall flickered to life, revealing the frantic face of Li Yanran, her features etched with anxiety and dread. Yi Tian, this is bad. Her voice quavered with a hint of tears. The people from the divine forbidden zone did not come to seize the jade pendant. They feigned one action to distract us while their true objective was the sanatorium. The ledger left by Uncle at the sanatorium has been stolen. On the screen, Li Yanran's exquisite visage paled in urgency. Each word she uttered struck the hearts of everyone in the chamber like a relentless hammer. The ledger, documenting countless dark dealings in the capital, capable of toppling half of Huaxia's upper echelons, had been taken. While they believed they were orchestrating a grand internal reckoning, the enemy had executed the most straightforward and devastating strike, undermining their very foundation. Yi Tian erupted in laughter, a cacophony filled with profound pain and self-mockery. Vessel, lies, sacrifice. Now, even what he thought was a counterattack, his proud stratagem, had become a complete farce. The chaotic energy within him inexplicably subsided, not suppressed, but reined in, akin to a volcano poised to erupt, drawing back all devastation into its depths, brewing an even more terrifying destruction. Slowly he lifted his head, his once bloodshot eyes now restored to a profound blackness, a chilling void more disquieting than blood itself. Tianer, Yi Xingwa observed the transformation in Yi Tian, a tightness gripping his heart, instinctively speaking. Silence. Yi Tian abruptly turned, his voice low yet imbued with an unwavering resolve that interrupted his grandfather's words. He no longer regarded anyone in the chamber, as though these 3 so-called relatives had become as inconsequential as air. Approaching the screen, he gazed at the panicked Li Yanran, and a semblance of warmth returned to his once blank expression. Yanran, Do not panic. His voice regained a calmness, a terrifying tranquility. Inform the mouse to activate the Tianwang system. I require access to all surveillance in Jingsheng within 3 minutes. Notify the old ghost that the heavenly punishment need no longer remain concealed. Mobilize all forces to seal off every route out of the capital, allowing not a single fly to escape. Inform Gue Swansea that the game has come to an end. It is time for reckoning. A series of commands, clear, calm, and resolute. In an instant, he seemed to transform from a victim shattered by deception back into the dark sovereign who orchestrates all. Li Yinran nodded heavily, and the screen abruptly went dark. In the secret chamber, an oppressive silence once more enveloped them. Ye Jianjun regarded Ye Tian. Within his cultured gaze flickered a glimmer of appreciation and gravity. What a brilliant feint. He broke the silence. Analyzing, they deliberately dispatched 2 groups to the auction, even sacrificing a snake king, solely to divert our attention here. Their true target has always been the sanatorium, that ledger. A hint of emotion finally broke through on Ye Chongfeng's frostbitten visage. He looked at his son, whom he had not seen for 20 years, and spoke in a hoarse voice. That ledger is sufficient to plunge the entirety of Huaxia into turmoil. They intend to use it to blackmail the entire nation. Blackmail? Ye Tian turned to face these 3 men, bound to him by blood. A profoundly sardonic smile gracing his lips. You still do not comprehend. Their theft of the ledger was not for the purpose of extortion. His voice was chilling. Chapter 56. Ye Chongfeng's brother, Ye Chongqing, did this to bestow upon me a grand gift. A gift that compels me to stand against all of Huaxia, forcing an alliance with them. What they desire is neither wealth, nor power, nor any nonsensical dragon vein. Ye Tian pronounced the most brutal truth with deliberate clarity. What they want is me. As his words hung in the air, Ye Tian's personal phone rang sharply. It was an encrypted, unknown number. He pressed the speakerphone button. A genderless electronic synthesized voice, processed and indistinguishable, emanated from the other end. Mr. Ye Tian, congratulations on uncovering all the truths. We now extend to you a formal invitation. That ledger has been delivered through special channels to the highest echelons of Huaxia. 3 hours. If within 3 hours, you do not see your mother appear before you, safe and sound, all the contents of the ledger will be simultaneously broadcast on every news website worldwide. At that moment, all of Huaxia shall be engulfed in flames because of you. You, Ye Tian, will become this nation's eternal villain. The choice lies in your hands, to become a savior or a harbinger of doom. We await you at the abandoned steel factory on the outskirts of the city. Remember, you are only qualified to come alone. The call was abruptly terminated. In the secret chamber, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Ye Xingwei's expression darkened considerably. Ye Chongfeng's fists clenched tightly. For the first time, a look of concern flickered in Ye Jianjun's eyes. This was a deadlock, a blatant scheme. They had thrust Ye Tian into opposition with the entire nation. To go was to walk into a trap, to be slaughtered. To stay was to witness Huaxia descend into chaos, bearing the weight of eternal infamy. I will go. Ye Tian calmly uttered those 2 words. No. Ye Chongfeng and Ye Xingwei exclaimed in unison. You will die if you go alone. A note of urgent desperation tinged Ye Chongfeng's voice. Ye Tian regarded him and suddenly smiled. Are you concerned for me, my father? Ye Chongfeng stiffened. His lips moved, yet words eluded him. Ye Tian averted his gaze, never to look at him again. He walked step by step toward the chamber's door. From this day forth, his hand pressed against that heavy alloy door. There would be no more dragon kings in this world, nor any nonsensical vessels or sacrifices. There is only I, Ye Tian. With a forceful shove, he flung the door open, blinding light flooding in, elongating his proud silhouette. Those who stand against me shall perish. He stepped out, leaving behind the complex and astonished expressions of 3 generations of the Ye family. At that very moment, outside Jingsheng, within the abandoned steel factory, a man donned in a newly crafted evil spirit mask observed Ye Tian's retreating figure on the screen, letting out a low, sinister laugh. Beside him stood a man clad in a black trench coat, exuding an imposing presence. The plan unfolds seamlessly. Father, the masked man respectfully declared. The man slowly turned, revealing a face strikingly similar to Ye Chongfeng's. No, something was amiss. Although the resemblance was uncanny, the aura was wholly different, more sinister, more frigid, with a glimmer of mad ambition in his eyes. Excellent. Ye Chongfeng spoke, his voice identical to the true Ye Chongfeng's. My foolish brother and that old relic believe themselves to be the players. Little do they know, they have been mere pawns in my game all along. Now, all is in readiness. He gazed at the screen, where Ye Tian's car sped through the night, awaiting my masterpiece to greet him with his ultimate fate. The night was as dark as ink. A black Bugatti Veyron streaked through the highway leading to the outskirts like a bolt of lightning. Inside, Etienne gripped the steering wheel with an impassive expression, the flickering streetlights reflecting in his deep-set eyes. His mind was a blank slate. No anger, no sorrow, no hatred. Those emotions capable of tearing a normal person apart had been compressed deep within his soul. He was merely a weapon now, a peerless instrument of bloodshed. His phone lay carelessly on the passenger seat, its screen illuminated with a barrage of messages from Gue Swansea. The periphery of the steel factory has been confirmed to host at least 300 elite forces from the Divine Forbidden Zone, armed with heavy weaponry. The internal structure is complex, suspected to be laden with explosives. The Mouse's Tianwang system is experiencing severe electromagnetic interference, rendering it ineffective. The old Ghost Tianfa team is on standby 5 kilometers away, ready to launch a strong offensive at any moment. Etienne did not glance at any of it. He understood that this was all part of the opponent's design, a meticulously arranged banquet for him, a seemingly unsolvable trap. At that moment, an unfamiliar number called in. Etienne answered casually, activating the speakerphone. "It is I." The voice on the line belonged to his uncle Ye Jianjun. Uniquely composed and imbued with a touch of cultured calm. "I know you are disinclined to heed anyone's words at present. I shall share 3 things with you." Ye Jianjun's pace was unhurried, yet each word was pronounced with clarity and strength. "First, waiting for you at the steel factory is not your father, Ye Chongfeng, but rather his twin brother, Ye Chongqing. In that year, during the Long Wang plan, you should have been eliminated after losing to your father." Yi Tian's grip on the steering wheel tightened abruptly. His twin brother. This revelation struck like a thunderbolt, creating a fissure in the clarity of his mind. "Next," Yi Jianjun's voice continued, "that ledger is a forgery. Before your imprisonment, I had already transferred the genuine ledger to an absolutely secure location. The one now in the hands of the upper echelons is a counterfeit. Within it, 9 truths and 1 falsehood are cleverly intertwined, sufficient to deceive. Yet the most critical pages have been replaced. They now contain all the evidence of the Yin family and the Divine Forbidden Zone's financial transfers abroad over the years." Yi Tian's heart constricted sharply. He slammed on the brakes. The Bugatti Veyron emitted a screeching sound, leaving long tire marks on the deserted road, barely coming to a stop. He finally understood his uncle's scheme. From the very beginning, his uncle had anticipated this move. He deliberately leaked the information about the fake ledger, allowing the enemy to seize it. This was not a feint. It was a calculated ploy to use the enemy's own weapon against them, delivering a document that could provoke the nation's leaders to take decisive action against the malignant tumor right into their hands. Chapter 57, Inglong Armor. The third matter. Yi Jianjun's voice radiated a confidence born of strategic foresight. "Do you think Yi Chongqing set this trap to kill you? No. His true intention is to use you to force your father, Yi Chongfeng, and the old patriarch out of the shadows. He does not wish to kill you. He aims to supplant you. He wants to demonstrate to the Divine Forbidden Zone that he is more suited than you, more suitable than Yi Chongfeng, to become the ultimate vessel. Thus, he will not allow you to perish easily. He will torment you in the most brutal manner, shattering your will, and then, at your most desperate moment, before your father and grandfather, he will strip you of everything." A brief silence enveloped the phone call. After a long pause, Yi Jianjun spoke again, his voice tinged with a sigh. "Tian'er, I know you harbor hatred, but this is no longer your solitary battle. The debts of the Yi family, we shall bear together. In the underground of the sanatorium, I have left you a gift. It will guide you on what to do." With that, Yi Jianjun hung up. Yi Tian sat motionless in the car. The wind howled outside. His uncle's words flashed through his mind like a series of lightning bolts, dispelling all confusion. The truth about the father-son deception, the scheme of using another's blade, the plot to replace the vessel, each layer intertwined with the next, fraught with peril. Yet concealed within this dire situation lay a glimmer of hope. It turned out he was not fighting alone. Unbeknownst to him, his inscrutable uncle had already laid a path for his counterattack. Yi Tian slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the oppressive darkness had dissipated, replaced by a burning, surging battle intent capable of incinerating the 8 realms. He smiled, a cold yet exhilarating smile. "Yi Chongqing." He whispered the name as if savoring a delectable dish. "You wish to play? I shall indulge you. I shall see what qualifications this failure possesses to covet what is mine." He restarted the car. However, this time, he did not rush towards the steel factory. Instead, at the next intersection, he sharply turned the steering wheel, racing towards the direction of the Jingqing Sanatorium. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the abandoned steel factory, a man strikingly resembling Yi Chongfeng stood with arms crossed, gazing down at the empty road in the distance. Behind him, Ing San, wearing a devil mask, stood bowed. "Father, The target has deviated from the route. Ing San's voice carried a hint of confusion. A cold smile of understanding spread across Yi Changqing's face. As expected, my third brother is no fool. He must be heading to retrieve the gift left by Yi Jianjun. Ing San appeared puzzled. Should we send someone to intercept him? No need. Yi Jiangwo shook his head, mischief glinting in his eyes like a cat toying with a mouse. Let him go. I want him to gather all the cards, to witness all the hope. Then, I will personally crush every ounce of that hope, piece by piece. That would be far more entertaining, wouldn't it? He raised his hand to check his Patek Philippe watch. Convey my orders. Initiate the divine slaughter plan. Inform everyone that tonight. I shall make Jingqing tremble for me. I want that old fossil and my dear brother to witness how their most perfect creation becomes a wretched dog at my feet. His voice echoed above the steel factory, filled with madness and resentment. A game of hunter and prey was set to undergo a stunning reversal, unbeknownst to all. The true player had already woven a deeper, more intricate web. The key to victory lay quietly in the underground of the Jingqing Sanatorium, awaiting its true master. In the underground of the Jingqing Sanatorium, 3 levels down, the space was no longer filled with the scent of medicine, but rather, it resembled a secret base brimming with futuristic technology. As Yi Tian followed his uncle's guidance and entered through a hidden iris recognition door, even he, accustomed to grand spectacles, was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. A vast circular space surrounded by walls adorned with countless flickering virtual screens. At the center of the space, a suit of jet black armor, resplendent with streamlined muscle contours as if alive, floated silently. Imprinted upon the chest of the armor was an ancient and domineering blood-red character for dragon. Below the armor, in a transparent life-sustaining pod, lay an elderly man. His features gaunt, adorned with various tubes. Yi Tian recognized him, the Yi family's most loyal steward, Wang Bo. He was the very elder who had personally taught him to read and write, treating him as his own young master. Within the life-sustaining pod, Wang Bo seemed to sense Yi Tian's arrival, struggling to open his eyes, his lips moving to emit a faint sound. Yi Tian hurried forward, placing his palm against the pod, a gentle surge of internal energy flowing into it. Wang Bo's complexion visibly brightened. Third master has informed you? Yi Tian nodded. That armor. Wang Bo's eyes glimmered with fervor and pride. It is the ultimate weapon crafted for you by the old patriarch and third master, consuming nearly half of the Yi family's resources and utilizing the world's most advanced technology. Its name is Yinglong. When you don it, you shall truly be a god. Yi Tian lifted his gaze towards the formidable armor suspended in midair. He could feel the terrifying energy within, a force potent enough to obliterate the heavens and the earth, resonating subtly with the Dragon King power within him. Is this the gift from Sanshu? Yi Tian murmured to himself. No, Wang Bo weakly shook his head. This is merely a fragment of the gift. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he raised a finger and pointed towards a wall at the deepest part of the base. San Yi stated that the true trump card must be unveiled by your own hands. Following his guidance, Yi Tian directed his gaze towards the wall. Unlike the others adorned with screens, this wall was a solid expanse of pitch-black metal. Yi Tian approached, extending his hand to press against the frigid surface. A faint vibration emanated from the wall. Soon after, a mechanical electronic voice resonated throughout the base. Identity confirmed, Yi Tian. Highest authority unlocked. Sacrifice protocol initiated. With a rumble, the entire metal wall began to slowly slide apart. What was revealed was not a secret weapon nor a treasure, but a scene capable of inciting madness across the globe. Chapter 58. Perfect fusion. Behind the wall lay a colossal command center. Hundreds of elite operatives clad in black combat uniforms, sharp-eyed and fierce, were seated at their computers, busily engaged in a tense yet orderly manner. Each screen before them displayed real-time information on global financial markets, military bases, and the movements of political figures. At the forefront of the command center, an enormous screen comparable to an IMAX display vividly showcased a world map. The map was densely dotted with countless red points. Each red that represented a secret stronghold of the divine forbidden zone scattered across the globe. Yi Tian was utterly astounded. He could never have imagined that his uncle, Yi Jianjun, had established such a vast and terrifying underground intelligence empire right under everyone's noses. This was his true ace in the hole. Young master. Wang Bo's voice echoed through the base's intercom. San Yi used himself as bait to attract nearly all the attention of the divine forbidden zone. He has entrusted the full power of the Yi family to you. Now, this empire is under your command. You are the king here. Yi Tian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock surging within him. He stepped up to the highest command platform of the command center. The moment he appeared, all activity came to a halt. Hundreds of sharp gazes converged upon him, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and above all, anticipation. They awaited the decree of their new king. Yi Tian uttered no superfluous words. Grasping the microphone at the command platform, his voice, cold and authoritative, reverberated through every corner of the base. I am Yi Tian. From this moment onward, I take control of everything here. Where is Qin Guangwang? Among the crowd, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, somewhat frail in appearance, but with exceptionally bright eyes, stepped forward. It was Houzi. Present. I want the financial network of the Divine Forbidden Zone globally incapacitated within 10 minutes. A morbid excitement ignited in Houzi's eyes. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Gui Swansea, where are you? A middle-aged man dressed in traditional attire, absent-mindedly toying with 2 jade tokens, smiled as he stepped forward. Here. I want all scandals and dark secrets of the Divine Forbidden Zone to dominate the headlines of every nation within 15 minutes. Gui Swansea adjusted his glasses. A glimmer of cunning flashing behind the lenses. As you wish. Old Gui, where are you? A figure clad in black, resembling a shadow, appeared from a corner. Kneeling on one knee. Here. Notify Tian Fa. Yi Tian's voice turned suddenly chilling. Initiate the God-slaying plan. I want all the red dots on the map to disappear from this world within half an hour. Old Gui's body trembled violently, a fierce killing intent igniting in his eyes. Understood. With each command issued by Yi Tian, the underground base transformed into an activated war machine, instantly operating at high speed. Countless lines of code cascaded like a waterfall across the screens. Vast sums of money evaporated on unseen battlefields. Top-secret intelligence was dispatched to the servers of major global media and intelligence agencies. An unprecedented slaughter targeting the Divine Forbidden Zone was ruthlessly unleashed at Yi Tian's behest. This was the true ace in the hole, not a suit of armor, nor a solitary act of vengeance, but a grand strategy employing the entire world as a chessboard, with the populace as pawns, initiating a dimensional strike capable of overturning everything. Yi Tian stood upon the command platform, surveying the bustling and efficient machinery of death below. A cruel smile formed at the corners of his mouth. He turned and approached the fearsome battle armor known as Long Wang Bo. Activate the armor. I will personally twist off that scoundrel's head. A smile of satisfaction illuminated Wang Bo's aged visage as he pressed a red button beside the life support pod. A low hum emanated from the Long armor, suspended in midair. It seemed to come alive, slowly descending and automatically disassembling before Yi Tian, revealing its intricate internal structure. Yi Tian stepped inside. The cold metal began to conform perfectly to his body. An unimaginable, ferocious power surged through the neural connection units of the armor, flooding into his limbs. His body, his will, his Dragon King power, all fused seamlessly with this ultimate weapon at that moment. Long system activated. Neural synchronization rate, 90%, 95%, 100%. Perfect fusion. With a rumble, the faceplate of the armor slowly closed, and 2 crimson electronic eyes suddenly ignited. A terrifying pressure that exceeded the limits of human imagination erupted from the armor, sweeping across the entire base. In this moment, Yi Tian was both deity and demon. He flexed his limbs, feeling the explosive power within him capable of tearing apart planets, and let out a satisfied low growl. Turning his head, he gazed at the largest screen in the command center through the armor's view. A specific image was isolated on the screen. It depicted the interior of an abandoned steel mill. There stood Yi Changqing, his expression having transformed from initial mockery to utter shock and disbelief. Clearly, he had received the grim news of the destruction of strongholds and the severing of financial links from around the globe. He could never have imagined that the nephew he considered prey would overturn the entire chessboard in a manner he could not comprehend. Yi Tian's voice resonated through the encrypted channel, directly infiltrating the broadcast system of the steel mill. The voice, processed by the armor, sounded as cold and emotionless as metal scraping against metal. Yi Changqing, you thought you were on the 5th level, yet in reality, you haven't even touched the door to the basement. The game must come to an end. You are granted 3 minutes to kneel at the entrance of the steel mill, awaiting your demise. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to ensure that the name Shunji Jin Chu becomes nothing more than a jest in the annals of history from this night forth. A voice, cold and devoid of any human emotion, reverberated through every speaker within the steel mill, echoing clearly in every corner. At the highest point of the abandoned factory, a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Changfeng wore a look of mockery and arrogance that instantly froze. He abruptly turned, gazing at the global base map displayed on the large screen behind him, his pupils dilating in horror. The map, dotted with hundreds of red points representing their century-old enterprise, was extinguishing one after another at a visibly terrifying pace, as if brutally erased from existence by an unseen hand. Impossible. Yi Changqing let out a roar of disbelief as he dashed to the control panel, frantically pounding the keyboard in an attempt to contact any base. Blackstone Fund of North America, respond. The Blood Parliament of Europe, reply. The Sakura Society. The Pharaoh SI in the Middle East. Are you all dead? Yet. The communication channels were met with nothing but the deafening silence of a busy signal. Behind him, the man in the ghostly mask, Ing San, began to tremble uncontrollably. On the screen before him, dreadful news from around the globe refreshed incessantly. Report. All our accounts on the New York Stock Exchange have been frozen. $300 billion evaporated in an instant. Report. The chairman of the Blood Parliament and 13 mistresses featured in an explicit video, making headlines on BBC. Report. A violent explosion rocked the headquarters of the Sakura Society, setting half of Tokyo ablaze. Report. It's Tianfa. The Tianfa division has attacked our genetic laboratory in the Amazon rainforest. Each piece of information struck Yi Changqing's face like a resounding slap. His once proud global strategy and meticulously devised grand conspiracy now felt as fragile as a paper castle on the beach, washed away by the surging waves unleashed by his opponent. He had lost. Chapter 59. Choice. He had been defeated even before he had laid eyes on his prey. Yi Changqing fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching light on the screen, his teeth grinding audibly, his eyes filled with malice and madness. How many hidden cards do you possess? Inside the underground base of the recuperation center in the capital, the atmosphere was starkly different from the chaos outside. Here, it was a cold, efficient killing machine. The hacker worked like a mad artist, his fingers dancing over the keyboard, conjuring a cascade of green codes on the screen before him. Each keystroke represented the catastrophic collapse of a financial empire. Gue Swansea leisurely savored a cup of premium Longjing tea, casually issuing a few commands that ignited a media frenzy worldwide, ensnaring countless politicians and tycoons in their own scandals, nailing them to the pillars of shame. On the grand screen ahead, the old ghost was orchestrating the global operations of the Tianfa division in real time via satellite. The world's top assassins and mercenaries appeared as fragile as infants before the members of Tianfa, their bases torn apart with ease, their resistance crushed in an instant. This was a thorough and unmitigated dimensional strike. Yi Tian stood at the command center, viewing all of this through the lenses of the Yinglong battle armor, observing everything with a cold indifference. His heart was devoid of any turmoil. This was an inherently unfair game. The moment he unveiled all his hidden cards, the outcome had already been sealed. He slowly raised his hand to the microphone, issuing his final command. Clear the area. All data will self-destruct in 3 seconds. Everyone evacuate. Having spoken, he no longer regarded the subsequent operations of the base and turned toward the elevator leading to the ground. The thrusters of the armor emitted a low rumble, propelling his massive frame upward like a black meteor defying gravity. Boom. The grass of the recuperation center was swept away by the powerful airflow, revealing a menacing black figure suspended in the night sky above the capital. The crimson electronic eyes scanned the distant, brightly lit abandoned steel mill, locking onto the tiny, ant-like figure standing at its pinnacle. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. The sonic boom erupted behind him. Abandoned steel mill. Yi Changqing, now frenzied, shoved aside Ing San and took control of an electromagnetic railgun hidden on the rooftop. Come, Yi Tian, did you not wish for me to kneel? Today, I shall show you what true power is. He screamed madly, aiming the cannon at the rapidly approaching dark figure in the sky. However, before he could press the launch button, a black shadow appeared before him like a specter. It was Yi Tian. He did not land on the rooftop, but instead hovered in midair, meeting Yi Changqing's gaze levelly, beneath the cold metallic faceplate. His crimson electronic eyes regarded him with an utter lack of warmth. Pathetic. Yi Tian spoke, his voice emanating through the armor like the judgment of a deity. Your toys are far too antiquated. No sooner had he finished speaking than he casually raised a hand. A wave of invisible force enveloped the massive electromagnetic railgun in an instant. Under Yi Changqing's horrified gaze, the war machine, built from special alloys, crumpled like a crushed soda can, emitting a sickening distortion as it was forcibly compressed into a mass of scrap metal. No. Yi Changqing staggered backward, his face devoid of color. His final bastion had been so easily dismantled by his opponent. This was no longer human power. This was divine. This was demonic. Yi Tian slowly descended onto the rooftop, the heavy armor leaving 2 deep impressions in the reinforced concrete. He walked step by step toward the utterly collapsed man. Did you not wish to replace me? Did you not aspire to become the ultimate vessel? Come. Yi Tian halted, extending his arms. I stand here. Show me your full prowess, and let me see what qualifications you, a failure, have to covet what is mine. The utmost humiliation. Yi Changqing's reason was ignited by these words. He emitted a beastly roar, drawing forth the Dragon King's power that resonated with Yi Tian, yet was colder and more violent, transforming himself into a streak of black lightning, launching a punch toward Yi Tian's chest. However, his fist could not penetrate even half a meter before the fearsome armor. A faint red energy shield repelled all his strength from entering. Yi Tian remained utterly still, merely observing Yi Changqing as one would watch a moth futilely batter against glass. Too weak. Yi Tian shook his head, seemingly disappointed. He reached out his hand, moving with such speed that it surpassed the limits of sight, seizing Yi Changqing by the throat and lifting him into the air. Crack! Yi Changqing's protective energy shattered like an eggshell. The sensation of suffocation surged throughout his entire being. He kicked and flailed, his hands striking Yi Tian's steel-like arms in a futile attempt to shake him. Yet he could not move him even a fraction. Is this the strength you take pride in? Yi Tian's voice dripped with sarcasm. You are unworthy even to tickle me. With a flick of his wrist, he was about to snap this pretender's neck completely. Just then, a voice filled with authority and urgency rang out from below the steel factory. Stop! Immediately, 3 figures surged onto the rooftop at an astonishing speed. It was Yi Xinghua, Yi Changfeng, and Yi Jianjun. They could not shake off their unease and had rushed over. Upon witnessing the black battle armor resembling a fallen deity and Yi Changqing, who was gasping for breath and held captive by Yi Tian's grip, shock was etched on each of their faces. Tianer, release him, Yi Xinghua commanded, leaning heavily on his dragon-headed cane. He still has his uses. Yi Tian slowly turned his head, his crimson electronic eyes scanning the 3 so-called relatives. He did not relent. Give me a reason not to kill him. Because Yi Changqing, in the throes of suffocation, managed to force out a venomous and triumphant smile. With his last ounce of strength, he produced a remote control from his bosom and pressed the red button. The final phase of the God-slaying plan has been activated. Boom. The entire abandoned steel factory trembled violently at that moment. In the center of the rooftop, the ground cracked open, and a massive altar, inscribed with malevolent runes, slowly emerged. At the altar's center, a virtual light screen suddenly illuminated, revealing Su Wan, lying in a life support chamber, her eyes tightly shut. Countless energy conduits, flickering with eerie red light, connected to her, wildly siphoning her life energy. This energy was being continuously funneled into Yi Changqing's body through the altar. Yi Changqing's form began to radiate a terrifying red glow, his power escalating at a geometric rate. Yi Tian, do you think you have won? You are mistaken. This steel factory was never a trap. It is an altar. An altar to sacrifice your mother's life for me. Now, if you kill me, your mother's life energy will spiral out of control and she will perish in an instant. If you do not kill me, I will drain all her power and become a true god. Come on, my most perfect creation. Make your choice. Will you slay your mother with your own hands? Or will you kneel and beg me? Chapter 60. Madman. You are a madman, and extreme silence enveloped the entire rooftop. Yi Changqing's manic and triumphant laughter echoed in everyone's ears, like a poisoned dagger piercing their hearts. A choice with no path to survival. Either Yi Tian would press the button that would lead to his mother's demise, or he would kneel before this imposter, begging for mercy, and watch helplessly as he drained his mother's life, becoming the new god, only to subsequently slaughter him and all those he cherished. Yi Xinghua, Yi Changfeng, and Yi Jianjun, once towering figures of the Yi family, now appeared pale and rigid. They had calculated everything, anticipated every possibility. Yet they had never foreseen that the enemy would employ such a vicious and inescapable move, forcing them all into a dead end. Tianer, Yi Changfeng's lips trembled, his voice hoarse. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the fearsome black deity, Yi Tian, clad in the ultimate armor named Yinglong, had not cast a single glance at Yi Changqing. It was as if the man who held his mother's fate was merely an inconsequential fly. Yi Tian slowly turned his massive metallic head. His crimson electronic eyes traversed the panicked faces of the 3 Yi family leaders, ultimately resting upon the sinister altar's light screen. Upon the face of the woman, serene and beautiful, even in dire circumstances, who remained pure as ever. That was his mother, Su Wan. Within the armor, Yi Tian's breath was unnaturally steady. He felt no anger, no roar, not even a ripple of emotion. He simply observed in silence. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Yi Changqing's smile gradually froze. He sensed something from Yi Tian that chilled him to the bone. It was not a murderous intent, but an absolute indifference that transcended everything. What? My good nephew, cannot make a choice? Yi Changqing shouted, his facade cracking. Then kneel. Kneel like a dog and beg me. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might allow your mother to live a few more seconds. Finally, Yi Tian moved. He withdrew his gaze and turned his crimson electronic eyes towards Yi Xinghua, whose expression was the most pained. You built this cage. The voice processed by the armor was devoid of emotion, akin to the cold friction of metal. Now, tell me how to open it. There was no questioning, no pleading. Only an order that brooked no dissent. Yi Xinghua trembled, a flash of humiliation and struggle crossing his aged face. He, the helmsman of the Yi family, a strategist who had plotted for decades, had never been commanded in such a manner. Yet, in the presence of this deity radiating an aura of destruction, he could muster no courage to rebut. I cannot. Yi Xinghua managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. This blood-sacrificial formation, once activated, is irreversible. Unless one can forcibly sever the energy supply from the outside. How do we sever it? Yi Tian's voice remained calm. It requires the bloodline of the Dragon King Project's creator as a key to forcefully intervene in the core of the formation, triggering an energy backlash to temporarily halt it. Yi Xinghua's words drained the color from Yi Changfeng and Yi Jianjun's faces. The creator's bloodline? Isn't that? I will. Without waiting for anyone to react, Yi Changfeng stepped forward. His eyes devoid of hesitation, filled only with infinite guilt and determination. This is what I owe her. He extended his hand, a sharp internal force coalescing at his fingertips, ready to slice into his own wrist. Just as this critical moment approached, a sudden change occurred. The woman Su Wan, who had kept her eyes closed, suddenly fluttered her eyelashes. Then, a pair of clear and tranquil eyes, seemingly holding the entirety of the universe, abruptly opened. A gentle, sacred voice, imbued with supreme authority, resonated clearly in everyone's minds without the aid of any amplification device. My child, he requires all of his strength. This insignificant parasite is unworthy. The moment the words fell, boom, countless blood-red energy conduits connected to Su Wan trembled violently. The flow that had been frantically siphoning life energy suddenly reversed dramatically. No longer was it siphoning. It was infusing. At the core of the altar, the energy pool formed by Yi Changqing's blood and countless vengeful souls surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, finding an outlet to unleash its fury at a speed 100-fold more violent than before. Yi Changqing emitted a shrill, inhuman scream. The power within him, which had just surged and was yet unfamiliar, was being extracted at a terrifying pace, as if a balloon had been punctured. His skin began to wither, his muscles to atrophy, and his life force rapidly waned. The pride and madness in his eyes were instantly replaced by an overwhelming dread. No, impossible. How could this be? You were supposed to be unconscious. He howled in horror. The ethereal figure of Su Wan merely gazed at him quietly, her eyes reflecting a hint of compassion, as if observing an ant foolishly attempting to shake the divine. I told you, you are unworthy. The other four on the platform stood utterly dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that this woman, whom they regarded as their ultimate weapon and energy vessel, possessed her own consciousness and such terrifying, world-altering power. Only Yi Tian understood. The moment Su Wan opened her eyes, he comprehended everything. A subtle smile, one of genuine pride, finally graced his cold, stern face within the armor. He hesitated no longer. The black Yinglong battle armor transformed into a blur, appearing instantaneously at the center of the altar. He paid no heed to Yi Changqing, who was being drained of life. He raised his menacing metallic hand and, without a moment's pause, pressed it firmly against the central core. The massive crystal pulsating with an eerie red light. Buzz. The neural connection unit of the Yinglong armor forcibly interfaced with the energy circuit of the altar. You desire energy, do you? Yi Tian's voice resonated with dominance and audacity. I shall grant it to you. Boom. The explosive power within him, a fusion of the Dragon King's might and the armor's prowess, surged forth without reservation, akin to a breaching dam, flooding into the already crumbling core of the altar. What a reckless act this was. If Su Wan's energy reflux was akin to pouring oil into an already explosive powder keg, Yi Tian's infusion of power was like tossing a nuclear bomb directly into the mix. Madman, you lunatic! Yi Xinghua screamed in horror. Chapter 61. The final tenderness from Mother Crack, crack, crack. The entire altar began to emit an excruciating sound of shattering. Visible cracks spread across the crystal like a spider's web. The energy within the altar had become chaotic, erupting into an indescribably tumultuous state. The moment Yi Changqing came into contact with this ferocious energy, he could not even utter a scream, as he was instantly torn apart, disintegrated into the most primitive particles, dissipating into the air without leaving a trace. And the altar could no longer withstand this world-destroying force. An indescribable, purifying white light erupted from the core of the altar, instantly engulfing the entire platform. Amidst the brilliance, Su Wan's ethereal form cast one last deep gaze at Yi Tian, a look of comfort and tenderness gracing her face. Her voice echoed one last time in Yi Tian's mind. They all lied. The cage was never a prison. It was a throne awaiting its true master. Come, my child. To the eye of the storm, come find me. As her voice faded, that cataclysmic white light slowly receded. The entire rooftop of the abandoned steel factory vanished, leaving behind a vast, smooth circular void. The altar, along with the impostor, had ceased to exist. Yi Xinghua, Yi Changfeng, and Yi Jianjun lay in disarray at the edge of the void, their faces filled with the shock of survival. Meanwhile, Yi Tian remained suspended in the center of the void. The surface of the Yinglong armor crackled with residual arcs of electricity. Before him, where the altar's core once resided, now floated an object. It was a crystalline heart, roughly the size of a fist, composed entirely of the purest crystal, seemingly harboring a pulsating core of a dazzling galaxy. It emanated a gentle yet overwhelming life force, each heartbeat resonating in harmony with the pulse of the entire world. Above the ruins of the platform, the wind howled, stirring up charred dust. The massive circular void resembled an unsightly scar etched into the night of the capital. All noise and madness had dissipated with that purifying white light. In the center of the void, Yi Tian, clad in the formidable Yinglong armor, floated silently. Before him, the crystalline heart rhythmically contracted and expanded, each pulse radiating a gentle yet powerful glow of life, as if the pulse of the entire world synchronized with it. Yi Xinghua, Yi Changfeng, and Yi Jianjun, the most exceptional figures of the Yi family across 3 generations, now struggled to rise from the edge of the ruins, their gazes fixed upon that heart. Their faces a tapestry of shock, greed, and a hint of profound fear. Source core. Yi Xinghua's cracked lips moved, uttering 2 words. His eyes sparkled with calculation and fervor, his voice sharp with excitement. This is the final product of the plan. The source core, containing all of Wanner's life energy. Tianer, quickly, retrieve it. This is our Yi family's ultimate weapon against the divine forbidden zone. He took a step forward, reaching out as if to touch the sacred object, seeking to reclaim this uncontrollable variable into his own strategy. Yi Changfeng trembled, gazing at the heart as if he beheld the final visage of his wife, tears glistening in his fierce eyes, filled with guilt and anguish. Wanner. Only Yi Jianjun forcibly suppressed the tumult within, his brow furrowed as he intently watched Yi Tian. He keenly sensed that the true variable lay not in the heart, but in his already untamed nephew. However, Yi Tian paid no heed to their words. He slowly raised his giant hand clad in metallic armor, not to touch the heart, but to gently brush past it. Within the armor, he felt a warmth that connected their bloodline, a call from the depths of his soul. It was the final tenderness left to him by his mother. The ultimate weapon? The voice processed by the armor was devoid of warmth, yet it clearly reached the ears of the 3 elders of the Yi family. Your plan? Yi Tian slowly turned, his crimson electronic eyes scanning the 3. It was a gaze that looked down upon mere ants, devoid of anger, devoid of mockery, only pure, absolute indifference. The cage was never a prison. It was a throne awaiting its true master. You were wrong from the very beginning. These words struck like an invisible hammer upon the hearts of Yi Xinghua and the others. Yi Xinghua's fervor abruptly froze, replaced by an expression of incredulous pallor. No, it cannot be. How could you possibly know? Because it was she who divulged it to me. Yi Tian ceased his idle chatter, turning once more to face the crystalline heart, arms outstretched. Tianer, do not. Yi Changfeng cried out in alarm. Its energy is far too immense. You will be overwhelmed. Nonsense. Yi Xinghua barked in a commanding tone. This is the Yi family's asset. You must not act recklessly. His internal energy erupted violently as he attempted to intervene. Yet, the moment he stirred, an oppressive force, one 100-fold more terrifying than before, descended from the Yinglong battle armor. Thud. Yi Xinghua, the elderly strategist who fancied himself the player of a grand game, felt his legs give way, uncontrollably kneeling before the overwhelming pressure. Following him, Yi Changfeng and Yi Jianjun also succumbed, the 3 titans of the Yi family brought low by that pure, unyielding power, unable even to stand. They gazed up in horror, helpless witnesses to the spectacle. The crystalline heart seemed to respond to a final summons, transforming into a streak of flowing light, seamlessly merging into the chest of the Yinglong battle armor. Buzz. Tom appeared to stand still at that moment. In the next instant, an indescribable energy storm erupted, centered around Yi Tian. The once menacing, frigid metallic surface of the Yinglong battle armor began to reveal countless radiant golden patterns, which seemed to possess life, swiftly spreading to form an ancient and sacred totem. The armor's shape underwent rapid transformation. The formerly angular metal plates became more fluid, imbued with a vibrant essence of life, as if no longer a mere object but a living second skin, entirely fused with Yi Tian. Behind him, two pairs of metallic wings unfurled silently, each feather shimmering with brilliant starlight. Within the armor, Yi Tian was undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis. A torrent of vital energy surged through his limbs and bones, mending all of his past injuries and fortifying every cell within him. Most crucially, his perception expanded. In this instant, the entire world transformed within his mind. He could see the underground of the city, the flowing water within the pipes. He could hear the first cries of a newborn from several kilometers away. He could smell every distinct scent carried by the wind. The entire capital, and the broader universe beyond, unfolded like an exquisitely detailed painting in his consciousness. An avalanche of information, laws, and mysteries rushed into his mind. A staircase to the divine realm meticulously prepared by his mother throughout her life. He was no longer merely wielding power. He had become the embodiment of power itself. Oh, that immense pressure finally peaked. The three kneeling members of the Yi family could no longer endure, uttering pained groans as they were flung away by the powerful shockwave, landing heavily at the edge of the ruins, utterly disheveled. After a prolonged silence, as the radiant light dissipated, Yi Tian gently descended to the ground. The Yinglong battle armor, now evolved to a divine form, gradually dulled to a profound black, yet exuded a sense of returning to its essence. The armor, once appearing impervious and heavy, now felt as light as a cicada's wing, akin to a transparent membrane that was nearly imperceptible upon close inspection. He flexed his hand, feeling the newly acquired power that could command all, his heart tranquil. There was no ecstasy, no excitement. It felt as though this had always been his rightful heritage. He slowly lifted his gaze, his crimson electronic eyes locking onto the three relatives who had just risen, their faces still etched with disbelief. From this day forth, his voice resonated through the armor, echoing across the desolate ruins. The Yi family has no head. This proclamation served as a final judgment, irrevocably signaling the end of an era. Yi Xinghua opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations appeared utterly ludicrous. Only my command matters. Yi Tian advanced step by step towards them, each footfall seeming to press upon the hearts of the three, making it difficult for them to breathe. Ultimately, he halted before Yi Changfeng. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly processing the immense knowledge he had gained from the heart's fusion. Then, he extended his hand, removing the helmet of the armor, revealing a face that was stern, resolute, yet tinged with complex emotions. You will come with me. Yi Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, where to? Yi Tian's gaze transcended him, directed towards an unknown expanse in the distance. In his mind, a vision unfolded with striking clarity. It was a white temple perched atop a snow-capped mountain. Upon the throne within the temple sat a man whose features were obscured. This man was the true master of the divine realm. To meet an old friend. On the remnants of the abandoned steel factory, the night wind stirred the charred dust, sweeping over the three men who knelt in the dirt. Yi Xinghua and Yi Jianjun, two players who had maneuvered through life's intricate games, now bore no trace of their former cunning, only the bewilderment of having survived a catastrophe and the hollowness of their stripped authority. Their lifelong pursuits, their proud strategies, were ground to dust in the face of overwhelming might. Yi Tian did not spare them another glance. These two, along with the decayed Yi family they represented, had become relics of the past. His hand, clad in the gossamer black armor, gently rested upon the shoulder of his father, Yi Changfeng. Yi Changfeng's body jolted as he raised his head, regarding his son with a complex expression. This son, whom he had owed for 20 years and once thought of as a mere pawn, now stood at a height he could neither comprehend nor aspire to reach. Come. Yi Tian spoke a single word. In the next instant, the thrusters beneath him erupted with a pale blue flame. There was no violent roar, only a gentle yet irresistible force lifting him and Yi Changfeng's bodies vertically into the pitch-black night. The overwhelming acceleration momentarily stifled Yi Changfeng's breath. causing him to instinctively glance downward. The ruins of the steel factory and the lights of the capital rapidly diminished in size, soon transforming into mere specks upon the ground. The wind howled in his ears. The clouds churned beneath his feet. For the first time in his life, he experienced the sensation of breaking free from the Earth's constraints. And it was all thanks to his son. Where are we going? Yi Changfeng's voice was somewhat hoarse, attempting to shatter the suffocating silence. Kunlun. Yi Tian uttered 2 words, his tone calm and devoid of any turbulence. Kunlun. Yi Changfeng's heart tightened. That place is the ancestral dragon vein of Huaxia, the origin of countless myths and legends. It was indeed the place where he had once made an appointment with that enigmatic figure. To meet whom? Yi Changfeng's breath quickened. Yi Tian did not answer immediately. He controlled the battle armor, accelerating once more, breaking through the sound barrier and transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the western horizon. After a considerable time, he finally spoke, each word striking Yi Changfeng's heart like a heavy hammer. To meet one who had provided the initial concept of the Longwang plan to grandfather. Yi Changfeng's pupils suddenly constricted. One who, after your defection, sheltered you and offered you refuge and resources. Yi Changfeng's complexion turned ashen in an instant. One who, to coerce your mother into submission, personally annihilated the entire Su family, the so-called deity. Yi Changfeng's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Memories flooding back of his wife Su Wan's eyes, filled with sorrow and resolve, before her imprisonment. Your so-called old friend. Yi Tian finally turned his head, his crimson electronic eyes glowing like flames in the night. He was also the sole director of this decades-long deception. No, it cannot be. Yi Changfeng roared in disbelief. Unable to accept this truth. He saved me. He helped me oppose grandfather's plan. He promised to assist me in rescuing Wanner. Save you? A hint of derision laced Yi Tian's voice. Did you think your defection was your own choice? Did you think the so-called secrets you took would truly shake the foundations of the plan? Yi Changfeng, you overestimate yourself. Yi Tian raised another hand, and a light screen unfolded before the two. Images began flashing rapidly across the screen. It depicted Yi Xinghua in his youth, unexpectedly discovering an ancient altar at an archaeological site. It showed the altar being activated, a mysterious existence claiming to be a guide descending before him, bestowing knowledge beyond the ages. It illustrated how Yi Xinghua utilized this knowledge to initiate the Longwang plan and select candidates. With Yi Changfeng being the most perfect creation of the first generation, the scene shifted. It displayed Yi Changfeng intentionally falling into a dire predicament during an overseas mission, subsequently being saved by a subordinate of the guide. Chapter 63, The Collapse of Yi Changfeng. It was the guide who affectionately referred to him as a friend and revealed the cruel truth of Yi Xinghua's plan, inciting him to bravely stand against it for the sake of his beloved and freedom. Every struggle, every act of defiance, every self-righteous scheme of yours was scripted by him. Yi Tian's voice shattered all of Yi Changfeng's psychological defenses. He stared blankly at the light screen, at the figure whose face he could not discern but radiated supreme authority, manipulating the fates of 3 generations of the Yi family like a puppeteer. It turned out he was not the chess player. He could not even be considered a pawn. He was merely a trivial sacrifice deliberately left on the chessboard by the player to confuse his opponent. His betrayal, his suffering, his 2 decades of endurance and plotting were nothing but a farce, an utterly colossal joke. With a sudden cough, blood spewed from Yi Changfeng's mouth, splattering in the frigid air, instantly crystallizing into bloody ice. His breath faltered, and he seemed to be drained of all spirit. Yi Tian retracted the light screen, offering neither comfort nor sympathy. Some truths must be witnessed firsthand to be understood in their cruelty. He needed a clear-headed Yi Changfeng, not a coward lost in delusion. Ahead, the horizon revealed a continuous range of snow-covered mountains. Kunlun Mountain had arrived. At the summit, above the millennia-old ice line, lay a sacred realm untouched by human feet. Yi Tian reduced his speed, hovering in midair. Yi Changfeng followed his gaze. Atop the highest peak stood a magnificent palace. The palace was constructed entirely of an unknown white crystal, radiating a gentle and sacred glow under the cold moonlight, as if it belonged to another world. Is he there? Yi Changfeng's voice trembled slightly. He is waiting for us. Yi Tian maneuvered the battle armor, gradually flying toward the white temple atop the snowy mountain. The closer they approached, the stronger the oppressive sensation emanating from the essence of life. It was not a pressure of power, but an absolute sense of control that a creator has over their creation. It was as if the temple was the center of the entire world, the origin of the laws governing all things. Finally, they halted 100 meters from the temple's entrance. The towering white crystal door, smooth as a mirror, bore no seams. appearing as one cohesive entity. Yi Changfeng pondered how to enter. To his astonishment, the tightly shut stone door slowly opened inward without a sound. A distant, calm voice, devoid of emotion, resonated not through the air but directly within their minds. Changfeng, my old friend. And this, the work I have finally completed. I have waited for you for a long time. Yi Changfeng's body trembled violently. He was far too familiar with that voice. For 20 years, this voice had been a beacon in his fog, a hope against his grandfather's tyranny, the sole anchor for the salvation of his wife. Yet now, every word in that voice felt like a burning iron stake searing into his soul. Yi Tian remained expressionless, controlling the battle armor, gently guiding his despondent father into the temple. Inside, it was not the opulence one might expect. The space was eerily vast, resembling a giant, pure white spherical chamber. There were no columns, no thrones, no decorations. At the center floated a blurred humanoid figure of light. Its face was indistinct, gender indiscernible. Surrounded by countless streams of data composed of light, shifting and fluctuating as if calculating the life and death of the entire universe. He was the core of this temple. He was the mastermind who had manipulated the fates of 3 generations of the Yi family. Why? Yi Changfeng's eyes turned crimson as he expended all his strength to roar. He could not accept that his lifelong struggle was merely the most captivating solo performance in the enemy's script. The humanoid figure of light seemed to glance at Yi Changfeng. Because it is necessary. His voice remained calm, as if stating the simplest of physical laws. The success of a plan requires controllable variables and uncontrollable catalysts. Your grandfather, Yi Xinghua, sought me out, yearning for power and the continuation of the family's glory. He was a controllable variable. And you, Yi Changfeng, your love for your wife. Your rebellion against your father, your ridiculous sense of heroism made you the perfect catalyst. Your betrayal accelerated Su Wan's awakening. Your suffering tempered Yi Tian's will. Your existence rendered this play immensely real and successful. The speed of the data streams surrounding the humanoid figure suddenly surged. Images flashed rapidly upon the inner walls of the spherical space. There was Yi Xinghua kneeling before the altar, presenting his unwavering loyalty. There was the Su family, obliterated in a single night, rivers of blood flowing. There was Su Wan imprisoned in a cage, her gaze shifting from despair to numbness, ultimately transforming into pure energy. There was the young Yi Tian, struggling for survival amidst brutal training, his body marred by countless scars. Each image was a dagger, mercilessly lacerating Yi Changfeng's already shattered heart. With a cough, more blood erupted from his lips. He could no longer endure, collapsing in midair, his breath waning to its last flicker. He had completely crumbled, both mentally and physically, utterly annihilated. Throughout this, Yi Tian remained silent, merely observing the disintegration of his father and the cruel past depicted upon the walls. The core within him synchronized seamlessly with his consciousness, voraciously absorbing and analyzing every fragment of information that leaked from this sacred temple. At last, all images dissipated. The humanoid silhouette turned towards Yi Tian, its voice tinged for the first time with an emotion resembling admiration. And you, Yi Tian, my most perfect creation. You have merged with Su Wan's essence, inherited the bloodline of the Yi clan, and borne the fruit of the Dragon King project. You have not disappointed me. Now, you have come before me, seeking to slay me and avenge your unfortunate family, have you not? Yi Tian finally stirred. He removed the helmet of his battle armor, revealing a visage of icy resolve. No, he shook his head, his voice equally calm. I have come to convey a message. The humanoid silhouette appeared intrigued. Oh. Yi Tian lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the indistinct light. You are mistaken. Mistaken in what way? You perceive humanity as mere data, emotions as mere variables, and life as paint that can be whimsically smeared. Yi Tian's voice began to quiver, not in anger, but in a sense of profound pity. Chapter 64, From the Universe. A refugee? You believe you control everything, orchestrate all events. Yet, you shall never comprehend the weight of a father's resolve when he is willing to sacrifice his life for his son. You will never grasp the depth of a mother's love when she is ready to give everything for her child. More importantly, Yi Tian extended a finger towards the shimmering silhouette. You have miscalculated one thing. What my mother bequeathed to me is not solely power. It is also her will. In that instant, the delicate armor upon Yi Tian's chest erupted into an unprecedented radiant golden light, identical to the moment Su Wan opened her eyes upon the altar. The entire pristine spherical space quaked violently. The data streams enveloping the humanoid silhouette descended into chaos for the first time, flickering erratically like a program besieged by a virus, issuing error messages. Impossible. Shock and disbelief permeated the voice of the humanoid silhouette. Her will should have been obliterated at the moment of energy conversion. How can you? I told you. You do not understand. Yi Tian shut his eyes. His consciousness surged forth along the golden light, boldly penetrating the very core of this sacred temple. If the humanoid silhouette was the system administrator of this temple, then Yi Tian, imbued with his mother's will, was the founder wielding supreme authority. In an instant, all the information, secrets, and laws accumulated over millennia within this temple inundated Yi Tian's mind like a torrent breaching a dam. He witnessed the birth of the universe and the extinction of stars. He glimpsed the evolution of Earth and the origin of life. He perceived a civilization from a higher dimension, fleeing a cataclysm that threatened the entire universe, projecting its core consciousness onto this blue planet. He saw this consciousness manifest as a deity, guiding humanity's progress, transforming Earth into a vast sanctuary, or rather, an energy farm. The Dragon King project was merely an experiment within this farm, aimed at cultivating the strongest fruits. Everything became clear. So it was. Yi Tian opened his eyes once more, and within their depths swirled the galaxies, profound enough to instill trepidation. You are not a god. You are merely a lost creature from the interstellar era. You. For the first time, the humanoid silhouette emitted a roar of fury, shaking the entire space. It felt its control over the temple being relentlessly stripped away by an irresistible force. Even if you acquire the authority, so what? The core of this ark is bound to my life signature. Destroy it, and you shall perish too. Who said I intend to destroy it? A cold smirk graced Yi Tian's lips as he raised his hand, palm enveloped in armor, and made a subtle grasp. In the next moment, the humanoid silhouette suspended in the center of the space let out a piercing scream. Its form was forcibly extricated from the data stream, coalescing into a real, youthful figure clad in a white research garment, bearing a strikingly delicate face, yet one filled with sheer terror. He was the corporeal embodiment of this so-called deity. From this day forth, Yi Tian strode forth, step by step, towards the trembling youth suspended in midair. The ownership of this ark had shifted. He extended his hand, seizing the youth by the throat, dragging him down from the air. As for you, Yi Tian turned his gaze back to his father, who was utterly dazed. The vengeance for my mother, the blood debt of the Su family. I entrust him to you. Yi Changfeng's body, kneeling in midair, trembled violently. He slowly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes first gazing in confusion at the son who had become a complete stranger to him, before mechanically turning towards the youth bound by an invisible force. Quaking in fear, the enemy, the one who had destroyed his life, the one who had slain his wife. This realization pierced Yi Changfeng's foggy mind like a searing steel needle, awakening him in an instant. Hatred surged within him, like magma erupting from the earth, breaking through despair and despondency, beginning to sear through his very being. He struggled, rising from the air, step by step, towards the figure he once regarded as a close friend and savior. Each step felt unbearably heavy, as if dragging 20 years' worth of shackles. In the pure white space, a deathly silence prevailed. Only the heavy, labored breaths of Yi Changfeng, akin to a broken bellows, and the faint chattering of teeth from the terrified youth broke the stillness. Don't come closer. The once mighty deity, who had viewed all life as mere data, now sensed the chilling grip of death. He stammered backward, attempting to distance himself from the man radiating overwhelming hatred. Changfeng, my friend, stay calm. We are friends. Friends? Yi Changfeng's footsteps came to a halt. He raspingly repeated the word, as if gnawing on a shard of glass laced with poison. You think you are worthy? It was my fault. I admit, I exploited you. But it was for survival, for the continuation of my civilization. Upon witnessing Yi Changfeng's pause, the youth believed his words had struck a chord and hastily defended himself. It was a disaster that swept across the universe. We had nowhere to escape. Earth is our sole hope. The Long Wang plan is designed to create the ultimate vessel capable of containing the Ark's core energy to protect this planet. Su Wan's sacrifice holds significance. Silence. Yi Changfeng emitted a roar that was more beast than man, lunging forward with ferocity. He seized the young man's throat, lifting him off the ground, his feet dangling in the air. Do not utter her name. The youth's face instantly flushed to a deep shade of crimson, his hands futilely clawing at Yi Changfeng's iron-like arms. The physique derived from a higher civilization, spurred by primal instincts, unleashed a considerable force. Yet in the presence of a man consumed by hatred and madness, all of it was rendered meaningless. With his other hand, Yi Changfeng transformed his palm into a fist, devoid of technique or form, pouring all his strength into each blow that landed mercilessly upon the youth's face, chest, and abdomen. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds echoed painfully within the vast temple. This was not a battle. It was the most primal and bloody expression of rage. Yi Tian hovered nearby, silently observing. Chapter 65. Beings peering into the universe. Being long battle armor enveloping his body remained unresponsive, and he made no move. He had granted his father the power of choice. Thus it was only right that his father should undertake this long overdue revenge of 20 years. This was Yi Changfeng's war, and also his final dignity as a man, a husband. Why her? Yi Changfeng's fists gradually slowed, his voice imbued with an unbearable anguish and despair. Why her among so many candidates? The youth, battered and bloodied, struggled to breathe, yet a flicker of strange light flashed in his eyes upon hearing the question. Summoning his last vestige of strength, he forced a whisper from his throat. Because she is the most perfect. Because only her genes combined with yours can yield the strongest fruit. You, Yi Changfeng, were my chosen stallion from the very beginning. This proclamation became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Yi Changfeng completely shattered. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, his arms suddenly exerting tremendous force. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed. The self-proclaimed godlike youth's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, his body convulsed twice, then fell silent. Yet Yi Changfeng's grip remained unyielding. After a long moment, he finally released his hold, as if all strength had been siphoned from him. The now cold body slumped to the ground. Yi Changfeng knelt down, covering his face with his hands, emitting muffled, painful sobs. The great revenge had been avenged, yet the 20 years of suffering, the sorrow of losing his wife, and the humiliation of being turned into a joke washed over him like a tidal wave, completely submerging him. At that moment, it seemed as if his life had reached its conclusion. Just then, the entire pure white temple shuddered violently without warning. A deep, resonant alarm, as if capable of penetrating the soul, abruptly sounded, reverberating through every corner of the space. Yi Tian abruptly lifted his head. Just moments ago, he had completed the final fusion with the core system of the Kunlun Arkansas. He was no longer merely an authorized administrator. He was the master of this Arkansas. Every corner, every data stream, every functional module of the Ark could be maneuvered as if they were his own limbs. Thus, he immediately sensed the source of the alarm. This was not a malfunction. It was the activation of the Ark's doomsday warning system, the very reason for its construction. With a thought, he gently moved the corpse of the pseudo-god and the weeping Yi Changfeng aside with a soft force. Following that, an immense, intricately detailed spherical star map, composed of countless points of light materialized out of thin air. The star map unveiled the Milky Way, nebulas, stars, and planets, all vividly visible and slowly revolving, breathtaking in its beauty. Yi Changfeng, startled by this sudden turn of events, raised his tear-streaked face, gazing in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. In the next moment, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. On the periphery of the vast star map, at a distant, unknown galactic coordinate, a mass of dark red energy, symbolic of destruction and consumption, was expanding at a visibly frantic pace. It spread like a cosmic plague, dimming stars and collapsing galaxies, turning everything into lifeless dust. Its trajectory passed through numerous star systems, traversing tens of millions of light years, ultimately forming a straight, unwavering line. The endpoint of this line was none other than that blue, solitary planet, Earth. This is... Yi Changfeng's voice trembled with profound shock. Yi Tian gradually descended beside him, his armored form radiating an aura of grandeur that resonated with the cosmos itself. He gazed at the encroaching dark red mass, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unyielding authority. A cosmic cleaner, one that even gods would flee from. This Ark is not a temple, it is a sanctuary. The Long Wang plan was not for supremacy, but to create a pilot capable of activating the Ark and fleeing with this planet before the cleaner arrives. Yi Tian turned to look at his father, who was now utterly dazed. Your grievances, your chess game, are at an end. Now my war begins. The dark red mass, representing annihilation, spread across the vast star map like ink dropped into clear water, unfurling in an unstoppable manner. Its very existence was a proclamation, a declaration of the collapse of physical laws and the termination of life forms. Beside Yi Tian, Yi Changfeng's body continued to tremble uncontrollably. The so-called conspiracy he had fought against all his life seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust in the face of this universe-spanning calamity. This was the secret they had endeavored to protect with their lives. Yi Tian spoke, his voice devoid of discernible emotion in the cavernous temple. He raised his hand, the fingers clad in long battle armor, gently tapping upon the star map before him. A hum resonated. A torrent of data surged into his consciousness. Target identified. Universe Entropy Increase Protocol Executor, codename Goesu. Current distance 47.32 million light-years. Relative speed faster than light transition. Speed cannot be precisely calculated. Estimated arrival time in the solar system 3 years and 7 months. 3 years. This unit of time struck Yi Changfeng's heart like an invisible sledgehammer, shattering the flicker of hope that had just begun to emerge. For a civilization, 3 years is but a fleeting moment. Yi Changfeng's voice, dry and hoarse, brimmed with despair. Overwhelmed by the realization of futility, Yi Tian, however, paid no heed to his father's collapse. His consciousness had already fully synchronized with the entire Kunlun Arkansas. He could sense this interstellar sanctuary, which had slumbered for millennia, slowly awakening under his will. Arc status self-check in progress. Main energy core, dormant. Energy reserve, 37. Power system, offline. Jump engine module missing. Ecosystem, offline. Weapon system, offline. A cascade of red alarms illuminated his mind. This arc was merely a colossal shell. That false deity had squandered thousands of years orchestrating a grand deception, solely to cultivate Yi Tian as a competent pilot and Su Wan as the source core, yet had failed to replenish the arc with genuine energy. To activate this massive vessel and flee Earth was akin to a madman's dream. Chapter 66. Global Evolution. Yi Tian did not respond to his father's despair. His consciousness had transformed into myriad invisible tendrils, instantaneously permeating every corner of the Kunlun Arkansas. Main energy core dormant. Energy reserve 37. Jump engine module missing. A series of alarming red alerts flashed vividly. Yi Changfeng slumped to the ground, murmuring to himself, utterly devoid of resolve. Who said it was too late? Yi Tian finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with a will to reshape the universe. He turned away, disregarding the star map that represented annihilation. His gaze seemed to pierce through the temple's walls and the millennia of ice and snow of Kunlun, overlooking the entire azure planet. That false deity had treated Earth as an energy farm. He was mistaken. This was not a farm. Yi Tian's voice echoed in the vast temple. This is the energy core. At that moment, Yi Tian raised his right hand, clad in Yinglong battle armor, fingers splayed, and clenched suddenly at the void beneath him. The entire Kunlun temple, no, the entire Kunlun mountain range, trembled violently. In the distant capital, Yi Xinghua and Yi Jianjun had just risen from the ruins, still reeling from the emptiness of having lost everything, when they felt a peculiar pulsation from the earth beneath their feet. It was not an earthquake, it was a deeper, almost heartbeat-like tremor. Yi Xinghua's murky eyes turned towards the western sky, filled with alarm. At the same time, on a secluded island off the coast of Huaxia, an elderly man with white hair, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. The cup of clear water before him rippled without wind, the surface coalescing into a lifelike dragon shape. Deep within the Pentagon's Strategic Command Center, the shrill alarm echoed throughout the hall, every screen displaying garbled data, except for one glaring red word flashing wildly. Unknown God. What has happened? Is it an electromagnetic pulse attack? No. General, all our satellites have malfunctioned. Not malfunctioned. The energy levels they detected exceed the calculation limits of all instruments. Source. Tell me the source of the energy immediately. A blonde technician pointed to a wildly flashing red dot on the global map, his voice strained. Huaxia Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, all ancient powers hidden beneath the surface, secret organizations, and state machinery across the globe felt the terrifying pulse emanating from the roof of the world. It was as if a colossal beast, dormant for billions of years, was slowly awakening. Within the Kunlun temple, Yi Tian floated in midair, his eyes tightly shut. Beneath him, the vast star map had vanished, replaced by an exquisitely detailed model of Earth, constructed from light. Golden strands of energy extended from his body, penetrating various nodes of the Earth model. These nodes represented the dragon veins of Huaxia lore, starting from the main vein of Kunlun Mountain, extending to Taishan, Huangshan, and Changbai Mountain. Energy dormant for countless years was forcibly awakened by his overwhelming will. What is he doing? Has he gone mad? Yi Changfeng stared in terror at the unfolding scene. He could feel the planet's energy being mobilized and converging in an incomprehensible manner. This would trigger a global geological catastrophe. Quietly watching, Yi Tian's voice resonated directly in Yi Changfeng's mind. As the energy from the dragon veins converged, the Kunlun Ark's energy reserve of 37 began to rise at a visibly slow pace. Too slow. Yi Tian suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce determination flashing in his crimson electronic gaze. Not enough. Far from enough. His consciousness enveloped the globe through the Dragon Vein network. In the next instant, the deepest part of the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean shattered the millennia of darkness as dormant volcanoes erupted violently. In the Amazon rainforest, the life energy of all plants was forcibly extracted by an invisible force, coalescing into a green torrent. Beneath the Sahara Desert, geothermal energy sealed for billions of years broke free from the Earth's crust, manifesting as golden beams shooting into the sky. Volcanoes, storms, tsunamis, and thunder. The entire Earth seemed to plunge into chaos before the arrival of doom. Countless life energies, core energies, and elemental energies were forcibly siphoned, rushing towards Kunlun Mountain like rivers converging into the sea. The energy reserve of the Kunlun Arc began to soar at a terrifying rate. 10, 30, 60. Yi Tian was depleting the life force of the entire Earth to energize the Arc. He sought to pilot this Earth vessel and flee from the relentless pursuit of the abyss. Yet, just as the energy reserve was about to reach 100, Yi Tian's actions suddenly faltered. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at the Azure Planet model. Countless green light points representing life were dimming and extinguishing at an alarming speed. He heard the wails of innumerable beings in their final moments. He witnessed countless cities reduced to ruins by natural disasters. The faces of Li Yanran, filled with concern, and his uncle Yi Jianjun, calculating and strategic, flashed through his mind, alongside the ordinary people bustling on the streets of the capital, striving for their lives. If saving the world necessitated the destruction of this world, what meaning would such salvation hold? Silence. An oppressive silence. Yi Tian's body trembled slightly in midair. This was the first time he felt hesitation after gaining godlike power. Let it go, my son. Yi Changfeng's voice carried a note of relief. This is not your fault. We have done our utmost. Yi Tian did not reply. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all hesitation and uncertainty had vanished without a trace. In their place was an unprecedented tranquility and determination. I have spoken. That false deity was mistaken. I too was wrong. Yi Tian raised his hand, the armored palm gently brushing over the model of the dying planet. Escape is the choice of cowards. The path my mother paved with her life was not meant for me to wander the cosmos as a solitary soul burdened by a grave. In the next moment, he made a decision that shattered Yi Changfeng's heart. He severed all channels extracting energy from Earth. Then, he forcefully redirected the colossal energy, charged to 97 within the Arc, back into every ley line of the Earth with a more ferocious intensity. What are you doing? Yi Changfeng roared in disbelief. Yi Tian offered no explanation. His voice resonated through the Kunlun Arc, for the first time clearly reaching the minds of every sentient being on this planet. That voice was majestic, vast, and undeniable. I, Yi Tian, from this moment forth, I assume control of the Earth. All beings need not panic. This is not the end. This is an evolution. The instant his words fell, the immense energy forcibly redirected back to Earth erupted with a thunderous roar. The entire planet was enveloped in a brilliant golden cocoon. The golden cocoon wrapped the entire Earth. The global catastrophes triggered by the energy extraction instantly subsided. Chapter 67. Nuclear bombs to cleanse the Earth? Volcanic eruptions ceased. Tsunamis receded into the depths, and hurricanes transformed into gentle breezes. In their stead arose a warm, peaceful energy brimming with life, permeating every corner of the Earth. The Amazon rainforest, once drained of vitality, visibly rejuvenated at an astonishing rate, flourishing even more than before. Countless ordinary mortals, upon encountering this golden energy, felt their long-standing ailments miraculously healed. Some practitioners and psychics, who had been stuck at a bottleneck for years, instantly broke through their limitations, their powers surging. The entire world basked in this sudden divine blessing. Yet, this boon came at a cost. North America, the Pentagon. General, our nuclear arsenal has gone out of control. The launch codes for all intercontinental missiles have been seized by an unknown force. Our allies in Europe, Britain, and Moscow faced the same situation. The silver-haired four-star general sat despondently in his chair, staring at the red, representing Kunlun Mountain on the screen, his eyes filled with endless fear. A deity, a true god, whose words could reshape reality, had descended. Humanity's pride, the ultimate weapons capable of annihilating the world hundreds of times over, had become mere toys that could be disarmed at any moment in the presence of this being. Within the Kunlun temple, Yi Changfeng stood in a daze, his brain completely overwhelmed. Reverse energy transfer? Willingly abandoning the chance to escape? Choosing to evolve alongside the entire planet? What on earth does this son of mine intend to do? You are gambling. Yi Changfeng's voice was parched. No. Yi Tian gently descended to the ground. the armor of Yinglong that covered his body transforming into flowing light, merging into him. He resumed his ordinary attire, appearing merely as a tall and unassuming young man. Yet, standing there, he seemed to embody the very center of the universe. I have merely chosen a more arduous path. Yi Tian extended his hand, and a luminous screen unfolded before him. On the screen, dozens of different images appeared. There was the Oval Office of the White House, the Meeting Hall of the Kremlin, and the Prime Minister's residence at number 10, Downing Street. The highest authorities of all nations on Earth were depicted within. Their faces bore expressions of shock, fear, and an unmistakable awe. Ladies and gentlemen, Yi Tian's voice resonated in the ears of all present. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Tian. From this day forth, I am the guardian of this planet. You may call me the Sphere Master. Sphere Master? This title, tinged with a hint of absurdity, left all the once mighty dignitaries exchanging glances, yet none dared to laugh. I believe you have sensed my goodwill. Yi Tian continued. That global evolution was a welcoming gift for all of you. Of course, I have also reclaimed some of your restless toys. No sooner had he finished speaking than the head of a nation trembled and stood up. Mr. Yi, we have no intention of being your enemy. Please believe that we are willing to abide by any new order you establish. Very well. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. The only thing I need from you is one task. Utilize all your power to soothe the populace and maintain order, for the true guests are about to arrive. With a wave of his hand, the images on the screen shifted instantly. The dark red energy representing destruction and engulfment appeared before everyone. Its terrifying visage, capable of consuming all, sent shivers deep into the souls of even the most seasoned leaders. What is this demon? 3 years. Yi Tian's voice echoed once more. Like a final judgment. In no more than 3 years, it will reach the solar system. And I have relinquished my chance for solitary escape. I have chosen to exist alongside you and this planet. A profound silence enveloped the world. Despair. An even deeper despair than when they discovered the nuclear arsenal was out of control loomed over every heart. In the face of such a cosmic catastrophe, humanity's strength appeared utterly insignificant. Even with Yi Tian's godlike presence, what difference would it make? He could not even start his own spacecraft, choosing instead to remain behind and await death. Thus, Yi Tian seemed to have anticipated their thoughts, a hint of amusement lacing his voice. I require a small favor. He waved his hand again, and an extraordinarily intricate design, composed of countless energy circuits and runes, appeared on the screen. This is the LEAP engine module of the Kunlun, Arkansas. It was lost during the emergency landing thousands of years ago. I need you to mobilize all global resources, at any cost, to help me locate it or to recreate it. This is our only path to survival. Yi Tian terminated the communication. He had given them an irresistible task, alongside a singular hope to grasp in their despair. Within the temple, silence returned. You place hope in those mortals? Yi Changfeng could not comprehend. I place my trust in the survival instinct of a civilization. Yi Tian turned and walked deeper into the temple. A civilization willing to unleash all its potential for survival. And I must attend to another, more pressing matter. Yi Changfeng followed closely behind, observing Yi Tian as he halted before a pristine white wall. Yi Tian extended his hand and pressed it against the surface. The wall rippled like water, revealing a concealed space. At the center of this space floated a crystalline heart, translucent and radiant. This was Su-Wan's source core. Previously, what Yi Tian had fused with was merely the weaponized portion of the source core's power. Enshrined within this heart were all the memories and emotions of Su-Wan as a mother, a wife, and a complete individual. Yi Tian's hand gently caressed the crystalline heart, his touch imbued with utmost tenderness. I must see her before the final confrontation arrives. I need a complete home. His body transformed into a beam of light, gradually merging with the crystalline heart. Yi Changfeng reached out, attempting to intervene, yet grasped nothing. He could only watch helplessly as his son vanished into the radiance that represented the entirety of his wife's memories. The entire temple was left in solitude, with only him remaining. Moreover, on the luminous screen, the ominous crimson hue, symbolizing destruction, loomed ever closer. Yi Changfeng was unaware of how much time had passed. A day, a month, or perhaps a year. Within that realm woven from memories and emotions, time lost all significance. He witnessed his mother Su-Wan, evolving from an innocent girl into the brightest jewel of the capital. He beheld her encounters, understanding, and love with his father, Yi Changfeng. He observed the ambitions of his grandfather, Yi Xinghua, and the dealings with that false deity. He saw his mother's resolute choice to enter a cage to protect him while in her womb, becoming a part of the Dragon King project. He felt her endless longing for him amidst her confinement, along with her love for his father. He finally comprehended that Su-won's declaration that she must die was not a command from his grandfather, but rather her own choice. She chose death to forge the weapon. She chose death to pave a bloody path for her son towards the divine throne. When Yi Tian awakened from the world of memories, he found himself cradled in a warm embrace. He lifted his gaze to behold a gentle face that stirred his soul. "Mother," he softly called, like a child who had finally found home. Su-won smiled, stroking his hair, her form a translucent silhouette. "My child, you have grown. I am sorry." Yi Tian's voice was tinged with emotion. "Silly child, you have wronged no one." Su-won's eyes were filled with love and pride. "You have done splendidly, far surpassing our expectations." Yi Tian fell silent. He raised his eyes to see behind Su-won. There stood Yi Changfeng, Yi Xinghua, and Yi Jianjun. 3 men who had entangled with him throughout his life, now quietly present. Their faces bore no trace of schemes or deceptions, only a profound sense of relief. Over the past year, Yi Changfeng had revealed all truths to them. They finally understood the tragic farce they had pursued their entire lives. Chapter 68. From this day forth, I am the ball leader. They also comprehended the immense burden that Yi Tian now bore. Great-grandfather, third uncle. Yi Tian stood, slightly bowing to them. Regardless of the past, they were ultimately his kin. Yi Xinghua and Yi Jianjun trembled, tears streaming down their faces. They had waited far too long for this call, which allowed them to relinquish their last lingering obsession. At long last, the family truly reunited after 20 years of delay. Yet this reunion was heartbreakingly brief. The blaring alarm echoed throughout the temple once again. Yi Tian abruptly turned, gazing at the vast star map. The ominous crimson representing the return had reached the outskirts of the solar system, the Kuiper Belt. Its speed had doubled beyond expectations. "It is coming." Yi Tian's voice was grave. Destruction descends silently. There were no explosions, no roars. When the ominous crimson touched the first dwarf planet at the edge of the solar system, it, along with all surrounding meteors and stardust, instantaneously lost all light and heat, morphing into utter void. It advanced quietly yet inexorably towards the heart of the solar system, toward that azure planet. Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, each colossal planet became as fragile as dust before it, effortlessly erased. The entire solar system was racing towards death at a terrifying pace. Earth. Everyone witnessed that dreadful scene. Images relayed through every astronomical telescope worldwide depicted the ominous crimson, like an unending nightmare, casting a shadow over every heart. Despair spread across the globe. In a year's time, humanity had exhausted all wisdom and resources of civilization, yet had only produced less than 1/10 of the components for the jump engine. Everything had come to an end. Within the Kunlun Temple, the atmosphere had become suffocating. Yi Xinghua, Yi Jianjun, and Yi Changfeng, 3 men who once stirred the winds of fate, now bore only the pallor of impotence. Su-won's silhouette also dimmed, watching her son with concern. Only Yi Tian remained composed. He stepped forward, gently embracing his mother. "Mother, wait for my return." He then turned to his father, great-grandfather, and third uncle. "Take care of her." Having said this, he turned and walked steadily toward the center of the temple. "Where are you going?" Su-won's voice trembled slightly. "To confront a battlefield long predetermined." Yi Tian's body was once again enveloped in resplendent golden light. The Yinglong battle armor covered him entirely. His body gradually ascended, ultimately hovering above a massive model of Earth. He extended his hand, the armored palm lightly pressing against the north pole of the Earth model. "In my name." His voice resonated with grandeur and authority, echoing throughout the cosmos. "Awaken, final agreement." Kunlun Arc, transformation. Boom. The entire Earth trembled violently. From Kunlun Mountain, golden circuits composed of pure energy instantly spread across the globe. Mountains, rivers, oceans, continents. The entire surface of the planet was thoroughly blanketed by these intersecting golden circuits. Energy furnaces buried deep within the Earth's core, dormant for eons, were forcibly activated. The Earth was no longer an ordinary planet. It transformed into a cosmic battleship, utilizing the entire planet as its vessel and the core as its engine. He had turned the entire Earth into an arc. Yi Changfeng gasped in astonishment. This was the true form of the Kunlun Arc, not an escape with life, but arming the entire planet as the mightiest weapon to fight. Yi Tian slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness melded completely with the Earth battleship. He is the captain of the battleship. He embodies the very essence of the vessel itself. In the next instant, the terrestrial battleship stirred to life. It did not emit any flames. Rather, the base of the planet experienced a slight distortion in space. Subsequently, the entire azure globe deviated from its orbit, which it had maintained for 4 6 billion years, and surged forth towards the encroaching crimson void with a speed that transcended the laws of physics. Madness. He is utterly insane. The White House, the Kremlin, and command centers of all nations fell into a profound silence. No one could fathom Yi Tian's actions. To collide a planet with an abyss that devours galaxies? This is not combat. It is suicide. In the cosmos, two entities representing life and death, one blue and one red, approached each other at an astonishing velocity. Within the command core of the terrestrial battleship, situated in the Kunlun Temple, Yi Tian's consciousness ascended to an unprecedented dimension. He could perceive the existence of the Goetiu. It was neither a tangible entity nor a form of energy. It was a rule, an ultimate principle that governs the universe's return from order to chaos, from existence to void. Physical attacks could not defeat a rule unless one employed a more powerful principle to supersede it. Yi Tian's eyes abruptly opened. "Damn," he exclaimed softly. The ethereal figure of Su Wan instantaneously materialized before him. The mother and son exchanged a glance, understanding conveyed without words. Su Wan smiled and transformed into pure light, merging into Yi Tian's being. "Dad, great-grandpa, third uncle," Yi Tian called out once more. The three men, without hesitation, also transformed into three beams of light and entered his body. They offered their entire lives, emotions, and wills unreservedly to Yi Tian. In that moment, Yi Tian transcended humanity. He bore the love of his family, the hopes of human civilization, and the essence of all life on Earth. His physical form began to undergo an ultimate metamorphosis. His flesh and blood dissipated, replaced by an ineffable life form composed of pure will and information, existing in a higher dimension. His existence began to surpass time and space. He witnessed the past and glimpsed the future. He beheld the birth of the universe and its eventual demise. He saw countless parallel worlds, each with different versions of himself. Ultimately, all visions coalesced above the dark red Goetiu. He finally comprehended the essence of the Goetiu. It was not an enemy. It was merely a program within the universe's intricate computation, designed for the periodic cleaning of redundant data and formatting. Now, Yi Tian, the unexpectedly born administrator with supreme authority, was about to rewrite this program. "I am the principal." A serene will swept across the cosmos. The terrestrial battleship, having charged to the brink of the Goetiu, came to a sudden halt. Then, from the core of the battleship, where Yi Tian resided, erupted a light of creation that defies description. This brilliance was neither white nor gold. It encompassed all colors and transcended them. Where it passed, time reversed and space reformed. The dark red Goetiu, which had consumed countless galaxies, began to dissolve and decompose upon contact with this light, akin to ice meeting the blazing sun. The matter erased by it began to reconstitute, and the laws it had terminated were rewritten. Disorder was transforming into order, and death was reversing into life. The entire universe was revitalized in an astonishing manner. After a lengthy period, when all light subsided, the dark red Goetiu vanished without a trace. In its stead emerged a vibrant nebula, brimming with infinite possibilities. The azure planet quietly floated at the center of the nebula, safe and sound. Inside the Kunlun Temple, Yi Tian's body reformed. He remained the youth he once was. Yet his eyes seemed to contain the brilliance of an entire cosmos. Before him, the ethereal figures of Su Wan, Yi Changfeng, Yi Xinghua, and Yi Jianjun reappeared, their faces adorned with expressions of contentment. Beyond the temple, a graceful silhouette traversed the barriers of space, approaching slowly. It was Li Yanran. She gazed at Yi Tian, her beautiful eyes reflecting an unchanging love. Yi Tian stepped forward and took her hand. Together with all his family, he exited the Kunlun Temple. They stood atop Kunlun, overlooking the rejuvenated world that had been saved. In the distant horizon, a brand new sun was gradually rising. The end.